Kenal baik-baik selesai makan. एडवाइजर हो गए, मेडिकल एडवाइजर हो गए, रीजनल मेडिकल एडवाइजर वगैरह, मेडिकल एडवाइजर, सीनियर होने तो सीनियर हो सकते हैं, सीनियर मेडिकल एडवाइजर।
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining, and we will start the event soon within 10 minutes. So please be present.
तो बढ़िया एकदम मस्त। आ रहा भैया चार्जर लेके।
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay.
मैं लॉगिन करछि प्रॉब्लम होछि कि इंटरनेट ता बहुत स्लो अछि हां हम जान करिए लेनी कि हां हां
ওদের পেছাব হয়ে গেছে ওই রাস্তা ছোট রাস্তা দিয়ে দিকে যায় না ওই সময় রাস্তা না না ওইদিকে রাস্তা
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Global Pharmacovigilance Congress 2022. This is the second day, and we have two sessions today. So we have more than 11. We have around 11 speakers for this day, and I would like to invite our coordinator, ma'am, Dr. Raja Ramani, ma'am, to address the gathering. Then we will start the session. Yes, ma'am.
Chinmay, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So thank you, Chinmay. Dear attendees, respected speakers, and the other moderators, all of wish all of you a very good morning. So today is the second day of our Global Pharmacovigilance Congress, and yesterday we had a number of brainstorming sessions with eminent speakers throughout the world, and today again we are going to have some insightful thoughts into the various aspects of advancements in pharmacology, pharmacovigilance, which is the theme of this Pharmacovigilance Congress, Global Pharmacovigilance Congress. So we have with us uh, today a number of talks lined up, covering the various aspects of pharmacovigilance from different countries of the world, the pharmacovigilance inspections, the reporting in pediatric age group, then the knowledge attitude practices towards the pharmacovigilance, and so many so. And first of all, in today's first session, we are having two eminent speakers because Ms. Sakshi Desai, the moderator for the first session, is absent today because of some important engagements. I will be moderating the first session. So we have two speakers for today in the first session, Maria Hamidan and Dr. Maya Sharma. Maria is from Australia and Dr. Maya Sharma is from India. They will be speaking on two different aspects, and the session will be chaired by Dr. Rabi Narayan Acharya. So let me take the opportunity to introduce our speakers as well as the chairperson for this session. So the chairperson for this session will be Dr. Rabi Narayan Acharya. He was born in on 26th February 1967 and currently working as the Director General of Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences since 28th February 2022. He was a professor of Ayurveda Pharmacology at ITRA Jamnagar, where he has been a faculty since September 2007 to February 2022. That means he is continuing till now. Yes, sir. Are you there? Welcome, sir.
Yes, I am there. I am there. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Good morning.
Very good morning.
Ravekna and Dean. He started his career as faculty in SSN Ayurveda College and Government Ayurveda College, Balangir, Odisha. Professor Acharya completed his PG in 1996, PhD in 2002 from Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar, and his undergraduate degrees BSc Botany Honours in 1986 and BAMS in 1993 from Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, and postgraduate diploma in bioethics from IGNOU, New Delhi in 2015. He is such a versatile personality, having more than 27 years of teaching and research experience in various fields of drug research. Professor Acharya has published more than 325 research articles in peer-reviewed journals and authored 5 books, contributed 10 chapters to his credit. He has served IGNOU as a course writer and WHO as a temporary advisor also. Dr. Acharya also provided his service to the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India at different capacities such as Chairman Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia Committee, Member ASU DTAB Member, Scientific Advisory Group for Drug Development CCRAS, Member Project Screening Committee of NMBP, and National Coordinator, National Pharmacovigilance Program for ASU drugs. Professor Acharya has worked as principal investigator in more than 10 research grant projects, and under his guidance, 35 PhD, 51 postgraduate theses have been awarded. He represented India in 5 different countries in various capacities, including the WHO meeting in drug Hub Interaction at Beijing and Pharmacovigilance at Geneva. Professor Acharya is the recipient of the Best Teacher Award for Drug Research Teaching and the Best Research Paper Award on Literary Research in the field of Ayurveda by CCRAS Government of India. We are fortunate to have you, sir, with us for today's session to chair the session. And today there are two speakers for this session, Dr. Marina Hamadian and Dr. Maya Sharma. So I welcome both. Chinmay, please make a note that you mute the participants who are joining. Okay, sir. Shall we start the session?
Yeah. Please start the session. Thank you for your kind introduction. And we have two speakers today in the session, Dr. Maya and Dr. Elena. So as per the schedule, we will proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I would request the attendees to post their questions in the chat box or else raise their hand so that we can discuss at the end of the session. So first of all, our first speaker is Dr. Marina. So Marina will be talking on the topic Pharmacovigilance Inspection Findings in Australia based on the TGA PV Inspection Program Metrics Report. So let me introduce our speaker, Dr. Marina, to you. So she graduated as medical doctor in 1990 from University of Sam Rathlongi, Mandio, Indonesia. Then with a Master of Biomedical Science in 2002 from University of Indonesia. Started professional experience as scientific manager from 1991 to 1994 as at the largest multinational pharmaceutical company in Jakarta, Indonesia, PT Kalbe Pharma. Continued working in an international pharmaceutical company, Servia Indonesia, from 1994 to 2005 as clinical trial and manager. Transferred to Melbourne, subsequently Australia, working at Servia Australia in the International Centre for Therapeutic Research Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia and India from 2005 until current as Senior Clinical Operations Pharmacovigilance Project Manager. We are lucky to have you with us, ma'am. So you can go ahead with your presentation. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair and Moderator, and good morning to all. Thank you for the welcome. Thank you also to Dr. Chinmaya for contacting me and for IPC and the organizing committee for the opportunity for me to present and share the PV inspection findings in Australia. I hope that we can learn from the findings and may this bring benefits to all participants. Let me share my slide. Is that okay? Can you see the slide?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet? Okay, let me, sorry. Screen one was share, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see? Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so my presentation is based on the 2020 TGA PV Inspection Program Metrics Report. So the regulatory agency in Australia is the Therapeutic Goods Administration, the TGA, and this is based on their program metrics report in 2020. In Australia, PV inspection started in September 2017 to assess the medicine sponsors' compliance to the PV obligations as stated in the TGA Australian Recommendations and Requirements Guidelines and is based on the PV inspection program guidance. The TGA takes a risk-based approach to prioritize inspections. And there are 7 types of routine inspections. There are 7 types of inspections. So the first one is the routine inspection. These are scheduled inspection as part of the inspection program. There is no specific trigger, and these inspections are usually system related. 4 cause inspections are undertaken in response to specific triggers, where a PV inspection is the appropriate way to examine the issues. So generally, 4 cause inspections focus on specific aspects of the PV system or on a specific product. System-related inspections review the procedures, systems, personnel, and facilities in place and determine whether the system meets regulatory PV obligations. As part of this review, usually product-specific examples may be used to determine how the PV system operates and whether it complies with requirements. Product-related inspections primarily focus on product-specific activities and documentation rather than reviewing the system overall. These are likely to be for cause inspections to investigate a specific product issue. The majority of inspections is announced, usually 6 to 8 weeks in advance, to ensure the relevant personnel are available for the inspection. However, it may sometimes be appropriate to conduct unannounced inspection or to perform an inspection at short notice, for example, when an announcement could compromise the objectives of the inspection or when prompt inspection is required due to urgent public health concerns. More frequent re-inspections may occur when there is an identified significant non-compliance and to verify if the sponsor has taken action to address the inspection findings. Remote inspections are performed using communication technology such as the internet or via video or teleconference. For example, where the key sites for PV activities are located outside Australia or a service provider is not available at the inspection site, it may be feasible to interview relevant staff and review documentation via remote access. Normally, the inspection notification will come 6 to 8 weeks in advance in writing, sufficient to make logistic arrangements and ensure key personnel of the sponsor are available and have access to relevant data. The inspection is prepared according to the inspection plan to ensure relevant personnel, meeting rooms, databases, and documents are available. The inspection will proceed according to the details set out in the inspection plan. The lead inspector will chair the meeting and introduce the inspection team and explain the regulatory framework for conducting the inspection. Collecting and verifying information is conducted to examine the sponsor's compliance with the relevant Australian legislation and guidelines. And at the end of the inspection, the inspector will conduct a closing meeting with the sponsor's representatives to summarize the inspection findings, to define the grading deficiencies, if any, to explain the procedures and timelines for distribution of the inspection report, the sponsor's response, and any follow-up measures, and to provide an opportunity for the sponsor to correct any misconceptions and misunderstandings in the findings. The inspection report will be issued normally within 30 days of completing the inspection. A corrective and preventive action plan in the form of a closeout record will need to be provided by the sponsor within 30 days of receiving the inspection report. Remote inspections in Australia were launched in September 2019. This was mostly due to the COVID situation as everyone was working from home. The secure document sharing platforms progressed from WebEx to Microsoft Teams to OneDrive. Before and during inspections, the amount of document requests can reach up to 500 documents. If this is very onerous for the sponsor, smaller samples are considered. The TGA, though, still preferred on-site inspections when possible. The grading of deficiencies can be critical, major, or minor, depends on the impacts for the rights, safety, or well-being of patients, or the risk to public health, or if it was a violation of applicable legislation and guidelines. In 2020, there were 6 inspections conducted with an average of 7.7 deficiencies per inspection. There were 2 critical, 27 major, and 16 minor findings identified. The critical findings was in the management of reference safety information. The major findings shown consistency as they were identified at every single inspection with the management of significant safety issue and collection and collation of adverse drug reactions in the top ones, followed by reporting of serious adverse drug reactions and quality management system. The other findings were in the management of adverse drug reactions, ongoing safety evaluation, post-approval commitments, and the lack of notification of the Australian qualified person for PV. The management of reference safety information, the critical finding, was identified in 2 separate inspections, where there were multiple findings contributed to a failure or significant delay in providing patients with up-to-date information on the known risks of product via the product labels and reference safety information. This was a serious violation of the PV legislation and guidelines considered to adversely affect the right, safety, or well-being of patients and posed a potential risk to public health. So that's why it was a critical finding. How to manage the reference safety information? Well, there must be a documented process in maintaining the reference safety information and product labels to align with the current scientific knowledge. The sponsors should have access to current reference safety information. There must be an applicable timeline in the maintenance of RSI, procedures in place when there are safety-related variations. Updating of RSI also applied for generic products. For the major deficiencies, these were identified in every inspection, in which the management of significant safety issues and collection and collation of adverse drug reactions, each consisted of more than 18%. So the management of significant safety issues was observed in 5 of the 6 inspections. There were multiple findings related to a failure in identifying the significant safety issue or failure to report the significant safety issue to the TGA within 72 hours of first awareness. Significant safety issue is a new safety issue or a validated signal related to a medicine that either is serious or has the potential major impact on the benefit-risk balance of the medicine and or on patients or public health. And this requires urgent attention of the TGA, which could warrant prompt regulatory action and or communication to patients and healthcare professionals. In Australia, significant safety issue has to be reported within 72 hours of first awareness of the sponsor. If the sponsor is in doubt, this significant safety issue is to be treated, so this issue is to be treated as significant or ask the TGA for advice. So examples of significant safety issues such as withdrawals or suspension of the medicine by another regulatory agency. So a contraindication, warning, or precaution to the product information, or modification or removal of indication for safety reasons, medically significant changes in the nature, severity, or frequency of the known serious adverse drug reactions, or detection of new risk factors that may impact on the safety or benefit risk balance of the medicine. So how to manage the significant safety issues? There must be a robust procedure to assess the signals, to retain evidence if the notification was submitted to the TGA or not, to regularly screen worldwide medical literatures and other regulators' safety-related information, and this must be included in the PV agreements for third parties or with the third parties. So in regards to the collection and collation of adverse drug reactions, these deficiencies were identified either in the collection of safety information, or it was not mentioned in the PV agreements with other parties, or not mentioned in the reconciliation with other sources, and special situations reports were not included. So sponsors are to maintain a PV system to identify, collect, and collate all safety-related information from all sources, to develop procedures for the accuracy and complete reports of adverse drug reactions, to maintain an up-to-date contact information in all public sources, and have processes to monitor and act on information collected. So these are the major findings. In regards to the minor deficiencies detected during 2020, there were 0 to 4 in each inspection. And the topic area of the minor deficiencies are as followed. So mostly concern the quality management system, the management of adverse drug reactions, the Australian qualified person for PV not appointed, or there is a deficiency in the ongoing safety evaluation. So the references, these are the references for my presentation. And with this, I end my presentation and welcome any questions. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative thoughts regarding your PV system at Australia. I would like to invite questions from the attendees. Any questions, please? Dr. Acharya, would you like to add anything?
My only query will be, being an expert in herbal medicine, what are the present scenario about reporting pharmacovigilance aspect of herbal drugs in Australia?
Right.
I beg your pardon. Can I resist? Wait, so I will share.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Please let me know about the position of herbal drugs, herbal pharmacovigilance in Australia.
I didn't get the question. I'm so sorry. Well, may I please wait a minute.
About herbal pharmacovigilance, pharmacovigilance on herbal drugs.
Oh, for herbal drugs.
Herbal,
Oh, yes. So my presentation is not for herbal medications, but these are mostly for the prescription medicines. So herbal drugs are in a separate division in the TGA.
I know. Your presentation is different, but as you are representing Australia about the pharmacovigilance program, so
Yes.
is there any report? Are you getting any report about herbal drugs?
Yes, there are reports about herbal drugs, but in these inspection findings, it is mostly for prescription. It's not for herbal.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm so sorry I could
Ma'am?
not get into the.
I would request you to please stop presenting.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I couldn't. Let me. I have.
do it. I will do it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Dr. Chinmaya. Sorry, I had trouble in.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Sorry about that.
Dr. Maya, our next speaker is Dr. Maya Sharma. Ma'am, are you here?
Yes.
Nice to see you again, ma'am.
Likewise, it's a pleasure seeing you and others on this platform.
You'll be presenting a talk on the knowledge attitude practice way forward in pharmacovigilance. So before your presentation, let me introduce you to the audience. So Dr. Maya, diversifying experience across healthcare spectrum, clinical, pharmaceutical, nutrition, medical devices, and brings an experience mixed of multinational and Indian majors, established businesses and startups with AstraZeneca, Abbott, Philips. Currently, she is associated with Modimunda Pharma, Win Medicare, and Signatura as Global Medical Director. She is the chairperson of Global Pharmacovigilance Society, advisory board member of Journal of Pharmacovigilance and Drug Research. She is also the executive board member of Accreditation Council for Medical Affairs Asia. And we are fortunate that she is also the patron and scientific advisor for Society for Prevention of Cancer. She is also a founder of Nutrigenomics Club of India, and she has many more to be spoken, but this is a brief introduction regarding you. So, ma'am, please, you can go ahead with your presentation.
Ma'am, please
unmute yourself. You are not audible.
Your voice is not coming.
Okay, all right. So then I think I'll do without the microphone.
Yes, now you are audible.
Just put it in full screen mode. I hope you're able to see the presentation on a full screen mode now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
okay, great. So good morning, everyone.
Yes, Maya, Dr. Maya, please continue.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Elena, Char. So I'll be talking about CAP, the way forward in pharmacovigilance. So what is CAP? Well, the word CAP stands for knowledge, attitude, and practice. As by the famous author on leadership and organizational transformation, Bill Capodagli, he said, knowledge is the understanding of what, how something needs to be done. Skill is applying that knowledge in a practical situation. And attitude is the desire to transform our knowledge into skills and ultimately into habits. And that is what we practice. Because when we talk about the different professional fields, we realize that it is the lack of knowledge which leads to the lack of awareness on important topics or familiarity with the current updates. And if knowledge does not exist or is lacking, then the attitude, the right kind of attitude to give the best performance cannot develop. Also, there may be different causes like lack of motivation, absence of self-audit or self-realization, and absence of outcome expectancy, which may affect a person's attitude. And then there are internal and external barriers, which may lead to certain practices or absence of certain practices. And this I'll elaborate further. Significance of CAP, knowledge, attitude, and practice. So it is basically done in the form of a survey. So CAP survey serves as a study tool to understand health-related behavior in research studies. Now, understanding the level of CAP will actually enable a more efficient strategy, which is better tailored to meet the needs of the community. So CAP will try to capture in these surveys and collect information about what is known by these professionals or research population, what is believed by them, and what do they do, how do they act, in certain situations in that specific population. Okay, so we are trying to understand their knowledge level, their attitude level, and what do they actually practice, so that once we have a fair understanding of this, we can design better customized strategies and bring about the change. So CAP survey is a quantitative method, which is, as I have already mentioned, in the form of a questionnaire. So there are predefined questions which are formatted in a standard questionnaire format, and this ultimately gives access to qualitative information. The CAP surveys will reveal misconceptions or misunderstandings that may represent obstacles to the activity.
है मेरे पास उसको WhatsApp में कैसे forward करूँ? कैसे copy करूँ? नहीं आता copy.
Sorry, there is some disturbance. Can you please mute yourself? Thank you.
Right? In that way, you can publish your folder wise.
All are requested to mute, please. All other than the speaker.
So the CAP surveys reveal misconceptions or misunderstandings that may represent obstacles to the activities that we would like to implement and potential barriers to behavior change. And CAP survey essentially will record an opinion, and it is based on a declarative, which means certain statement which the person who's taking the survey makes. So this reveals what was said, but there may certainly be possibility of a considerable gap between what is said and what is actually done. Why is it freeze? And in healthcare, these surveys are quite popular because they provide useful information and appear easy to design and execute. And at the same time, since they do not require a large budget and usually address an easily accessible population and straightforward. If you look into the past and present, then in healthcare, they typically originated in the 1950s in the field of family planning, and quantitative research. And now these are widely accepted for investigation of health-related behaviors and health-seeking practices. These are easy to design, conduct, analyze, and interpret. And that is why they're gaining popularity, especially in the field of public health. And why public health is because we know that there is a certain percentage of GDP budget which is available for healthcare or for public health, and we have to optimize that resource. So that is why these kind of knowledge, attitude, and practice surveys will provide a valuable information for resource allocation, planning, and implementation of public health programs. And the reasons for conducting these CAP surveys so far is to identify the knowledge, myths, misconceptions, and attitudes, behavior in a specific health-related topic, and to understand, analyze, and communicate about these topics of situation of interest in this field. And as we discussed earlier, that it will identify the challenges, the issues, and barriers related to the development of an effective, locally relevant public health intervention. So that once we identify the challenge or the issue, we can do the intervention, and post-intervention again measure what has been the change, leading to the effectiveness of these intervention programs that was aimed at correcting or changing health-related knowledge, attitudes, behaviors, and practice. Now, just on the lighter side, we always learn that practice makes a man perfect. Right? So this sketch says, when I was in school, the teachers told me practice makes a man perfect. And then they told me that nobody's perfect, so I stopped practicing. So why I'm highlighting this is that it is essential that in order to become a master of a subject or to become an expert in the subject, you have to continue practice. Sometimes knowledge itself is not enough. You have to have the right attitude, the learning attitude to put that knowledge into practical and then bring about the performance. And especially if we talk about pharmacovigilance, then again, these CAP surveys have their own role. And let me start by specifying that a lot depends upon the spontaneous reporting in pharmacovigilance. And if you see, spontaneous reporting is by nature a passive approach. By passive means that nobody can demand it actively. You know, WHO, any of our regulatory bodies, US FDA, UK MHRA, or the Indian CDSCO or PVPI program, they do not say that it is mandatory to report, which means it entirely depends on the motivation of an individual to report the suspected adverse drug reactions to a local or national pharmacovigilance center, right? So the key word is motivation. But then if you see, the true essence of pharmacovigilance can be achieved only when the physicians, nurses, and other healthcare professionals inculcate the habit of this voluntary adverse drug reaction reporting. So how do we motivate them? You know, how can they be inspired to report a case? And how do they know what are the means, what are the tools, whom to report? Okay, so one is motivation, and then that can be achieved by giving them training, providing them the knowledge. And then it has to be checked whether this is being absorbed, whether this is being imbibed and inculcated as a habit for regular practice. That is when the pharmacovigilance programs around the world can be successful. Zig Ziglar, again a famous author, and coach, said that people often say that motivation doesn't last. Well, neither does bathing, and that's why we recommend it daily. And same applies, right, for motivation, that we have to keep motivating our healthcare professionals to keep updating and reporting adverse drug reactions. Now, there are a few studies which have been captured in this. So in this particular slide, like this one study by Mala Kharkar et al., which was conducted in Mumbai, India, on the knowledge, attitude, and practice of doctors on ADR monitoring. And it was revealed that their perception towards ADR monitoring was right. Their knowledge was right. Their perception and this thing that yes, it has to be reported was right, but it actually did not reflect in their attitude when it came to the act of reporting of adverse drug reactions. Another study which was done by Mrinmoy Chakraborty also found that ensuring proper education and frequent updating of healthcare professionals by training them in data collection, filtration of this data, verification and validation, interpretation of data, coding of adverse drug reactions, medicines coding, how to do a proper causality assessment as per WHO, signal detection, risk management, and action in case of a serious and fatal adverse drug reaction had improved the reporting of adverse drug reactions. So just by having a campaign that we want to do pharmacovigilance and this is in the interest of public health is fine, but what are the steps that you're taking to ensure that it happens? How do you change the attitude of healthcare professionals, and how do you make them motivated to report the ADRs? Then another study by Chetna Desai found that physicians were aware of ADRs and their importance also. However, underreporting and lack of knowledge about the reporting system. So they knew ADR, they knew pharmacovigilance, but they did not know where to report, to whom to report, right? So that was clearly evident in the study. So that means there are still nuances which needs to be captured and right steps needs to be taken in this direction. Because attitude will depend upon the ignorance of HCPs, the fear of consequences, sometimes complacency. Why do I need to report? Whatever happening is fine. It has already been captured by pharma companies, right? Or somebody else would any which ways report. At times it is indifference. Or because of the lack of time, there may be responsibility avoidance. But then these would influence the pharmacovigilance practices. So we need to have things in place, trainings in place, checks and balances to see that not only are we training, but we are also checking the change in attitude to reflect in positive practices in pharmacovigilance. And then the study by Roy, Gerritsen and co-workers compared, the different approaches. So there was lecture-based pharmacovigilance trainings and there was practice-based methods. And it analyzed the total number of reports generated, the PVG reports generated, and the quality of the reports generated, especially by the graduate general practitioners who had been offered one of the both approaches during their vocational training. And then the results were that the practice-based, when you practically tell them how to do it, what are the forms, whom to report. So that resulted in significantly more and better documented reports and more often concerned unlabeled events as well than the lecture-based method. So theory is fine, but you have to monitor them practically, right, and provide practical training. And as I highlight in most of my presentations, that whatever is the hitch in the pharmacovigilance needs to be understood and clarified, because each and every drug has beneficial effects like this beautiful rose. And like each rose has its thorns, similarly, the beneficial effects will be accompanied by adverse effects or adverse drug reactions. And all of us who are working in the field of pharmacovigilance are actually doing the job of a thorn stripper. So when we prepare the bouquet, when we offer the better and wonderful drugs, newer drugs to the patient population, ensuring better health outcomes, we make sure that it is devoid of the thorns, which is adverse drug reactions, right? So we are still coming up with better drugs, but we are making sure that these drugs are not only effective, but also safer, right? So with that understanding, knowledge comes with learning, skills comes with experience, but attitude never comes. It has to be developed. You have to consciously develop and bring about the attitude in practice. So let us see some examples of CAP studies in India. Now this particular one was done in AIMS, in which primarily the nurses were involved, total 25 of them, and a pre and a post-test assessment on pharmacovigilance was done. And as you can see, out of the 12 questions given, the pre-test survey revealed the mean result of 5.4. But after the training was imparted, the test score improved, and it was almost double to 9.5. Then this study was particularly done in a tertiary care hospital in Gujarat. Again, it's a CAP survey on pharmacovigilance and adverse drug reaction among postgraduate students. And it was seen in that clinical department of tertiary care hospital in Gujarat. Total 22 questionnaires were prepared regarding knowledge, attitude, and practice towards ADRs and pharmacovigilance. And 101 responses were captured. And it was seen that an average of 34.83 correct responses and 64 incorrect responses about ADRs and pharmacovigilance were reported. And an average of 90% students who agreed to reporting ADR, that it is necessary, it should be mandatory, and that is how it will increase patient safety. But actually, 90% agreed that it should be done, but only 7.92% reported ADRs at the institute or ADR reporting center. Right? So the conclusion of this paper was that postgraduate students have a better attitude towards reporting ADR, but they still have lack of knowledge and poor practices. And majority of the students felt that this reporting is mandatory, should be made mandatory, and there should be better sensitization, training, and impartation of knowledge for better practices of pharmacovigilance and ADR. Then there was another one which was done again on CAP in pharmacovigilance in South India. And the objective of this particular study was not only to evaluate the knowledge, attitude, and practices of HCPs, but also to assess the causation of underreporting of adverse drug reaction, as it needs to be well assessed that why is there underreporting. And then secondary objective was to compare the finding of this study with the results of the already published studies from India on evaluation of CAP of pharmacovigilance among healthcare professionals. And the results were that total, 150 pre-tested questionnaires were distributed among HCPs and 101 people responded. 62.4% gave correct responses regarding definition of pharmacovigilance. So they knew what is pharmacovigilance. Even 75% were aware of existence of a national pharmacovigilance program of India by PDPI. 69.3 agreed that ADR reporting is a professional obligation. So thank God, a lot of people understand that it's a professional obligation. And then 64% have experienced ADRs, but again a big but, that people understand, but only 22.8 have ever reported ADR to a pharmacovigilance center. Only 53.5% healthcare workers have been trained. So again, we see a lack of training here as well to 50% of HCPs. They do not know. And 97% healthcare professionals agreed that reporting of ADR is necessary and that pharmacovigilance should be taught in detail to all HCPs. Right? So this was the finding of this study, and then there was another study which also concluded that continued education intervention, the way we do continued education program, the CMEs for doctors, similarly in the field of pharmacovigilance, there should be continued educational intervention which will inculcate the ADR reporting culture among the healthcare professionals. Like in this particular study, in which 235 doctors and nurses participated, after intervention, the ADR reporting simply doubled. It doubled to pre-intervention levels, right? So we can see that people understand that it is required, but they do not know how to do it. So by doing the right intervention, by providing their knowledge and assessing their attitude and practices, you may actually simply double up, the practices of reporting ADRs. And there's another one which also said that, post-test, again, the scores were double of the pre-test. This was done again in Gujarat. And this particular study I would like to highlight, which is by Dr. Ravinarayan Acharya himself on Ayurveda practices, where again he and his team realized that, the positive attitude is there, even in Ayurveda, and Ayush drugs. But then this is not reflected in terms of the actual practice, because 1/3 reported their experience with ADRs, but only few of them reported it. So difficulty in deciding or identifying the ADR and lack of time to report ADR is one of the major factors which discouraged the participants from reporting ADRs. And a large number of respondents were also not familiar with reporting misleading advertisements. Right? So hats off to you, Dr. Acharya, that, even in the field of Ayurveda and Ayush, that you're publishing such data. So we realized that the problem is actually not the problem. The problem is your attitude about the problem. So unless we change the attitude and take corrective measures, it's like about not feeling sorry about it, right? So it's not about taking proper steps towards resolving the problem. And as we see that we should not be limiting ourselves to only public hospitals, because it is only 1/3 of the population that they cater to. A lot of patients go to private doctors, clinic, corporate hospitals, etc. So we need to capture those doctors, those nurses, paramedical staff as well, and train them on pharmacovigilance as well. So the way forward for CAP in pharmacovigilance is definitely to impart knowledge, training of every HCP in government hospital, private and corporate, medical and nursing colleges. And we have to do a pre and post test, maybe even certification programs if required. And you have to keep conducting the surveys and check their knowledge, awareness, attitude, and the change in practices, say after 6 months or 1 year, and continue that practice. So that is what will yield results and bring about, the change that we have been dreaming about and making pharmacovigilance a major success in public health. So the steps to conduct is, to find a domain, like in case of pharmacovigilance for investigation, prepare a questionnaire, validate the questionnaire from experts, involve the desired subjects in the survey, perform the survey, analyze the results, and then report and document the data in the survey. And usually it takes 6 to 12 months to do this kind of CAP surveys, the knowledge, attitude, and practice surveys. Okay. And we have to train our HCPs on how to report a suspected adverse drug reaction, provide them the economic and epidemiological importance of reporting ADRs and its impact on patient safety. What is the definition of pharmacovigilance? Classification of ADRs in terms of causality, preventability, and severity. Provide them adverse drug reactions reporting card from various countries. Sometimes we have to follow the best practices. Also provide ADR alert cards and give an access to WHO online database for reporting adverse drug reactions. Right? So this is how we have to build up knowledge, help in changing the attitude or formation of an attitude towards better pharmacovigilance practices that could lead to the behavioral change. Right? So this is how it will change. And ultimately, it will result in better outcomes and safer drugs. And in this, it has to be everything which has to go hand in hand. The advocacy by the HCPs or the experts in the pharmacovigilance who are training others. Capacity development, both in terms of resources, both in terms of knowledge and tools, or maybe online data sets. And then there has to be a better policy and law enforcement to bring it to reality. And with this, I end my presentation that knowledge is important. Attitude is essential, but performance or practice is what counts. So thank you so much for your active listening.
Thank you, Dr. Maya. As usual, your style of presentation is quite impressive. And definitely from your talk, we take the message that knowledge, attitude, and practice surveys are relevant in the context of pharmacovigilance to impart knowledge, update the policy decisions, and modify treatment interventions from time to time. I hope our attendees will agree to that also. Let me ask if there are any questions. I think there are no questions in the chat box. Anyone can raise hand and pose their queries. Anyone wants to discuss anything? Or Chairperson sir, can you add anything?
Thank you, Dr. Maya, for a nice presentation on CAP. And as she has highlighted about the three aspects of CAP, that is knowledge, attitude, and practice. And particularly the way she presented in a previous presentation also, she is excellent a presenter and motivator, I can say, for which she is known for. So this knowledge, attitude, and practice of pharmacovigilance is a highly essential survey, and particularly the result must be apprised to the policyholders, so that the action can be taken at that end, that yes, whether we have to carry out much I-shape things like seminar awareness programs, or why the programs are not functional in many cases, not only in modern science, but in Ayurveda we are facing a lot in that aspect also. In Ayurveda we are facing particularly issue sector, that we have some continuous motivation is essential. As you have in a lighter mode, you told that yes, our teacher told that we should not practice if we have practice, but that is the thing happened, that continuous motivation we need in this aspect, and hope the participants of this seminar, particularly the young pharmacovigilance learners, they can take, because the many a CAP survey we need for this purpose, and for the research purpose, It does not need any funding. Very less funding is essential for this type of survey. And that we can do this survey on the table itself, sitting in a room or this thing. No much more funds is needed. So the young researchers took this type of survey study. I thank Dr. Maya because two aims are present in this session. And another the motivation also by Dr. Maya. I thank and that is from my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Acharya, for your kind words and the feedback. And you are absolutely right. It is not just about the academicians and experts in pharmacovigilance, but also policymakers, who have to prioritize this issue and make sure that people are motivated enough to bring it to practice. So thank you so much for that.
So with this, we come to the end of first session of today. Thank you, Dr. Maria. Thank you, Dr. Maya. And thank you, Ravi Narayan sir, for smoothly conducting this session. So let me hand over the next session to Dr. Subhrajyoti Bhomik, who will be moderating the session. Are you there, sir, Dr. Subhrajyoti? Chinmay, please check.
Ma'am, he will join in few minutes. So meanwhile, I will introduce him to the August gathering.
Okay.
So Dr. Subhrajyoti Bhomik is a medical graduate from Kolkata University with a gold medal in gynecology and obstetrics. He has completed MD in pharmacology from IPG-MER, Kolkata, and has over 12 years of experience in the field of clinical research, pharmacovigilance, and medication management in hospital. He has a certification in clinical research administration and project management from Stanford University, USA, and in patient safety from Johns Hopkins University, USA. He is an assessor for National Accreditation Board for Hospital and Healthcare Providers, NABH, India, assessing hospitals for medication safety and clinical quality standards. He is a qualified NABH assessor for Ethics Committee Accreditation Program in India. He serves as a chairperson, Institutional Ethics Committee of Health Point Hospital, Kolkata, and is associated with two other hospitals ethics committee as a member. He has completed fellowship in healthcare quality from International Society of Quality in Healthcare from Ireland. He is the first Indian doctor to be awarded the prestigious Lucian Lee Patient Safety Fellowship by ISQUA for 2019. He has been conferred the honorary lecturer position at the Institute of Clinical Science, University of Birmingham, UK, for his contribution to clinical research and healthcare quality. So he has a number of publications to his credit and also authored a chapter on regulations governing clinical trial in the book Fundamentals of Clinical Trial and Research. So many awards he has received. So he is the editorial board member of prestigious journal Drug Safety and peer reviewer for international journal like British Journal of Clinical Pharmacology and CNS Drug. He is a former visiting faculty of examiner for the Clinical Research and Pharmacovigilance Certificate course at Jadavpur University, India. So with these words, I would like to invite him to take over the session. So he will be joining soon because he is right now in USA, so it is morning time. So I have already talked to him and he will join soon. So thank you. Yeah, Dr. Ahmad Hegazi also joined. He is our chairperson for today. Thank you, sir.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah. Anyway, without
Hello,
wasting.
good morning, Dr. Ahmad. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good morning, Zafar. How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, without wasting the time, I would like to introduce our chairperson for today's session, Dr. Ahmad Hegazi. He is a physician by education and holds a master's degree in pharmaceutical medicine, first class honor in mini MBA then Medical Quality Management Diploma and Hospital Management Diploma. He holds certificates on program and courses from the George Washington University, USA, Columbia University, USA, Royal College of Physicians, UK, Hibernia College, Ireland, and Uppsala Monitoring Center, WHO. Dr. Ahmad holds ISO 9001-2015 Quality Lead Auditor Certification and Lean and Six Sigma Green Belt holder. He is a member of Emirate Medical Association and Emirate Health Economic Society and also the ISOP Society. He was invited as a speaker for hundreds of local, regional, international events and on TV as well as various online programs. He owns more than 26 years of wealthy experience in pharmaceutical industry in different regions and functions. Currently, he is an executive consultant for medical affairs and pharmacovigilance for global, regional, and local companies, senior auditor and consultant for multinational companies, and speaker, lecturer, and trainer for colleges, companies, and health authorities. With these kind words, I would like to invite him and say something on this platform. Welcome, sir.
Welcome. Thank you so much, Dr. Shemaya. And really, it's my pleasure to be part of this group and this event. It's really very comprehensive. I heard the many lectures since yesterday, and I believe that we are moving towards really a great, let me say, achievements and program that really will enrich our knowledge and enhance our practice for the patient safety and the public. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll check whether he has joined or not. Subrajyoti Bhaumik, sir. Are you there, sir? Okay, no issues. Now I will introduce our first speaker for this session, Dr. Sama Altava. She holds a BS in Medical Laboratory Technology from the American University of Beirut and PharmD in Clinical Pharmacy from the Lebanese American University. She is currently the co-founder and CEO of the Medical Agency for Research and Statistics, MARS. Then after graduation, Dr. Altava had held a position as a chief pharmacist at the World Health Organization Beirut office. Then she has been involved in clinical research, more specifically in training and workshop carried out at the national and regional level. So she is the author of many scientific papers published in peer-reviewed journals, as well as booklet titled The Clinical Research Process from Initiation to Publication. She is an editorial member of 2 peer-reviewed scientific journals and assistant professor at University Institute of Nursing. She is lately appointed as the Global Pharmacovigilance Society Ambassador of Lebanon, where she also acts as an acting board member of the society. With these words, I would like to invite her to this event, and the platform is yours, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Hello, Dr. Shemaya. Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you can hear my voice clearly.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we mute the other attendees because there is sound in the background?
Yes. Yeah, there's some background.
Yes. Thank you so much. It's excellent. Can you hear me now?
Ma'am, can you put it on slide mode?
Yes, sure. But I'm waiting to on the slide mode. Okay. Good morning, Dr. Shemaya. Good morning, Dr. Ahmad, and good morning, everybody. I just want to thank you so much for this wonderful event. I have been attending yesterday a few sessions, and due to work commitment, I couldn't attend all the sessions. And comparing this conference that we did to the last conference, really, there's a huge advancement and improvement in everything, in the logistics, in the topics. And I want to thank everybody who is presenting in during these 2 days. Really, the topics are wonderful and important and current. Okay, today I'm my presentation is not so long. I'm going to talk about the adverse drug reaction reporting in pediatric patients. And we all know the importance of this vulnerable group and the importance of shedding light on this group, because in many clinical trials, I will talk about the reasons now, there is no light shed on this group, okay? 1 minute, please. Okay, I will be talking about some basic terms which are we all know, but maybe some attendees from outside this field, they like to know about them. I will talk about the ADR importance in this age group, as well as the ADRs, which are adverse drug reactions in pediatric population in general, in specific. I will talk about some epidemiologic statistics about the ADRs in pediatric population, as well as I will talk about the main point in our session today, which is pediatric ADR reporting and the situation of about this reporting. Okay, and finally we will sum up with conclusions and some recommendations. To begin with some basic terms regarding ADR or adverse drug reaction, we all know definitely, according to the WHO, since the last 30 years. They have been defining ADRs as a response to a drug that is nauseous and unintended. Definitely it's unintended and occurs at doses normally used in man for the prophylaxis, for the diagnosis or therapy of a disease, or for modification of a physiological function. Therefore, this definition has been used over the past 30 years since the beginning of the 1970s by the WHO. On the other hand, another definition by the European Pharmacovigilance legislation, the directive of the European Parliament 2010, has added something to this WHO definition. And what they have added is very important. And the words in this definition are key terms. They added that it is a response to a medicinal product which is nauseous and unintended, which includes drug misuse, drug abuse, medication and errors, and off-label use. And I'm mentioning this definition because off-label use is so common in children due to many reasons I will talk about. And the main reason for ADRs generally in children is the off-label use of some drugs, especially antipsychotics in this age group. Okay, pediatrics. What are pediatrics? Let us first define the group pediatrics. Pediatrics, the term pediatric refers to both children and adolescents. Okay, we all people who are outside the medical field, they think that pediatric are only children or very small babies. No, pediatrics are have these two groups, children and adolescents. Children are defined as patients aged 6 to 12 years, and adolescents are those aged 13 to 17. And definitely pediatrics include the population from 0 years to 6 years old. Okay, so we can say that pediatric includes the population from 0 years to 17 years old. In some countries, it is extended to 18 years. In some European Union countries, it's extended to 18 years old. Okay. Now, why is ADR important? ADRs are a significant health problem both for individuals and for society, because we all know that they are considered an important cause of morbidity and mortality. Many people get sick and die due to ADRs. They have a significant healthcare cost. When you have an ADR, you go to the hospital. Economically, it is costly. Okay, and they have a negative impact on the quality of life of those who suffer from them. Maybe they will have after effects, etc., and also during their attack of the ADR. So, and finally, they are recognized as the 5th leading cause of in-hospital deaths, and this is very important and very serious. ADRs in pediatric population, regarding the pediatric population, ADRs, the data on this is very limited. And really, when I was preparing this presentation, I couldn't find so much articles. Definitely, we have articles, but not as much as should be. Data on ADRs in children are limited. Why? Because for many reasons. First of all, information from clinical trials have about the safety or the efficacy of medicines for pediatric use is often limited or absent. Okay, this is a very important point. Another point is that the lack of knowledge, there is a huge lack of knowledge on ADRs in pediatric pharmacotherapy. And why is that? Because partly it is caused by the off-label or unlicensed drug use in pediatrics. This is unavoidable because there is often no on-label alternative for some drugs, and many drugs, they are used off-label, okay? So there is still, because they are off-label, there is still lack of knowledge on the ADRs of these drugs, okay? And pre-marketing clinical trials, as we know, are predominantly performed in adults. Vulnerable groups like children are rarely included unless the clinical trial is on children, okay? And data regarding the safety of drugs that are obtained in adults cannot be extrapolated definitely on pediatrics. Why? Because there is a difference in the pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics between the two populations. And in general, these clinical trials are predominantly on adults, and thus the data cannot be really extrapolated on children. And in Europe, in order to extrapolate 100% data, which is 100% accurate on kids or on pediatrics, we need clinical trials, especially on pediatrics. In Europe, you can imagine only 11% of the clinical trials are carried out on pediatrics, okay? Another reason, or fourth reason, why the ADR data is scarce in pediatric population is that if children are included in the pre-marketing studies, clinical trials, the studies generally involve small groups of people, of patients, of pediatrics, making it so difficult to interpret the true extent of the ADRs. Really, these are problems. Reason number 5 why ADRs are scarce or lacking or limited in pediatric population is that many drugs prescribed to children on a regular basis are drugs that have been on the market for a very, very long period of time, where there is less emphasis on the post-marketing surveys of these drugs. And I should emphasize for the pharmaceutical companies to, even though the drug is old enough, to carry out again and to revive post-marketing surveys on these drugs. As long as human beings are using these drugs, post-marketing surveillance should not stop, okay? All of these lead to many medication errors in this age group, such as dosing and administration errors, and thus they lead to sometimes lethal ADRs, okay? ADR epidemiology in pediatric population, some numbers and some statistics. After clinical literature review, overall incidences of ADRs were found to be around 10% in hospitalized children, 2% in hospital admissions, and 1 to 1.5% in outpatient children. Okay. Likewise, 12.3% of ADRs in hospitalized children and 39.3% of those in child hospital admissions were severe. This is important. I didn't go through the classification of ADRs because it's basic knowledge to all of us, but I'm just telling you that it is severe. This percentage was severe. Regarding the characteristics of ADRs, this is important. Skin and gastrointestinal system were the most affected organs. And regarding the medication, anti-infectives in pediatrics, anti-infectives, anti-epileptics, and non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs were the most frequently involved drugs. Regarding gender, females were the most involved. Polymedication, comorbidity, other of the presence of other diseases, and definitely off-label use of drugs were identified as the main risk factors associated with ADRs in this pediatric population. Okay. Regarding the reporting, where there is the problem in the pediatric ADR reporting, this is the problem. The real problem is here. ADR data from pharmacovigilance systems in hospitals are scarce, and I'm talking about it worldwide. I just want to mention that since I was assigned as the Lebanon ambassador of Pharmacovigilance Society, our Global Pharmacovigilance Society, I have been, for the late period, I have been visiting some policymakers in Lebanon. I visited the Ministry of Health, the Office of Pharmacovigilance. I have visited the WHO office in Lebanon, Department of Pharmacovigilance, and unfortunately, pharmacovigilance systems or reporting regarding pediatrics is almost in Lebanon minimal, if not present at all. Okay, and this is really a problem because if you look at the hospital archives, most of the ADRs are recorded in the hospitals but not recorded for the pharmacovigilance national systems, and this is a very big problem. And even absent, as I said, in Lebanon, it's even absent for the pediatric, almost absent for the pediatric population, despite the fact that the reporting of ADRs in these institutions provide valuable information on the use of their medicines. Okay, so I will talk about two very important studies, a study which was carried out in Spain and a study which was carried out in Netherlands. And I chose those two studies to talk about because they were in Europe and they were carried out lately in 2021 and 20. And the results of these studies are quite important for the conclusion. This study, which I called the Spain study, I will mention its name at the end of these slides. It was carried out in 2021, which is the latest study carried out on pediatric ADR reporting. It was a retrospective analysis of ADRs and pediatric patients spontaneously reported. We know there is spontaneous reporting, one type of spontaneous reporting. It was spontaneously reported by healthcare professionals to a pharmacovigilance program where in a tertiary hospital in Barcelona, Spain, between 2010 and 2020. So they took a period between 2010 and 2020, and they retrospectively analyzed all the ADRs which were spontaneously reported by these healthcare professionals in this hospital to the pharmacovigilance program system in Barcelona, Spain. The study, what did it do? It compared, or the aim of the study was to compare characteristics of ADRs between pediatric age subgroups. This is very important. And from 1787 spontaneously reported ADRs in an 11-year period, it was an 11-year period, we got the following results. So they were 1,787 spontaneously reported ADRs. 103, which is 5.85%, were pediatric ADRs. Okay. The median age of patients with ADRs, with these ADRs, was 8.4 years, the average age, and it ranged from 1 day to 17 years. The range was from 1 day to 17 years. Regarding gender, 57.3% were males, and the most frequent ADRs reported were nervous system disorders, 13.6%, and this is still a very low percentage. And the most frequently involved drugs were antineoplastics and immunomodulators for 32.4%. Okay. Now, 59.2% of the ADRs were serious, and this is a high percentage, definitely, and 55.3% were classified as being type B reactions. Medication errors were involved in 7.8% of the ADRs. And again, we go back to the reasons for medications errors, which is the lack of clinical trials, the lack of on children, the lack of post-marketing surveys for all drugs, as well as the off-label use and non-licensed medications. 11.9% of the suspected drugs were used off-label. Okay. And spontaneous reports of ADRs in newborns, infants, and toddlers were more. Therefore, the age groups which had more spontaneous reporting of ADRs were the newborns, infants, and toddlers. And these, I think, the toddlers are under 5 years old. Under 2 years old, the toddlers. Serious and less often described in the product data sheet than in children and, serious adverse drug reactions were, here I should write, were less often described in the product data sheet than in children and adolescents, in the group children and adolescents. And medication errors were more frequent in patients under 2 years of age. Again, we say due to the lack of clinical trials in this age group. Okay. This is regarding the Spain study, and you can have its name here. It was published in 2021. Another study, which was really an interesting study in Netherlands, it was carried out in 2016. It was a retrospective. This was the latest after the 2021 study. It was a retrospective analysis of the ADRs occurring in the pediatric medium care wards of Amalia Children's Hospital at the Radboud University Medical Center during a randomly chosen period of 1 month. So in 2016, in this hospital, they chose a random month, which is 1 month, and it was June 2016. The primary aim of this study was to identify whether ADRs in pediatric patients were adequately documented. This is very important. They want to know the adequacy of the documentation by the medical team and if it was reported to the National Pharmacovigilance Center in the Netherlands. And this study, as if it's showing us the attitude towards ADR reporting. It is as if an assessment of the healthcare system or the healthcare professionals, okay? The secondary aim was to assess the causality, the causes, and the severity of the found ADRs. After they found these ADRs, they wanted to know their causes and how severe they are, the classes of the drugs that cause the reactions, and the possible differences in ADR documenting between the pediatric subspecialties. And this is also very important. So this is why I chose this study, because it is somehow assessment of the attitude of the healthcare professionals regarding the reporting. Patients from 0 to 18 years old who were using 1 or more drugs were included in the study, so pediatric population. And as I said, in Europe, some European Union countries use the number 18 years as the cutoff point for pediatrics, and
other. This Israeli speaker is speaking now. Sama al Tabah.
Okay.
Only 53 participants.
Sorry, please mute.
Dr. Shinmaya, excuse me, someone is talking?
No, ma'am, you can go ahead.
Okay. Patients admitted to the high care and the intensive care units are not included because why? They didn't include these because of the distinct characteristics of those populations, since they are in high care and intensive care concerning the level of their illness and the types of drugs used. Therefore, they included only this group from 0 to 18 years in the normal wards and using 1 or more drugs. Okay. The medical records of 301 patients were analyzed. So during the June 2016, they took 301 patients, medical records, and the results showed 81 patients were suffering from 1 or more ADR. So some of them had more than 1 ADR. In total, the whole number, the all over number of ADRs was 132 suspected ADRs, divided among 19 different pediatric subspecialties. Okay? None of the ADRs were reported to the National Pharmacovigilance Center. Imagine you have 132 suspected ADRs and none of them was reported to the National Pharmacovigilance Center. Most ADRs scored possible in the causality assessment were mild or moderate, and a small number was serious. Okay? The ADRs occurred in 25 different organ systems. And before I continue, I just want to mention regarding this point that none of the ADRs were reported. In the paper, the authors mentioned that assessing the capabilities or the education of the healthcare professionals in this hospital, the Amalia Hospital, they mentioned that this healthcare staff, these people were educated and trained on pharmacovigilance, on reporting to the National Pharmacovigilance Center. And although, in spite of that, 132 suspected ADRs still were not reported to the National Pharmacovigilance Center. The ADRs, as I repeat, occurred in 25 different organ systems, and in total, 25 different drug classes were involved. And it is a big number, 25 different drug classes. Okay. What were the conclusions of the study? The results of the present study showed that a large number of ADRs are not registered in the medical records, sometimes also, and are not reported to the National Pharmacovigilance System. And this is the most important problem. Furthermore, it is shown that the number of ADRs occurring at this center is much higher than the number reported in the National Pharmacovigilance Center. And only an average of 513 ADRs in pediatric patients are reported per year nationwide in Netherlands, suggesting that there is extensive underreporting. And I emphasize on this extensive underreporting. Really, we have a huge number of errors occurring and underreporting occurring along with these errors. Okay, so this is about the study of Netherlands. The paper is a long one. I just only summarized it. If you can read it. It's a very interesting paper. And I want to mention something. The paper was published in 2020, and it was a retrospective study about data in 2016. Okay, so it was carried out in 2020. Okay, this is the date of the publication. Several studies also regarding the unlicensed of off-label prescriptions. Several studies have shown that the risk of ADRs is higher for unlicensed or off-label prescriptions. For example, this is a very important study. Kuzolin et al. Reviewed 9 studies in his systematic review to investigate the safety of off-label or unlicensed drugs in pediatrics. Okay, among these 9 studies, the percentage of unlicensed and off-label prescriptions involved in the ADR ranged between 23 to 60%. Imagine 60%, the upper limit of drugs, between 23 to 60% of these drugs involved in the ADR were off-label or unlicensed, and this is very dangerous, especially when used for a very vulnerable group like the pediatrics. Okay, so this is regarding the seriousness and the importance of unlicensed or off-label drugs, or the danger of these drugs. And finally, I can conclude my short presentation with some recommendations which we all know, and I think it is our duty, and I raise the voice to Dr. Chinmaya to begin our activities, which are educational activities in our society. We have made many committees, and one of the committees which I suggested was the educational committee. We have to make some education even to lay people, to doctors, to mothers, to fathers. Let me begin my recommendations. First, the conclusion was that there is a limited knowledge in ADR in pediatrics, and this is very, very sad due to the reasons that I have mentioned in the beginning of my presentation. ADR reporting is insufficient to improve patient safety, although this is adding to the problem of the limited knowledge. Okay, so although there is a limited knowledge, which sometimes we can do nothing about, because as we said, clinical trials are limited, etc., and drugs are unlicensed, but although of that, we should work more on reporting the ADRs. And the third, the lack of dedicated studies. Even the studies I told you when I was preparing this presentation, I find it difficult to have a good study, or to find a good study or a late study for this topic. Lack of studies and voluntary nature of pharmacovigilance systems. Most of the systems in the country are voluntary and not mandatory, not enforced. To gain insight into the characteristics of ADRs contribute also to this problem. And by recommendations and the logical recommendations, there is a clear need to improve the recognition. This is very important, to recognize them, to register them, the registration and reporting of ADRs in pediatric patients, so as to increase the knowledge on the safety of drugs in this vulnerable group of patients. And this can come with education, awareness, campaigns, conferences like these. And these conferences should not be addressed only among us, we professionals in this topic. We must someday, I say that we should make a conference for lay people, for mothers, for fathers, for the society, for students who are still medical students, targeted. The target population should be for these people, and definitely the level of information, we should introduce basic information regarding this topic. Another recommendation is more detailed reporting, including case outcomes is needed, case studies, okay, and trained surveillance personnel located in major health centers. Believe me, very big health centers in Lebanon don't even have the training or the pharmacovigilance. I met few medical students who are now residents They only know the definition of pharmacovigilance in Lebanon. And solely dedicated to ADR reporting may provide a more accurate determination of ADRs. And I should add something which I didn't write here. We should really encourage more clinical trials on pediatrics, and we should encourage the pharmaceutical companies to revive also the post-marketing surveillance studies on even old drugs. Some drugs have been in the market for 30 or 40 years, and they are not surveyed anymore. They are not. They don't have any post-marketing surveillance. I want to thank everyone for this very short presentation. I tried to make it longer, but really, I talked about everything that should be talked about, and I don't want to get you bored. I hope it was listening. And thank you so much, Dr. Sinaya. Dr. Ahmed منور الشاشة النهاردة. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
What I told him is in Arabic is that you are shining today, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you so much. You are always shining, and
Thank
your
you.
presentation was wonderful, and not needed even to be more than this. It's very comprehensive. You did a great analysis of data, and you presented and summarized it in a very efficient way. I totally agree with your recommendations in having more studies, in having more training and more education and more awareness regarding the definition and the basic knowledge of pharmacovigilance. We have an issue of this lack of knowledge, and it's really important to work all together, not just with healthcare professionals, but also with all the community members. And this is for the sake of our health and for our kids. So I don't know what is the definition of a kid, which age group, but it's very important to highlight that in the definition of pediatric, we are talking not just for young children, 6 or 7 or 8, it's up to 17 or 18 years old, which is quite very, very important. And it's a big portion of the population in many countries. In some countries, it reaches up to 45% of the population.
Yes, definitely. Dr. Ahmed, we should talk with Dr. Chinmaya and Dr. Maya about really educational programs through our society. Okay, we should revive this community. And thank you so much for giving the. I'm sorry I couldn't use the camera because in Lebanon we are working on the generator now, so the quality of the connection is bad. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We have a comment from Feroz. She's telling us that she is really, can I read her comment? It's interesting. This is really needed. She says, thank you, Dr. Sama. This is really needed, as I even have to witness the same in one of the hospitals in India and in the community. This is really right. And I have witnessed that too in Lebanon. Yes.
Yes, totally. Yeah.
So
thank you, Dr. Chinmaya. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So with this, I would like to invite Dr. Subrajyoti Bhaumik sir. He has joined. So now he will moderate the session further.
Thank you, Dr. Chinmaya, and thank you, Dr. Sama. That was very, very, very enlightening talk. And this is my great.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
I think what you said is absolutely correct. In India, the situation is equally grim. We are not reporting. There's only few studies in India which has reported pediatric ADRs. So thank you, and we should collaborate more to strengthen this process in developing countries. So without much ado, let me introduce my next speaker, who is Dr. Elena Char. She is an MD pediatrician radiologist with a master's degree in public health. She is ACRP CP certified in clinical research professional with over 12 years of experience in clinical research, in which 6+ years has been in clinical trial management and in different phases from phase 1 to phase 3 in pharma, cosmetics, and medical device industry. She has demonstrated experience in implementation, monitoring, and managing international clinical trials sponsored by different top-ranked pharmaceutical companies, and is credited with leading clinical trial operations within the Armenian branch of the global CRO. Her therapeutic experience is vast and is not limited to one specialty. She has worked in multiple specialties. In addition, She has around 2 years of experience in pharmacovigilance signal detection. So it's my great privilege, Dr. Elena, to hand over the mic to you, and we are listening. We are eagerly waiting to listening to your talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for a nice presentation. Thank you for invitation. I am very happy to participate in this event. I will share my screen, just a minute. You see my screen, yes?
Yes.
So, yeah, just thank you for introducing me. Just I would like to add a small update in my bio. I recently started a new chapter in my career, actually, and I'm proud of it. Now I am involved in phase 4 clinical studies. It is a registry type of studies. Phase 4 post-market observational prospective cohort studies. Before my experience was only limited to from phase 1 to phase 3. So during these following 20 minutes, hopefully it will be short, I will try to cover a topic of the role of pharmacovigilance play in clinical trials, the practice and challenges. Please note that this presentation I prepared from a clinical trial manager, clinical operations perspective, not a pharmacovigilance. I know that most of you are pharmacovigilance specialists. I am not. However, I was involved for short periods of time. Yes, as you mentioned in pharmacovigilance, it was a signal detection and not related to clinical trial actually. So I apologize in advance if the content of my presentation would not meet your expectation, but I will do my best. Just a minute. Oh. So, disclaimer first. Please note that views and opinions expressed in this presentation and on the following slides are solely of mine and not necessarily reflect the views or positions of any entities I ever represent. The agenda of today's my presentation will be pharmacovigilance and clinical trials, their relationships, patient safety, stakeholders, reporting obligations and regulation practice and challenges. I would like to start from ethical imperative, the most important one. Everybody should bear in mind. This sentence is provided from International Conference on Harmonization, ICH, that trial subjects' rights, safety, and well-being are the most important considerations and should prevail over interests of science and society. So this is the must for everybody. Pharmacovigilance role, I just provide very short statement. It is just summarizing. Yeah? Generally, it is an identification, assessment, and management of potential and real safety issues for the product. When we say product, we mean all medicinal, whether it will be medicinal product or device or any other product under investigation. So, pharmacovigilance in clinical trials. How PV pharmacovigilance relates to clinical trials and vice versa. This relationship is very interesting and beneficial. Every part contributes to another. So on the one hand, PV plays an essential role in clinical trial design and execution. And on the other hand, clinical trial safety is an important component of pharmacovigilance. Safety issues identified during clinical trials can have an impact on the trial itself, but also can have an impact on the product development life cycle, which is mostly pharmacovigilance perspective, yes? So safety issues identified during clinical trials may impact trial protocol, which can in its turn can impact the trial conduct, compromise the timing, for example. It can change the inclusion-exclusion criteria, assessment, etc. Also, the impact can be on risk-benefit profile of the product, dosing, indication, and product development. So ultimately, who is responsible for the patient safety? It is everybody. Everybody is responsible, starting from pharmaceutical industry who manufacture the product, who is the product holder, the regulatory authorities, applicable regulatory authorities, all medical doctors, practitioners, nurses, pharmacists, all those who deal with patients, and also the patients, consumers, and when we say in clinical trials, they called subjects, yes? So, and also subjects themselves. Why we say subjects also is responsible? For example, if we say it is punishable in case of non-compliance for pharmaceutical industry, for medical doctors, investigators, etc., when they are non-compliant for certain rules and regulations. But in case of subjects and patients, consumers, they do not, we all know that they do not have any legal obligation to abide, yes? However, they can harm not only themselves, but also those who are around, if not properly compliant with product, with medication. For example, when it is often happened, I don't know how in your country, in our country, it is very often happened when they have self-treated, drug misuse, off-label use, and take drugs that, for example, one example, take drugs that could make it dangerous to drive, but still they drive, and it can cause an accident with all possible consequences. Stakeholders, it is the same stakeholders as I described in previous slides. It is a sponsor, investigator, regulatory agency, and ethics agency, IRB, and independent ethics committees, and subject itself. In this chart, I try to depict the relationship. Don't want to go into details, yes, to provide the relationship. Just in arrows, I depict, for example, in dashing arrows, it is the relationship with can be and can be not. For example, subjects cannot be directly involved with sponsor and IRB, but can, because subjects are provided with the information of the PD specialist on the information sheet, informed consent, and also the contact information from ethics committee, and subjects are free to contact with any concerns with them. But most of the time, subjects are related, the first contact of subjects is investigator or site staff. So who regulates? Which authorities? I just provided just examples here. It is an international and also, most importantly, domestic regulatory agency. Most countries and regions have strict rules and regulations on safety surveillance during clinical trials that address the responsibility of sponsors, investigators, ethics committees. But for example, if some country does not have strict regulations, they rely on international agencies, regulations, and guidance. Reporting obligations. So who, what, how, where, when, and why to report? It is very crucial questions. Should be addressed in advance when planning the trial. For example, it is very different. If it is subject, he has his own responsibility how to report. Investigators and sponsors, they are very different obligations. What to report? It is all adverse events or serious adverse events or adverse drug reactions or special situations, etc. How to report? It is verbal. For example, subjects reporting verbally. Yes, a subject does not need to have some written report, but investigator and sponsor should report written on special forms. Where to report? It is whether ethics committee, sponsor, regulatory agency, it depends who is reporting. When report, it can be expedited reporting or routine reporting. Why? Because it is for subject safety and ultimate public health. So I will try to be short on these questions because it is very, very crucial questions. What? Adverse event, it should it is not the list is not comprehensive, yes, exhaustive. So it is adverse event description, date of onset, outcome, result, recovered result, ongoing or no. Assessment on causality provided by investigator, then on medical monitor from there who can be assigned by sponsor or CRO, on seriousness, on expectedness, on severity. Also about diagnosis versus signs and symptoms. So, some sponsors require to report all signs and symptoms without diagnosis. Some require to report diagnosis, only diagnosis, or all altogether. It depends on sponsor, it depends on regulations, because we know that diagnosis and signs and symptoms all fall under adverse event definitions. Special situations does not fall under adverse event definitions. However, they are also reportable. It is a pregnancy, product misuse, etc. Adverse events versus efficacy endpoints. Efficacy endpoints should not be reported as an adverse event. It should be also well-trained. The staff should be well-trained about that, because it very often happens when they report efficacy endpoints of the trial as an adverse event. These four minimum identifiable elements is not so applicable for clinical trial, but mostly applicable for pharmacovigilance spontaneous reporting. Yes. Why? Because in clinical trials, we always have these identifiable elements. Patient, we know the patient, we know the product study, we know the event and the reporter. Reporter can be CRA, can be subject when, for example, subject directly report to the ethics committee, for example. So who is reporting? Subject can report the event. Subject, I put in slash because subject, when we say it's clinical trial perspective, it is subject. If it is spontaneous reporting, beyond the clinical trials, it is a patient. Investigator or caregivers also report. Sponsor can report further to the regulatory, and IRB, IC, and regulatory also have their own responsibility. They also can report the events following their procedures. Where to report and how to report. For example, subjects to report to investigator via phone calls, diaries, emails. Investigator can report to sponsor and ethics committee via special form completion, or it can be a CRF, paper CRF, or electronic data capture, SAE and pregnancy form, SAE and pregnancy forms. It can be reports. Sponsor also can report to regulatory authorities via safety database system directly, or via special forms, SUSAR, reports, etc. When to report? Timing is very, very crucial element. It can be routine reporting and expedited reporting. Routine, for example, by subject during the site visit, or by CRA via routine monitoring visits, by investigator via regular study reports, for example, or by sponsor via study reports, annual study reports, or quarterly study reports. Expedited reporting, we should know in advance, we should train all applicable parties which clock start date is for who. It can be different for investigator and for sponsor. It usually the clock start date starts from the moment of the awareness of the event. Reporting time frame to IRB for investigator and sponsor, and reporting time frame to regulatory, it can be different depending on the adverse event classification assessment. Why to report? Because it is an ultimate goal of public health to protect subjects, not all subjects, all our health. So it is public health, it is a business of everyone. Reporting obligation, this slide is mostly for example, for pre-market during clinical trials. It is mostly for expedited reporting. For example, pre-market during clinical trials, it is to SARS or annual safety reports or development safety update reports, DSUR, post-market periodic safety update reports, for example. Assessment. Actually, I put this slide I take this from an ISO on medical device. ISO on medical device, which is the same, approximately the same, the meaning, I mean, the same as the GCP, as the ICH GCP. I like this the table, you know, there are many different charts and which depict how to classify adverse event on causality, on relatedness. Causality relatedness is the same, on the seriousness, on the expeditedness. For me, this is understandable table. It shows, for example, all adverse events can be classified as non-related to the product and related to the product. So it's assessment on causality. If related, non-serious and serious. So if related, we say adverse reaction. It can be serious and now adverse reaction. In case of the device, it is adverse device effect. A small different name. If it is related and serious adverse event, we call it serious adverse event, related serious adverse reaction, or in case of device, serious adverse device effect. And if it is expected or anticipated, which means it is listed. It is listed in some reference material. For example, in clinical trials, we have investigator brochure. So if the event is listed in this investigator brochure, it is anticipated or expected. If not, so it falls under SUSAR. SUSAR USADE, I highlighted in because most of the time, this requires to be expeditiously reported. Planning phase is most crucial phase because when conduct clinical trial, we should know in advance. We should plan in advance, well prepared. For example, do we need a data monitoring committee or no? Do we need a medical monitor? Who will be medical monitor? It will be from the sponsor, from the pharmacovigilance specialist, or it will be the different positions, for example. We need to provide all information on the clinical trial protocol and other study documentation, such as information, informed consent form, safety monitoring plan, etc. Reporting flow chart, you know, it is very difficult to depict all situations in one chart. It is very on high level. I put just generally. So we have source document. It is recorded on IHH report form. After assessment, whether it falls under serious adverse event, it should be reported further, and if needed, provide additional information and follow up. These are examples. It is not the studies I was involved in. These just examples I took from internet. On the left side, you can see an example of flow chart from a clinical trial conducted in Europe, and on the right hand in India. It is an example. Why I show here, because it is very crucial to have these flow charts in the study documentation, and also to train everybody who involves clinical study team, investigators, PV specialists, because it should be clear, understandable, who reports, when, where, and how reports. So this flow chart is very crucial in order to escape any complications. when we talked, yes, that clinical trials and pharmacovigilance have mutual beneficial relationships. However, clinical trials have its limitations in terms of understanding safety. But for pre-market products, we do not have any other choice. I mean pharmacovigilance, from pharmacovigilance perspective. So we collect data, pharmacovigilance specialists collect data from the clinical trials. So we need to, and these limitations bring to lower generalizability, this compromise the generalizability of the study results. Which are those limitations? These are limited size, narrow study population, statistical aspects of study designs, mostly focusing on efficacy rather than safety. Clinical trials are controlled, experimental environment, does not reflect the real world, short duration, so latent effects may not be observable, and phase 4 studies tries to mimic clinical practice. Which are the challenges? So clear understanding on regulation in advance, who, what, where, and when, and how to be reported. Comprehensive trial documentation, study protocol, safety documentation, forms and tools. Efficient training to clinical staff and clinic safety team, investigator and site staff. Compliance monitoring, issue handling and escalation. And also mitigation strategies should be applied. Consistency in safety data collection and handling practices, subject-directed materials and appropriate training. We all need this bear in mind and comprehensively prepared in advance when planning the study. One of the most important issues that is rarely addressed is the manner in which safety experience are actually elicited during discussions with patients by the investigators. It is a very often happens when patient does not study subject does not know that they need to report, for example, every situation. They think that most of the time that they only need to report the events which can be related to the product from their perspective. Transparency and stigma is also challenges. For example, there are in developing countries, there is a stigma in participating in clinical trials. Also, not only in developing countries, the stigma can be also applied when in sensitive trials or the sensitive matters. Resource poor and developing countries participation also matter. Investigator availability and willingness to be compliant also among challenges. I provide here just examples of adverse event forms just to see how it is complicated sometimes. That's why, for example, practitioners, investigators does not want to report any events because they said, oh, it is complicated, and there you come back with follow-up, and they prefer not to report. So during the trainings, we need to train them in order them to understand the importance of reporting everything. It is better to over-report than under-report. It is the abbreviations from the slide. Thank you. I don't know if I cover the topic. If you have any questions, feel free.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I think it was a very true story which you have really showcased, Dr. Elena, because clinical trials and pharmacovigilance, they go hand in hand. But let me tell you that it is only a snapshot of what will happen in the real world. So we need actually a lot of more extensive post-marketing surveillance studies, which many of the pharma companies, with due respect, let me tell you, are not very interested until regulations force it to do. But we need to actually continue this, and investigator-initiated pharmacovigilance studies are also the need of the hour. That is also extremely important. Now, if there are any questions for these two sessions,
I would like also emphasize.
Yes.
I would like also emphasize there is not only need for pharmacovigilance post-market studies, but during the clinical trial conduct from phase 1 to phase 3, it is important to have a good relationship between clinical trial team and pharmacovigilance specialists.
Absolutely.
And in advance,
Absolutely.
yeah, because we are lacking of, in clinical trials, pre-market, we are lacking of having real adverse event reporting.
Yeah, I think this segmentation in the pharma industry is important because we know that every vertical is important, but the segmentation should not result in silos working, because that is what happens. Because if people don't talk to each other, and only in case of signals or serious adverse events, we only talk. The pharmacovigilance cell will talk to the clinical operations cells or vice versa. That really should be changed in the long run. But definitely, as you correctly mentioned, you know that this has to be, both have to work together. We have a question by Dr. Bipin Chandra, Bipin Chandra Bhagat, who is asking about how do you perform benefit risk assessment in clinical trials.
Yeah, good question. Actually, it is not us. I mean, it is not a clinical operations team who do benefit risk assessment. Actually, it is a pharmacovigilance team who need to do this assessment. Yes. And this, and this information is provided in the investigator's brochure or any other safety documentation related to clinical trials.
Right. And just to add to that, what Dr. Elena is saying, I think this is done by different stakeholders, starting from the institutional ethics committee to the principal investigator to the sponsor. So it is not only a single person responsibility to perform the benefit risk assessment. Because as the protocol, as Dr. Elena was saying, it should start in the pharmacovigilance concept should be inbuilt in the protocol designing. When you're designing the protocol, the sponsor plays a responsibility in assessing the benefit risk assessment. But if that is incomplete, that should be picked up by the principal investigator. And most importantly, the institutional ethics committee or the institutional review board, as many countries call it, because it's an important aspect of protecting every individual, every participant from any kind of risk and only giving them benefit. That is the responsibility of the institutional ethics committee as well. And then, of course, the regulator individually will also look at the institute as the risk benefit analysis. So if there are any more questions, we will be happy to take it. Else, I would ask Dr. Hegazi to summarize the presentation so far and give his opinion about what has been said.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hegazi, over to you.
It was a wonderful presentation, Dr. Elena, and it's really very important that we cover all the aspects for the patient safety, not just the post-marketing, but also during the clinical trial development. Sometimes it's phase 4 post-marketing that is more mimic real-life situations. However, I noticed one point that I would like to highlight. We have limitations of data from clinical trials, and one of these is that we have restrictions in the clinical trials regarding the exclusion and inclusion criteria, regarding the drugs that used or not used, regarding the age groups, race, indications. So we have a lot of limitations that is not really matching or mimicking the real life data and experience. And so having the data from the clinical trials point of view, so this is very important, and this is the base that we can build on during the real life situation. Probably if you guys are not involved, not many of us are involved in clinical trials, but we benefit from what happened in the clinical trials, in the design of clinical trials, especially most of the companies in the clinical trials, as Dr. Elena mentioned, that the design of the trials, mainly if you focus on like phase 3 trials, are focused on the efficacy, and the primary endpoints mainly are related to efficacy. So considering the safety is an important pillar, but again, still we are lacking a lot of data. And I can tell you that to discover a rare or a very rare adverse event, 30,000 individuals should receive the medicine to have one very rare adverse event. With the underreporting, so we need 300,000. So how many thousand are involved in the clinical development program? 5,000, 10,000, whatever. So that's why it came the importance and the value of understanding the safety background of the product while continue having, let me say, continuous non-stop monitoring and surveillance and evaluation. It was really wonderful, and I really benefited a lot from your presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Elena.
Thank you, Dr. Higazi. I think we have to move on to our next session, where I saw one very interesting question popping up from Dr. Chinmaya himself. He's wondering about what do you do to maintain data integrity? Dr. Elena, do you want to give your comments on how do you ensure data integrity?
So to ensure data integrity, we need to be compliant with the regulations, with all regulations in place. We need to monitor how compliance is really done. We need to, this is generally speaking, yes. So monitor and report to train appropriately and to have risk management. This is very
very big thing. So we will probably have to wait for the next Congress to hear for this. But again, many thanks and congratulations to Global Pharmacovigilance Society for this wonderful session. I see my dear friend Dr. Biswas in the next chair. We'll request Dr. Biswas to change her name from Chinmaya to Dr. Biswas before she takes over the next session. So thank you very much, Dr. Chinmaya.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I didn't notice that. So that question was from me.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
So with this, we will move to the next session, and I would like to invite our next moderator, Dr. Rajan Goyal sir. So he is currently working as a Senior Manager Pharmacovigilance and Safety Evaluation Risk and Management Physician at TCS. He has completed his MBBS MD in Pharmacology from University of Health Sciences, Rohtak, Haryana, and has worked as a practicing physician for 5 years. Dr. Rajan has completed in his PMP from PMI Project Management Institute, USA, as well as Executive MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, India's top management business school. He has worked in various pharmaceutical organizations like Sun Pharma, Novartis, and CROs like FCR Life Sciences. He has been involved in pharmacovigilance for more than 11 years and has experience of all areas: medical review, signal management, aggregate reports, and risk management plans, etc. in area like immunology, nephrology, etc. in both post-marketing as well as clinical safety. With these words, I would like to invite him and take over the responsibility of moderator. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chinmaya. Thank you so much. So thanks, Chinmaya, for inviting me to this conference and giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. So with this, I would like to invite our chairperson for this session, Dr. Pipasa Biswas. Dr. Pipasa Biswas is currently working as a Vice President Pharmacovigilance and Epidemiology and Late Phase Risk RW at Simogen Limited, United Kingdom, which is an international service provider in pharmacovigilance and pharmacoepidemiology, medical writing and regulatory affairs worldwide. Dr. Pipasa has been involved in pharmacovigilance for more than 20 years in Europe, USA, and India. She has worked in several large pharmaceutical companies in pharmacovigilance as Executive Medical Director, as well as lead for safety signal detection at Global Drug Safety Unit at Amgen, based in California. She has led the safety signal detection and benefit risk assessment team in global safety as well. In United Kingdom, she has worked as a medical director, some physician in GSK, where she has led the physician responsible for respiratory and anti-inflammatory therapeutic area. Dr. Pipasa qualified in medicine from India and trained in internal medicine and cardiology. And she has done her post-graduation in pharmaceutical medicine from University of Surrey, UK. She has then specialized in pharmacovigilance and pharmacoepidemiology from London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and has done her MD/DM in medicine and pharmacoepidemiology from University of Southampton, UK. So I welcome Dr. Pipasa Viswas to chair the session and guide us. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I know it is a global pharmacovigilance congress and delegates are all over the world who are attending. Thank you, Ranjan, for introducing me. I was listening to the previous speaker, Elena, and the topics of the conference are great. And I'm looking forward to chairing this session. And we would like to start with the first speaker because the time is less. So I've not waste so much of time. So over to the first speaker to talk about the topic.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So we invite our first speaker, Dr. Gide Stein. So I'm just Dr. Gide will be speaking on reducing medication-related risk using using artificial intelligence. Just something about Dr. Gide. He is a practicing physician, a researcher, and a serial entrepreneur. Early in his career, Dr. Gide has served as a CTO and chief architect of several algorithm-rich startup companies in Israel. In 2002, Dr. Gide had graduated from Tel Aviv University Medical School and later specialized in internal medicine, treating patients and teaching students and residents in one of Israel's largest hospitals. Dr. Gide has received his PhD in computational biology from Tel Aviv University, harnessing mathematical and biological models to help fight breast cancer. In 2012, Dr. Gide has co-founded MedAware, a company which utilize machine learning algorithm to eliminate medication-related risk and help in promoting the patient safety. So, Dr. Gide, over to you.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me to speak today in this conference. I will just share my screen. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. So really, what we are trying to do and what I will talk about today, and I think it's related also to some of the previous talks we had today, is how do we change the paradigm from reporting related risks, adverse drug events, etc., to actively looking for them inside the clinical records and how to best identify those underreported events, and what is the scale of this problem anyway. So I'll start with basically how I started to interest in this topic. So a few years ago in Israel, a 9-year-old boy died simply because his primary care physician clicked on the wrong entry in the pull-down menu list and gave him the wrong drug by mistake. He wanted to prescribe the boy with Singular, which is a drug for asthma, but by mistake he clicked on the next line, which was Syntrom or warfarin, a very potent anticoagulant. And basically all the barriers to receive this drug by this patient simply collapsed, and the boy fell off his bike a week later and died of intracranial hemorrhage. And when you think about the strategy, it wasn't bad judgment on part of that physician. It was a typo, like texting someone and having a spelling mistake. And you would expect there would be some kind of a cool spell checker to prevent this from happening, but apparently this was not the case. And if we dive deeper and try to look at this situation from a 30,000 feet view, we look at all the stops along the way from the moment that the prescriber made a simple typo error until the patient actually received the drug and was harmed by it. And it included the electronic medical record system, the prescribing system, the pharmacy, the health plan, or the insurance company, and even the mother of that child, she should just look at what she's giving that child. She would know that it's probably an anticoagulant and not a drug for asthma. But all of these failed along the way. And because they failed along the way, we can assess that although it was a failure of an individual physician, just made the wrong click, it really represented a failure system or a systematic failure that enables such events to happen without actively looking for them in real time and stopping them before harm is done. And this is what we set up to do, basically. And if you look at the size of the problem, I'm sure you're well aware of it. Millions of patients are harmed by medication-related risks. Billions of dollars go to waste. And if we look at the landscape of technologies that are currently out there in the electronic prescribing, in the CPOE systems, to try to catch and prevent different kinds of medication-related risks, we saw that most of them focus around the prescribing event and the dispensing event, drug interaction databases, dosage checkers, allergy checkers. But these are definitely not enough, because these systems generate a lot of alerts. 10, 20, 30% of all prescriptions are flagged by these systems. And 95, 99% of the alerts that are generated are false alarms. So clinicians, pharmacists, physicians ignore them because they're just white noise. And if I think about my resident in the middle of the night, after he didn't sleep for 2 days, if every 3 prescriptions he gets an alert and ignores it, he will not pay attention, even if it's a true alert. And most importantly, most of the tragic and dangerous adverse drug events are not caught by these systems to date. And why is that? So again, if we look at where these systems are deployed, what stages in the patient's journey medication is assessed for relevance or errors, it's usually when the physician prescribes it and when the pharmacist dispenses it. But we know that most of the adverse drug events and the harms that are imposed to our patients are not found there, because they are generated 2 weeks, 3 weeks, days after the patient is already starting to get that medication. Only then he would suffer the adverse drug events, and by then he's already admitted or is already home. And there is no systematic methodology to actively look for it, for these type of events, and prevent them before real harm is done. And to make things a little more complex, 20 years ago, when a resident in a busy hospital was attending a 40-bed department, maybe 7 to 8 new patients were admitted. Their medical file consisted of maybe 2-3 pages of some history and sublabs from the electronic medical records. So basically, a physician, even a young physician, basically know by heart all of the patient history, for all of the patients that he just accepted and were admitted into the department, and hence could have more holistic view on the patient and assess the relevance of the medications in each moment in time. But today, with electronic medical records and the huge burden on health system, especially with COVID in the last few years, hopefully now it's going down, a resident that only 20 years ago accepted 7 patients in a single shift, now it's up to 20 patients. And each patient has years of historical data stored in the EMR, hundreds and hundreds of patients, most of them redundant, of labs and visits. And all of these has to be reviewed just for the physician to have some kind of assessment of the clinical situation of the patient and assess if these medications are relevant or not relevant for that patient. Moreover, 20 years ago, there was a saying that a physician should know about 50 medications inside and out. Apart from that, it's good enough for his practice. Today, with the amount of new medicines coming out every year, the number is hundreds. There's no way a physician can actually know intimately all the medication that the patients are taking. It's just incompatible with life. And if they're not familiar with these medications, definitely not familiar with all the adverse drug events, all the contraindications, all the drug interactions, and all the warning signs that they should be really aware of. And the complexity of these patients is usually huge, because 20 years ago, they would be dead. If you have a post-transplant patient with secondary lymphoma right now on heart failure and amyloidosis, these patients would not have reached that stage 20 years ago. They would be dead way before that. But today we treat these patients and actually discharge them to their homes. And this is where it's almost impossible to really grasp all the information just before prescribing a paracetamol or anything else to that patient. And also, a few words on how we practice medicine and how we treated our patients 20 years ago versus now. This is how grand rounds looked 20 years ago. A team centered around the patients. Maybe they were not so nice looking and the view was not so great and they were not smiling all the time, but definitely it was patient centered, and the discussion with the patient was the main core of the grand rounds, because the patient was the main source of information by which we could assess, what's going on with that patient. Fast forward 20 years later, and really, unfortunately, this is how grand rounds look like today. A bunch of doctors and nurses, instead of sitting around or standing around the patient's bed, they're standing around the computer, because most of the information is there. And what is missing from this scene is actually the patient. He's stuck behind the curtain somewhere, and it's impossible as a team to even comprehend the complexity of the clinical situation without significant computer aid. And we know now that the computerized systems, although they contain all the information, they're not really built to help us make better decisions. On the contrary, they're built in a way to augment the institutional ability to cash on bills, but that does not necessarily correlate with clinical practice or how we want to use to treat our patients, or how we want to view the data on our patients. So how do we tackle all of that? So our approach is trying to extract from the historical medical records, now that we have electronic medical records with all the hundreds of pages per patient, we can learn from that huge amount of data what are the commonly used practices and what are the common effects of each medication in combinations on that patient, and try to use sophisticated algorithms to identify outliers for these normal patterns as potential risk for that patient. And if I will just roll back to the initial patient that died because he received the wrong drug, and we'll try to simulate it. So if I'm looking at historical data on hundreds, if not thousands, of 9-year-old boys with asthma as their chronic illnesses that go to the GPs, and I try to calculate what is the most likely medication that this patient would receive in this encounter based on historical data, and what are the least likely medications that this patient is likely to receive per the historical data. So I see that up front are probably all kinds of vaccines and paracetamol and all kinds of antibiotics for strep throat or pneumonia, but in the back end will be birth control pills, anticoagulation, and chemotherapy. Because for 9-year-olds, for the GPs, that's very, very rare event. So that's one clue that we would have just based on historical data, without understanding what this medication does, that probably it's a rare event for a 9-year-old boy to receive anticoagulation. But that's not enough. So we will see, okay, from the other dimension, what are the profiles or the average profile of a patient that is likely to receive anticoagulation? And we will find all kinds of hints and clues. Obviously, they'll be older, probably not by the GP, by a hemato-oncological specialist. They need to have visits or diagnosis or communications that give some kind of hints and clues to diagnoses that, even if they're not spelled out directly, that are associated with the use of warfarin. And in this case, obviously, that was not the case. And lastly, look at the prescriber. what is the likelihood of a GP treating kids to prescribe anticoagulation? Most probably not that high. So if you take these three axes and put them together, we suddenly understand that warfarin for a 9-year-old boy without any comorbidities, even without understanding anything about the disease or anything about the drug from medical purpose, we can understand that this is an extreme outlier, and an extreme outlier should be flagged. Just say, hey, are you sure you wanted to do that? And that's usually enough to generate the physician to say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give this drug, I wanted to give that drug, and suddenly a patient is now safer. So this is what I talked previously, and this ability allows us to, and these are real examples that we found, to pick up rare events such a healthy young mother that received chemotherapy by mistake, or a patient that is receiving aspirin for many years because of cardiovascular problem, was identified with cancer treated with chemotherapy. Following the chemotherapy, the platelet levels drop. And suddenly the aspirin, which was just okay a week ago, is dangerous for this patient because of severe thrombocytopenia. But nobody made the connection. And we're able to take all the data and say, oh, we have here a situation. I have no idea what aspirin is. I have no idea what platelets are, but I know that these very low platelets as aspirin rarely go together. So we may have a patient-related risk. And the list really goes on and on and on. Just to give you other examples that are less extreme, but examples that we catch every day when we do rounds and are missed a lot. So there are many medications that are associated with all kinds of laboratory abnormalities as adverse drug events, like diuretics with hyponatremia or hypokalemia, or statins with elevated liver enzymes. So if we actively follow and the medical records for patients who are taking these drugs, and actively assess each and every medication that is coming in and every lab order or vital signs that comes in recorded in the medical records, we can immediately associate it with a potentially offending drug. And even if it's weeks or months after the medication was prescribed, we can still associate this event as a potential adverse drug event associated with the offending drug and raise a flag and say, hey, we may have a problem here. Another example would be drug interactions. So 90% or 80% of the alerts that physicians face and pharmacists face today are drug interaction alerts. 95% are completely useless. There are no applicability on the patient. So what can we do to take these alerts and make them more actionable? And what we do is personalize them. So, for example, there's a fixed interaction between furosemide and digoxin that they may reduce the level of potassium by the furosemide, and then the digoxin would be toxic and all of that. But in 99% of the cases, if the potassium is okay, why do I need to provide an alert to that physician? So by combining the labs together, by combining the diagnosis together, we're able to only provide an alert on the interaction, even if it's weeks after the physician wrote these two together, only if the potassium levels are low, or if the physician forgot to order a lab test, a few days or weeks after the co-medications were prescribed together. And by doing so, again, we're able to generate only a handful of alerts, but each of them are actionable, and each of them can actually save a patient's life, because we can associate the event with a potentially offending drug only when it's actionable, only when there's immediate action that can be associated with this specific drug. Another list of examples of sound-alike and look-alikes that were caught by our system, like L-Trombopag, very mixed with a hematological drug, mixed with L-Toxin, which is a thyroid hormone. And as you can see in this list, it's not the classical sound-alike, look-alike that we know from when we were in the university. Because in the university, we were taught that sound-alike and look-alike are bottles that look alike, sounds that if I give a medical order per the telephone, maybe it was not heard correctly, so it may be mixed up. But in the era of e-prescribing, sound-alike, look-alike are only meds that have same letters in the beginning. They don't have to do anything with what is in the rest of it. They don't even have to sound alike or look alike at all. They just have to have the same first letter or 3 letters so they can be picked up in the pull-down menu list. And if you are aware, there was a tragedy in Vanderbilt University a few years ago. A nurse typed the first 3 letters in the drug dispensing cabinet and gave the wrong drug to the patient, a muscle relaxant that killed that patient, and she was charged with manslaughter, not with negligence, but with manslaughter, and she was convicted in the US, which obviously is a terrible tragedy for all involved, because the nurse, it was a typo. How can you convict her of manslaughter because of a typo, even though it was a grave outcome? But still, there was no reason that this would not have been caught by some kind of a smart spell checker like the one that we are providing. So we have been testing this technology for many years with multiple publications, with collaboration with Harvard Medical School, with Sheba Medical Center, which is one of the 10 best medical centers in the world. And the main results are quite interesting. So if we look at current legacy systems that generate more than 30% or alerts on more than 30% of the prescriptions, way too much, obviously, we generate much less than 2%. Clinical relevance, 85% versus 16. And these are results that repeat themselves in multiple clinical trials. And one of the unique features is the post-prescribing monitoring effect. I mean, not only assessing at the moment of prescribing, but actively looking for the development of adverse drug events down the line while the patient is actively on the drug. And I think the most striking piece of data is that more than 40% of the time when we generate an alert, the clinicians, the pharmacists actually change their prescribing following the alerts that we provide. And in some institutions, it's already reaching 60% and above, really vouching for the clinical relevance and accuracy of our ability to identify these medication-related risks. And just to give a snapshot of what did that mean, even a small 150-bed hospital in the US where we implemented last year, in 1 year we generated almost 900 alerts, but 530 of them caused a treatment change in just one tiny hospital. And 530 adverse drug events, contraindications, or catastrophes that were prevented, and this was implemented at the pharmacy. That means that the physician authorized the order, the nurse was okay with the order, the pharmacist already authorized the order, and only then we came and said, hey, you may have a problem here. If you can put on mute, it would be great. Thank you. And looking into the pharmacoeconomic aspect of it, as we know, is that direct care of costs for adverse drug events anywhere between $3,000 and $8,000. Implications of such of only on a small 150-bed hospital is between $1.5 million and $4.5 million annually, and that without the liability cost. And I'll use the last minute that I have to give you another angle of it, of a publication that one of my residents did just 2 years ago, in trying to assess the effect of the prescribing conditions, workload, experience with same medications, tiredness, recurrent shifts on performance in terms of safety. And what does that mean on when we should go into the ER in the morning? So what we find is that, obviously not a big surprise, but still validated on millions of prescriptions, thousands of physicians, is that physicians in the ER that work in 2 successive shifts had 38% more likely for erroneous prescribing. Obviously, 3 shifts is higher. And a workflow of a very, very busy hospital, the more patients that are seen every hour, again, more likelihood for that physician to prescribe erroneously. But one of the most important things that we found, that in the first 5 prescriptions of the drug that was never prescribed before by this physician, has almost 3 times more likely to prescribe erroneously than with more experience. And this is currently untapped data in terms of how do we teach our new physicians, and how do we prepare the health systems for, and this was pre-COVID area, for high throughput patient shifts like we had in COVID in the last few years. Thank you very much for your time and for listening to the talk today.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gidi, for the wonderful presentation. And yes, we do agree, like for medication errors, there are, these are a major cause of death. I mean, at least for India, I can speak major cause of 5th or 6th major cause of death, and even in USA data. And they cause a lot of burden on already sometimes compromise, especially in pandemic. We see, like we have seen, it's the health system were overloaded, and these medication was causing a additional burden. And we should as a physician, we have to ensure, like we do not we maintain the patient burden, and we cure the patient and do not create additional problem for them. And what you are using through artificial intelligence, that's a very good thing. And because nowadays artificial intelligence is into pharmacovigilance, and obviously doing through saving medication errors through artificial intelligence is going to help us a lot. So Dr. Pipasha, any comments from you on site, and then we can look for any questions.
Hello, thank you so much, Dr. Steen, for your wonderful presentation, very insightful. I think this is a huge problem of medication errors, not only with physicians, but the healthcare professionals such as nurses, and in the pharmacy as well, because of the various mistakes that happen. I think AI, artificial intelligence, might help, but at the end of the day, me being very traditional, I think it is always good to someone to check, especially for those riskier medicines. That is actually, when a physician just prescribes risky, high risk medication to a patient, I think there should be a second person who would check. I know it is resource intensive, but I think that would save the patient, because in the UK, I think we have around, UK is a small country as such, compared to the US, where they have around 100,000 medication error deaths every, not deaths, medication errors every year, annually. Here we have roughly about 22 to 25,000 medication error cases. But there has been several deaths with high-risk medications. I think one of the things is sometimes it is blamed that the doctors are very tired during on-calls. When they have long 48 hours on-calls, they make mistakes. And that is the time I think a nurse can be useful to help them double check, and even in the pharmacy, make another check. So there are many ways and means, but I hope and feel that this needs to come down, because safe prescribing of medications need to be taught to medical students and healthcare professionals, but also, more emphasis should be given on, something like artificial intelligence, or how things can be checked and stopped right at the time of prescribing, a double check or something in the highly technical computerized system. So thank you so much. And we might, I don't know if anyone has any questions. If we have any questions, we would be happy to take them. Dr. Steen is here. And I don't know whether any questions are there, Rajan.
So no, ma'am. We haven't received any questions. Just one question I have to Dr. Steen direct. So if I, Dr. Steen, how do you, through artificial intelligence, are we able to categorize those medication error and prevent them, whether it is going to be a serious medication error or whether it is going to be my non-serious medication? And can we predict in advance and then say like whether we have saved a serious medication error through AI or whether we have saved a non-serious error through AI?
It's very difficult to assess this, but because we are, because the seriousness really has a lot of components to it. And it's very difficult to assess, especially by computerized system. Well, we're able to say that this type of event is extremely rare for this scenario, but we also take under consideration how the clinicians, as you said, right, pharmacists, nurses, physicians, how do they respond following the alert? And if they, dismiss an alert many of the times, then we can assess that this is probably a false alarm or something that is not clinically meaningful. Another thing that we're able to categorize, so let's take, for example, aspirin and low platelet count, okay? What is the threshold from which we will start to alert, right? So thrombocytopenia, if you have 70,000, it's still thrombocytopenia. But from a clinical perspective, there's no impact. There's no need to stop the aspirin at that time. So if you look statistically, you will see there are probably a lot of patients with 70,000 platelets that would have aspirin as their medication. But the lower you get with the count, I mean, below 50, below 30, suddenly it's very, very rare. So you can use, because most physicians work okay most of the time and would not prescribe for a severe thrombocytopenia aspirin. So we can automatically adjust the threshold of the platelet count to a level that will generate a very, very low alert burden. And then when we qualify the alerts later, we see that the specificity is very high. So this is where the AI comes to place. It's just one example. There are millions of combinations where automatically adjusting the threshold to basically highlight the more rare events, which are usually correlates with the high severity events, but it's not because we know the severity, it's because of the rarity of the cases.
Thank you, Dr. Steen. It was actually helpful. Thanks so much. So, ma'am, Dr. Pepasa, should we proceed to another speaker?
I think if we do not have any more questions, I would like to thank Dr. Steen for this very insightful presentation. And we would proceed to the next person, next speaker. So I'll pass it over to Rajan.
So our next speaker is Dr. Nicole Becker. And he would be speaking on artificial intelligence in pharmacovigilance. And so Dr. Nicole is a CEO and co-founder at Biologic, which is a technology company. And this company works in developing artificial intelligence platform for clinical safety and pharmacovigilance. Dr. Nicole is an immunologist and pharmacovigilance professional with a strong focus on innovation and extensive knowledge in global legislation and guidelines for medical affairs, regulatory affairs, pharmacovigilance, and clinical trials. Dr. Nicole has an extensive experience in providing strategic, operational, and scientific leadership throughout the product lifecycle, which include from preclinical to post-marketing settings. Dr. Nicole has worked as a QPPV and RPPV in clinical trial over past 10 years. And overall, Dr. Nicole carries a more than 20 years of rich experience, which she has gained from academia, pharmaceutical industry, regulatory authority, CRO, and can you please be on mute? Hello. And she has gained from experience from academia, pharmaceutical industry, regulatory authority, clinical research organization, and more recently she has started her startup. So I welcome Dr. Nicole to start with the presentation.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yeah, Dr. Nicole. I
Okay,
can.
thank you. Thanks so much, and thanks for the introduction, and thanks for the invitation to speak here today. It is an honor. And just a comment on the previous presentation, that was very nice and very interesting. And I think it's showing how we can actually prevent errors rather than wait for them to happen and put them in the safety database and then move it on. But I think, you know, more and more we can hear that we need to do something beforehand to prevent adverse events from happening, not wait for them to happen. So it was a very insightful presentation, and thank you. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the literature and how we can look at the data that is coming from the literature for pharmacovigilance. So also any data that is coming from the real world data. And as all the presentations that I've seen for the past few months now, going back to live meetings and to attending more conferences, we see that graph, and I'm not going to show the graph here, is where the volume of data goes up and it keeps going up, and we are not really seeing a decrease of the number of events coming. Like most pharma companies are struggling with the volume of data, not only from the literature, but coming from events coming from spontaneous reports. So along the years working in pharmacovigilance, I'm trying to move my screen. Let me see. I came across, you know, many companies doing literature searches, and most of the companies, being small, medium, large size, they would struggle because the volume of literature is very high, and the meaningful information that you can find in the literature that is related to your product or the product that you're looking at is not so, it is very minimal. So you have between 1% and 4% of articles that you monitor on a weekly basis that would actually have something meaningful, like a valid ICSR. But also when you're looking at events for signal detection and aggregate report, is a very blurred line. You know, the ICSR is easy. You have the 4 criteria. It is related to your drug, and then you will pick it up and you will process. And actually, a lot of pharma companies don't even want to look at those events because they probably have seen it before, or it is a non-serious or irrelevant information, but relevant for pharmacovigilance, obviously. But when you think about signal detection or information that you want to add to your aggregate report, that gets even more blurred on what is a new safety information. So for aggregate report, the question is you want to include new safety information, but for a drug that has been in the market for a long time, I always like to use the example of paracetamol. If you have paracetamol, to find new information in the literature and all the reviews and so on, that's not so straightforward. And also for signal detection, to find new information, you need to know the drug quite well. So the people that do the reviews, they might be different people. So it might be a more junior person doing the assessment of ICSRs and somebody that has knowledge about the product and with a little bit more experience to do the aggregate report review or the signal detection. So from my experience in the industry, I could see that this was a problem. And then there was technology coming up, and there has been technology coming up for many years now. And pharmacovigilance it is still, like, we're talking about adverse events and AI and machine learning, NLP and all of these things. But the industry is still very rigid in terms of adopting new technology, and they are very stuck to the old ways, not in a bad way, but because it is a regulatory environment, and the whole validation and compliance and all of that has a big play into it. But I think we know that we are having a higher volume of information, and then we have a number of issues with hiring people and training people and maintaining people interested in the job as well. So I think that one of the jobs that people have least interest is doing case processing and literature reviews, because they are the most mundane and repetitive tasks. So we came up with, we started working on that, and we started developing machine learning NLP models for finding adverse events within a large pool of data. And we did that for, this is just repeating what I was saying here, just on what we can do with it. So we did that by looking at high volumes of data. Next one, sorry. We looked at high volumes of data, and we started developing AI models to be able to pick up anything that would look like a risk or an adverse event, but without using, I think the most important thing to talk here is about the search. So usually when we do a search strategy for pharmacovigilance to look at data in PubMed or Embase or any database, you need to create and craft a you need to think about how you are developing that search strategy, because a search strategy will be very important in terms of what you're retrieving back. Are you looking at a lot of noise, a lot of irrelevant articles? Then you want to be able to look at the least amount of articles possible, instead of having a very open, wide pool of data for you to review. When you do that, if you limit it too much, you might be missing out articles, but if you have it very wide open, you will have very many articles to review. But also, if you make any mistakes in your search strategy, that will be detrimental to the review afterwards, because then you are, if there's a spelling error or a mistake, you might not be able to pick the events that you're looking for. And also, if you are doing your search in different databases, so if you're using 2-3 databases to do your review, you need to craft a search for each database that you're using, because the search from Embase, for example, cannot be used on PubMed, because they're different databases and they have been indexed in different ways. So first thing that we got interested, we wanted to build AI models, and we've done that, but we also started looking at the data. And the data, for anybody that does machine learning, like the previous presentation, it's all about data, and it's all about the being able to get a good volume of data. So we looked, and we found that the main traditional databases that people are currently using for pharmacovigilance is Embase and EBSCO. There's a cost attached to that. PubMed is freely available, but it is a government-sponsored library, and if there's ever any problems, then that database, is not a commercial database, but it is a very good and useful database that most people use. But there's a lot of other databases out there that the WHO and the open source community have been looking at, and some of them are Crossref and DOAJ. And those databases will have a very large volume of articles coming from and then the other unfair thing I find is that you call global databases when you're talking about PubMed or Embase, EBSCO, but they are not global. The pharma companies are still needing to do the local searches, because they don't cover the whole I don't even want to say the rest of the world, but they don't cover really all countries. But when you look at these other databases with open source and open access, they start looking at a broader amount of countries. So the likes of Cielo, for example, will cover more Latin America, Dialnet, the Spanish region, and then Crossref will have a wider coverage of global literature. And I think that is important. And also it's important when we think about global that it is expensive to publish. So when we think about low-income countries, it is harder for them to publish articles talking about their patients. in the local countries. So we need to make sure that when we are doing literature, we actually covering the whole aspects of all over the globe, not just English-speaking countries or high-income countries that have they can afford to publish papers. And we saw with COVID, we saw a lot of people, a lot of researchers, they started publishing much earlier on because it was important to have more data and to have data early on so people could work on it. But so cutting a story short, we are very interested in democratizing information, and we do want to have as much data as possible. And we also want to have data that does show what actually happens in the world. And we will continue to do so. And that doesn't, the cost of that is much lower. So even if you think about this database, that could be used by hospitals and could be used by universities all over the globe, that wouldn't have the same cost that invasive EBSCO, for example. And here is just a traditional, I'm not going to go too much into it, what traditional literature search is, but because we have one database that has all the information, we automate that first step of the literature search. And then we also automated the screening of the adverse events because we use AI, we have developed the models to be able to pick up events within the literature. And here is just another way of showing the same thing, basically, but we can read any source of unstructured real-world data. So we are talking about local journals and global databases, but we can also look at, let's say, patient support programs, clinical trial reports, any source of data that is coming from the real world or from your scientific information that you have within the company. And I think that's important because the way we think about data for pharmacovigilance is very rigid. So we keep thinking that we have to have data in a box and we have to have data in a format that then can be readable by the safety database, for example. And then that complicates things on the way we look at the data and that we can capture the data. There is a lot of effort being done at the moment to be able to pull data, for example, directly from the hospital, directly from pharmacies, and directly from the consumer to be able to get that into a database and to be able to do case processing in a faster and more efficient way that can be automated. So all of that there's a lot of people working on it. So what we concentrated on was to develop AI models that are flexible and extensible and be able to do that by training our own models, using pharmacovigilance professionals to do that. Because I think another problem that the industry sees is that a technology person will then start doing technology for pharmacovigilance, but without the pharmacovigilance experience, just to know the nuances and the interest, what is important really for pharmacovigilance. And then there's also a workflow. So workflows help professionals to do their work faster and more efficiently. And also it helps in terms of the compliance side of things, that you are documenting every step of what you're doing. And I'm not going to talk about that, but I'm going to talk about how, so for AI, you need to have a question, and I think that is very important. So we don't need to think that AI is a black box, and we don't need to think that AI will solve all the problems. AI is here to support people and to help people to make decisions, and also to facilitate when you're looking at large volumes of data, because that can do the first screening. But to be honest, there is going to be a human in the loop for a long time to come. So there are some AI and machine learning that there's no touch, for example, that they can make all the decisions for you. But for what we have done, there is still a human touch, and then there is still a human in the loop that will make the decision. So when you're looking at the large circle there, it is finding all the abstracts or all data, because we're looking at abstracts here, but it could be at all data that has the name of your product. So the way we look at the name of the product, we use the name plus a synonym. So we expanded the query to find everything that it is out there talking for a period of time that is talking about your product. And that could be in any language, but because the name, the way it pulls the data is by looking at the name of the compound. We can start by the name of the drug, let's say paracetamol, but if you want to go and look at the class, that is also possible. And then if you want to look at drug device combination, that is also possible. If you want to look at a device, that is also possible. So it gives you a much broader initial search. And then the second circle that you see there, we are looking at a suspected adverse event. And it is the name, the suspected is very important because we don't want to miss anything. So the recall is very high, but you still might find within that circle in the middle, you still might find adverse events that are false positive, because the model is interpreting the content of the abstract. So it's reading the abstract and it's not an NLP model where it's just looking at the dictionary and expanding, but it's looking at the content of the whole abstract and looking to see if there is any suspected adverse event. If it is related or not to the drug, it doesn't know, because in one, a patient might be taking your drug, but they also might be taking a number of other drugs. So the model is not yet doing the classification of it. And then the little circle there is looking for identifiable patients. So it's looking first you look at the drug, second, if it is an adverse event, the third one, it is if it is a patient, if it is a case report, if it is a case series with studies, and it starts classifying that. And it also it also looks at suspected cases, any special situations, for example, if there's pregnancy, elderly, so on, off-label use, misuse, abuse, and so on. I can go, so here's I can go on the live, but I don't think I have a lot of time, but that's what it looks like. But I think it would be nice to give you an example of what the actual results would look like. So we have done, and we do a lot of, that's why we shouldn't do live demonstrations, because it doesn't always work. So I show the screenshots. So what we do, we have classifiers there and we have highlighters, and you can have them on or have them off if you want. And then it starts helping you to look at the case and read the case, and also making decisions on the what events, you can start coding it. And that is also something that probably is going to happen going forward, that when you're reviewing something, you're already classifying and coding it instead of waiting for the next step where you will then create a narrative, but you can do that early on. And you can also decide there if it is, for example, valid ICSR, or if it's an important article for aggregate report or a new safety signal, and it has the whole workflow that makes a decision on what to do next. And has an audit log, all the data is captured, it has all the details about the article and so on. So it is, it's a fully, from starting to end, you go into the tool and you can do your job from beginning to end. And just before I finish, I just go and talk about some of the studies that we have done. So the one was about COVID vaccines. So we started to look at COVID vaccines just now. I didn't want to do it in the middle of everybody else looking at it. And we can find, because of the data sources that we use, which is a larger data source, we can find more adverse events when we look using our database, events that you wouldn't find if you're using Embase or PubMed, for example. So we have, there's a number of events that we find, and we're actually looking if any of them are new. And also you can do large studies, for example, for resistance drugs, which we have done using the platform to look at antibiotic resistance, because the model that we have can pick it up. So that was a very large, like you can use very large volumes of data to look at the information like that. Or you want to look at pregnancy for a certain drug, that would help you because it would pull all the pregnancy cases. But in general, it is a model that can support a lot of pharmacovigilance and the use, of AI for finding adverse events in large sources of data and structured data. Thank you. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Dr. Nicole, for such a wonderful presentation and use of AI in literature. Obviously, literature, single case ICSR as well as aggregate reports, they are actually a huge pain and lot of data you need to look at. And then you find just very rarely you find something, especially in aggregate report or signal. But still you need to look at a lot of data. So use of AI will be definitely helpful. So Dr. Pipasha, your comments on hello, Dr. Pipasha. Maybe.
Sorry, I'm on mute. So I've unmuted myself. Thank you, Rajan, and thank you, Nicole. For those of you who do not know, I have a long association with Nicole. For a long time, I have known Nicole. When we were the vendors for the company that she used to work with. And I've worked with her and I found her very collaborative and supportive. Now, I have a few questions to ask you, Nicole. I understand artificial intelligence is the buzzword for every damn thing in the world now. But don't you think that it is expensive? It takes a huge amount of time to put in the architectural algorithms to build it up. And then have you looked into, have you compared the human review with the artificial intelligence review? Say in a subset of cases, say in literature search for individual case safety reports involving, say, COVID. I take the example of COVID because you mentioned COVID. COVID with multiple number of drugs which are then given along with COVID and which was picked up by artificial intelligence, but was not picked up by the human intelligence, because human intelligence actually trains artificial intelligence, right? So have you looked into that?
Yeah, so I want to, for your first 2 points, I think that's one very, very, very important point. The way I started looking at this was I worked for small, medium size, all sizes of company and all sizes of, so I worked in CRO and in pharma companies. And I found that the smaller and medium sized companies or companies that didn't have a big budget or didn't have an IT department to support them or a system, because this is not IT, this is systems, this is computer science people that are working on those types of projects. They are very expensive, and not all pharma companies would have access to those professionals because they're not everywhere and they are hard to find. So with that in mind, I wanted to create something that companies could, this is out of the box. So you can buy, I'm not going to try to sell it here, but this is out of the box. We built it in a way that we train models for every single drug, for all classes of drug. So the model is not as specific to your own product for your own pharma company. So you can do the search just by putting the name of the product and getting your results directly because the model is already trained. And we built this with the thinking about pharma companies and CROs and hospitals that are running, because this is not only for post-marketing pharmacovigilance, we use it a lot for clinical development to look at a drug that is first in human and what are the other drugs in the class, for example. So it is.
If you can mute yourself, please.
So we built just thinking about those types of scenarios that companies, oh well, this is too expensive and companies won't afford to use it. So our main purpose here is actually to address that gap in the market, that all companies should at least, you know, have the possibility of afford to use a technology like that. And then the second, on the question of the review, so it saves 75% of the time of the reviewer. So a review using the platform, and we have done the testing, like how do you do manually, because manually you will do the search, you will export the results, and then you might be looking at an Excel spreadsheet. So there's a lot of not only the AI itself, but all the steps that you need to do if you do a manual search, and lots of steps where you can make a mistake as well, because the more you kind of manipulate the data, the more mistakes you are likely to make. So AI will find, it is trained by humans, but it's trained in a very systematic way. So, but I know we do literature search in a systematic way as well, but the way it is trained, it is very controlled. And so AI obviously can make mistakes as well, but it is built in a way that is actually giving you the chance and support for you to make a decision yourself, but a better and faster decision. So it is supporting your own, it's not built to make the decisions and to take the work away. And I think the other thing that is important is that within the literature, what we aim also is that all the information that you need is in one place. So the local information is together with the global information. And when you have a picture of the global information, you're actually having a picture of a global information, not just from articles coming from, you know, Europe and US and Canada and so on.
Okay, thank you, Nicole, but I still have my reservations. One last question I would like to put forth to you. In the pharmaceutical world, and you know this, and everyone who has worked in pharmacovigilance will know that the architecture and the algorithm for literatures is set up with the per drug. Say, say we have to do methotrexate, for example. So everything, all the keywords that need to be searched are put into place right away, and an algorithm is put together, and it has worked very well.
Not always very well. I actually put a poll out there on LinkedIn the other day, and most pharmacovigilance professionals don't think they are trained to want to create and develop a search strategy. I give you an example for paracetamol. Do you know how many in the EMA paracetamol? There are 7 pages. 7 pages. How easy is it for somebody copy and paste 7 pages to put in copy and paste and put that into the search box within PubMed? How easy is that to make a mistake? And
no, absolutely. I'm coming to my question.
The way we are doing it is outdated. We cannot keep doing it just because it's the way.
I understand that.
And
I'm just giving you some challenging questions.
So we use dictionary. So we, at the back end of the machine, we have dictionaries, and we are building our own NLP dictionaries for the drug names. So we look at the EMA list. So EMA has a list of all drugs. We take that from Article 57, and we take all the names of the products that are currently approved. So Europe is fully covered. And then we also look at the rest of the world, because that's where we are not just Europe, we are thinking globally. So if the name is in Russian or in Chinese or in Japanese, it will also be picked up, because we are covering as much as possible. Obviously, there's no perfect, like, I will not pretend that we are perfect. We are not, but we are trying.
No one is perfect, I think. But what I would like to put in the argument here is that, say, for example, and my question would have been moved on to that, say local literatures. And local literatures is not only to the local scientific journals, but also other things apart from that. How are you going to cover those? And also the entire, all these group chats and this chat and that, where people do discuss about, all these adverse drug reactions or adverse events.
Very good point. So we don't try to do it all by ourselves. So we work with companies that are located in the local regions, where they can give us the information, the knowledge of what are the important journals, what are the journals that people are looking at. So we are sitting in Ireland, but we don't pretend to pretend or even think that we know anything. we need to work with the local regions and to be able to receive information from them. So for example, if we are working with a company that has 20 affiliates, we would be working with the 20 affiliates for them to give us the information on at least a list of articles or journals or that they are looking at. And then we can programmatically, there's scrapers and databases and things like that. So we will programmatically look at them, and the ones that we cannot find, they will then be done manually, but then they can also be imported afterwards. So it's all in one place at some point. But we know that there are challenges. There are journals that are in paper or in PDF or in.
I think we have been pinged by that we are moving. We are running out of time. So thank you, Nicole. It's a very good presentation. But there will be many more questions. So,
yes.
And we'll keep on discussing this. Yeah, thank you.
So much.
Thank you both. It was a nice, interesting discussion. Thanks. So I'm looking at the time, and so we'll move to the next presenter, who is Dr. Ahmed Hegazi. So Dr. Ahmed Hegazi is a physician by education and holds a master's degree in pharmaceutical medicine, first class honor. And he has done his mini MBA, as well as his medical quality done his medical quality management diploma, as well as hospital management diploma. He owns more than 24 years of rich experience in various organizations like Pfizer and Merck in different regions and functions, including sales, training, medical marketing, and pharmacovigilance as well. He's quite an expert person and a multi-talented individual. He is an expert in medical affairs too, and where he has worked for 11 years in various positions as senior manager, regional manager up to head, where he has got his experience in all his medical affairs roles, including clinical research, governance, compliance, and quality. He possesses strong medical knowledge in various therapeutic areas and many product portfolios. Currently, Dr. Ahmed Hegazi is conducting medical development program. He is holding a position of head of global patient safety for Africa and Middle East, Turkey, Russia, and CIS countries, including 82 countries. For 7 years in Merck, where he was managing more than 6 subordinates based on 8 different countries. So Dr. Ahmed Hegazi will be talking about PV audits and practical dates. Over to you, Dr. Hegazi.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your kind introduction, and it was very nice discussion about the artificial intelligence and the literature search. And during my presentation also, I think I have one of the slides talking about literature search from audit point of view. It will come late in my presentation. And I would like to give you some tips or highlights on pharmacovigilance audit from ODT and auditor perspective, because I have been audited many times, and at the same time, I'm a pharmacovigilance auditor, so I audit different companies, PV service providers, distributors, affiliates, different companies. So I have different prospects in different countries and regions. So that's why I would like to give you some highlights and some tips. I'm trying to make it a little bit light because I am the one who is preventing you from the lunch break. So I will not make it heavy, so you will have your time to lunch break. So there are main objectives for audits or inspections, and usually there are two main objectives. So the auditor would like to see that there are processes and procedures that are in place, that are defined, and that they are documented, while at the same time they want to see that this is done, this is implemented in the correct way. So this is the main focus for the auditors. When the auditors make planning and make their own audit tactical planning, they think of some factors that they consider in the planning that it includes. So come on, those people, do they have quality measures and metrics in place in their PV system? And let us be more specific and focus on the critical processes within the pharmacovigilance system. Are they monitored? And then they will think also about the areas that have received inadequate examination or not checked very well in the previous audits. And at the same time, they put in their mind what are the common findings generally, or previous findings specifically on this agent or this company or this distributor. So one of the important tips that could be very helpful, that we should have defined key performance indicators, and we should do everything now and should ensure that our process is end-to-end. So if we cover everything, we can welcome the audit at any time. And then when the auditors start to prepare, so they send a document, they call it audit plan. It includes audit scope and preparations. So they give an announcement. They tell you the duration of the audit. Is it half day or 1 day, or is it 3 or 4 days? From this, you will understand the depths of the audit and how deep the auditor will dive into the documents and read. If they will stay for 3 or 4 days, oh my God, but half day, okay, it will pass over, it's like 3 or 4 hours. And I have to know as an ODT, is the audit will cover only the pharmacovigilance or other departments or other aspects in the organization. So I have to prepare the company staff well, because the audit is not just PV, and they will audit and sit only with the PV people. What is in scope, what is outside of scope, are they going for just 2 years back or more or whatever? And usually the auditors send you a pre-audit request. It's quite a long list. They will ask for 15, 20, 25 items, and you have to prepare them. You need some time if they are not already in place. And they will focus also, and they will ask you, do you have previous audits? Do you have still open corrective and preventive actions for any audit or in any deviations that could be related to pharmacovigilance? And they will send you the agenda. And in the agenda, they will ask you to add the names for the people who will be interviewed. They will mention sometimes also the documents for review, like the pre-audit or during the audit. They will check also the outsourced activities. It's not just what you are doing, but they would focus also if you have a company for translation, for archive, for 24/7 coverage, IT outsourcing also as well. In addition, so they will ask for a facility tour to visit some places like storage area or the server room. So I will show you an example of an audit agenda that in the beginning, in the morning, they will make a nice opening, and the auditors are usually very nice people, and they give you the chance to talk because they want to know, they want to hear. So usually they ask open-ended questions. So you start with a very nice presentation, and then they ask you to give an introduction about your company or organizational chart. And then when they start to talk to PV person, so they will ask him or her, show me that you are qualified. I hear a very nice music as a background. That's very nice, but please keep it low. Don't make it high. So they will ask you for your qualifications for the PV person and the backup, your CV, your job description, training, documents, records, plans, and so on. And they will set and focus big part of the audit. If it is 1 day PV audit, they will sit like 1 or 2 hours with the quality person to check for the quality management system, about the SOPs, working instructions, templates, forms, previous audits, and so on. So they will focus more. And then there is a big part of the audit that they will focus on the management of adverse events or ICSRs. So they will check the local regulations and how much you are compliant with the reporting system, how you conduct the follow-up, what about the sources are all covered, like patient support programs, like local literature, as we just mentioned a few minutes ago, or different other sources. One of the common findings that I can tell you that the reconciliations. Reconciliation is one of the common findings, and the auditors like to focus on it. Internal reconciliation with your quality and medical and the other function, and also with your marketing authorization holder, if you are a distributor or a vendor, or your peers and with other company colleagues. They focus also on how you manage the 24/7 coverage to ensure that all the time you check for the adverse events and you are available for them. They focus on one of the topics that for me as an auditor, I like it so much, is to focus on the PV training, mainly for the non-safety staff. So we'll ask about what about the training plans, the individual training plans, the training matrix, what about the initial training or the freshman training, how you make the evaluation and documentation and so on. They would like also to interview some colleagues from other functions in the organization. If I am talking about pharmaceutical companies that have different functions, so they would like to meet with the regulatory, with the medical affairs, with the quality, with sales or commercial, with the receptionist or operator. So they would like to ensure that all potential sources of adverse events are covered and those people are aware. Of course, they will ask for other documents like periodic reports and submission to health authorities or risk management plan. Sometimes also they ask about signal management and other related stuff. They focus a lot, especially if the auditor is coming from a more quality background, not from a deep pharmacovigilance background. They focus a lot on the contracts and the agreements. Of course, the PV auditors do, but the quality they focus even more to ensure that all the contracts and agreements, safety data exchange agreements, or any agreements are in place, and it includes everything, and you are following what is in the agreement. One of the most important topics to look at, especially starting from the COVID-19 era, it became more and more important, is the business continuity and disaster recovery. The plan, is it in place? The list of the contacts, the activities, the potentials, the testing, the documentation for this. How did you manage during the lockdown in Corona? How you reach and have access to not just the email, but could be the shared folder and the documents and all this stuff. So it's very, very interesting
discussion, the question, and a lot of findings are there in this area specifically. Also, they focus on the records, how you maintain and keep the records, either hard copy or soft copy. What about a place like safety cabinet or digital copies, how you do the backup and the server, is it cloud, how many backups, so they will meet the IT colleagues to understand how the data are backed up and protected, and the privacy also is protected. They will ask for a facility tour, mainly to visit the archive, either for the hard copy, so the safety storage room or place, and for the digital archive, so they will visit the server room. So to ensure that all your documents are fine and are in place is something, and ensure that they are really updated, they are within the review period, they are complete, like signed and dated with name, with the designation, with date. Revision history is in place of the document, and sometimes the version of the template of the document also in place, and some people mix between the revision and the version history. So these are very important points that auditors can pick and check on this during the audit process. I will give you just one example of some questions that the auditors will ask. Here's the example is the PV training for non-safety staff. So they will ask you who needs and what. So all those people, new joiners, or they are already in the company, and how those people are trained. So is it face-to-face, or is it by Zoom or Teams? And how you are aware of those people who are new joiners. Do you have a communication regular with the HR about the people joined and the people left the organization? And how you determine that the people are due for training, how they know that they have the updated templates, the like adverse event templates that the company have, and how you train also the non-company staff. If you have a vendor, if you have a distributor, if you have a company for market research, so how you make the training and how you document all this. So they will go deep and they will ask, show me the attendance sheet, show me the slides, who is signing this, what are the dates, show me the questionnaire, show me the results of the questionnaire. Did you give the training to the receptionist? Did you give a training to your general manager? Or you are shy to train the general manager? And they ask deeply, specifically on this point. A lot of findings are in the training for non-safety staff. Okay, let me focus in the coming few slides on some common findings. The first couple of slides I'll focus on findings by MHRA that were reported in last couple of years, and they have critical findings. They have a lot of measure also as well. So in critical findings, they were focusing and they found that there are some of them were related to risk management. So when you talk and when you focus is not just a process, no, what is beyond this process, how you handle the risk management, how you update the risk management and safety information, how you communicate this to health authorities, how you manage the additional risk minimization measures. So these are very important critical findings that they found. They asked and they found also about the ongoing safety evaluation, how you evaluate and how you ensure that the benefit risk balance are in place. And also they found some critical findings on the management of adverse drug reaction. So I can say that these critical findings are not so common, but we have more common for the major findings that also will be focused on risk management, management of adverse drug reactions, safety evaluation, but there's a lot also on the quality management system. And there are some points that they focused on deficiencies on the maintenance for the reference safety information. That, for example, there are delays in submission of safety variation to the health authorities, or they fail to show how they maintain the current product information, the SMPC, or they fail to update it on the online platform that they have, or they updated, but there is a delay in the implementation when they have a leaflet or other types of material. So there are a lot of findings regardless of the grading, but there's a lot of findings they have in the quality management system, audits, deviations, and of course, management of CAPA that are not followed very well or not concluded or managed on time as it should be. I can give you a couple of examples from real findings from my audits on some companies. So one of the findings was related to PV trainings. So in the finding, when you collect some small findings and make it like a major observation or whatever, so either there are no training records for the safety person. Imagine that there is a person who is handling the safety and their CV and the training records, they never received any PV training, or they received but is not documented. If it is not documented, it is not done. Or they did not receive training for marketing authorization holder, attending a conference or any type of training, and even they did not perform a training to the company staff, non-PV staff. These are common findings, not all of them, but could be some of them. They don't have a company training matrix that is showing who should receive what and what is the time frame. So tomorrow, if there is a sales rep or a marketing specialist joins the company, what the SOPs or the types of trainings that they should receive, it is not present or not available. As a PV person doesn't have individual training plan, so they will not evolve, they will not progress, especially if they don't have really enough level of information and enough trainings. Another example is the business continuity and disaster recovery. Some companies, they don't have business continuity and disaster recovery in place at all, or they have it, but it's deficient. They don't have a procedure for a 24/7 coverage. So the contact persons, they don't have a company cell phone, or the landlines, they don't have like an answer machine, or they don't really check the recorded voice messages next day, or they don't really check their email during the weekend. So a lot of findings or no list or no testing for the business continuity. So there are a lot of findings in the business continuity and disaster recovery. Another example that is related to the literature search and website screening. When I say website screening, I mean screening for the websites for the company. So if they have a website.com or LinkedIn page or Facebook page, also the websites of the local health authority, so they check it for any updates, for safety updates, for adverse events, regulation, and so on. And local literature, so could be 8 or 10 local journals that are not indexed in global database, and they just do and perform this local literature, could be manual most of the time. So either they don't conduct this periodic review at all, or they conduct it every 2 or 3 months, or they don't have a journal list, they don't have a strategy, they don't have search strings or keywords. So sometimes they say that they review, and you check and you are sure that they reviewed the health authority website, they are updated, informed, but it is not documented in any place or any way of documentation. So if such findings are in place, if we really be ready and prepared from the beginning, we can be ready for inspection and audit. If we have the staff that are trained and they know what they should do, we have the procedures that are written and in place, everyone is trained, they have the tools and the templates and forms, and all these activities are implemented, not just having an SOP and they are not following this SOP. Like many companies, they have a very good documentation. They hired an agent to make SOPs for them, and then that's it. They don't have any real implementation on the pharmacovigilance system. And of course, the most important is to monitor this, to have the key performance indicators, to have the metrics and measures, and monitor your performance, and then get your feedback, and then make the circle. Once I have all these things that are working together, I believe that at that time I will be ready, or I will reach the status of inspection readiness, that hopefully everyone will be ready. And if tomorrow morning your receptionist is giving you a call, there is a guy in the reception is saying he's an inspector from the health authority, you will not get panic and you'll say, welcome, I'm ready. Hopefully that this presentation is helpful and I'm ready for any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ghazi. This is actually for all of us who are working in pharmacovigilance. This is actually a pain area every time, and you covered it very well. So if we definitely follow, so we will be always ready. And it's like now the time is with the era of AI and ML. So it's the area of welcome anytime rather than prepare for inspection. Thank you so much.
Welcome anytime, yeah.
Yeah. So, Dr. Pipasha, any comments from you?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Ahmed. Good to hear from you about audits and inspections. I have a few questions. So what is your take on remote inspections and audits? Because this is being very popular nowadays. Partial audits, partial inspections, on-site 2 days, 2 days remote. What is your thoughts?
Okay. Thank you for this question. I performed since COVID until now. All my audits except a few are remote. So I do from this place when I sit here, and I follow the same, but I can mention some quick tips that ideally during remote audit, ask the auditee to make the video on, because sometimes when you're talking to them and they move to bring tea or coffee and you are just talking to yourself. Another tip that during an audit, during the pre-audit requests, the auditee said that our SOPs are confidential and we will not share, which we all respect. And then during the audit, they had a lot of SOPs and a lot of documents that you have to review in just a few hours, which was very, very challenging. So you have to know from before, because if you are sitting with them face to face or whatever, you might have different discussions and different bargains and so on. Also, keep as an auditor, keep your video on all the time, because the audio is not enough to transfer your expressions and your feelings, and you might be interpreted wrongly. Internet connections ideally should be tested before, especially if you are in a country that you know that they don't have a very good level of internet connection, or people never audited before. Some noise, some stuff, some disruptions happens, so should be ready for this. Should have a backup option to receive documents by email or by something like WeTransfer or whatever. But a lot of issues we faced during this, yeah.
Okay. So thank you for this, the description that you gave. And I agree that physical inspections, traditional way is much better than the remote ones. Regarding quality management system, because you mentioned about training and all, SOP and all, which is a part of quality management system. How many companies do you think that actually have a detailed quality management system, and whether that plan, only QMS plan can suffice, or there should be a policy, QMS policy document, and also a handbook? Because I remember MHRA came to inspect us, our company. That is the only CRO that they inspected us, and they came to us. And we never got any critical findings or anything, but they asked us, do you have a quality management system handbook? And we said, no, we don't. But we have the policy. and we have the quality QMS plans and procedures. And at the end, they were happy, but there was a lot of
Yes,
discussions.
Yeah. Very good question. Okay, so I need to divide the companies because it's different. If we talk about CRO or PV service provider, most of them, they have good quality management system, but they don't have a quality manual. While the companies who are distributors, they focus mainly on good distribution practice, and many of them, not many, but good number of percent of them, they are ISO qualified 9001, and when they prepare for ISO, they have usually quality management system or manual. So probably the company helped them in getting the ISO, they help them in making the manual. But the manual is focusing mainly on the distribution and has nothing related to pharmacovigilance or research or the scientific office in general. So they focus on quality complaints, okay, fine for us. Customer complaints could be deviation and so on, but really are not focusing on procedures or change control and other relevant stuff. So it's different from a company to another, but I can say in general, having a quality manual, it's quite few, like 20% to 25%.
Thank you for that, because we were ISO, we had ISO at that time, and there were many other things not relevant to pharmacovigilance at all, and that's why we took the decision of not having a manual or a handbook for that, and they did agree. So yeah. And then my last question is on computer system validation, CSV. Because we work with databases so much, have you had the opportunity to go and inspect and also audit, these database providers, for example, IRIS-G and all the Argus and all the big ones, because there are a lot of bugs, and that is everyone knows about it, but no one does anything, including the regulatory authorities.
Okay, that's a very good question, but I don't have such experience. I have experience on auditing. Would you please mute, because there's a background noise? I have the experience on auditing some PV service providers that they have some database, but not the AdrG or Argus. And I'm not expert in this, but I ask for documents for validation, documents if they have been inspected by health authority before. So if they receive an inspection before and everything is fine, so I check for this, but I don't inspect the system itself. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. As you everyone may understand better that inspections and audits are part of our everyday life in pharmacovigilance. You cannot escape it, but we have to be very thorough and have all the documentations and all the policies and SOPs and QMS plans, everything in place, so that anytime these inspectors call for an inspection or we have audits, we can produce them. Thank you, Ahmed, and thank you, everyone. And I would like to thank Rajan for moderating the sessions, and also Chinmay for giving me the opportunity to chair the session. Being a graduate of Orissa, I'm very proud that Chinmay has taken pharmacovigilance to a really high level, and I'm hoping that Chinmay will continue to spread his charm over pharmacovigilance throughout the world. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. So over to, I think everybody is waiting for lunch. So over to you, Chinmay. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for thank you, sir, Rajan, sir. So with this, we will conclude our first session, and after lunch, we will start our next session. So we will start at 3 o'clock. It is 2:13 right now in India time. So we'll start at 3 p.m. Okay. So
I'll miss the lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, guys. Take care. Bye.
Yes. So meanwhile, I'll play the videos of our sponsors. So if you wish, you can join. You can see it. Thank you so much, everyone. We will be joining in next 50 minutes.
And Elena, we are attending these services for more than 30 years and in the current scenario, automation is one of the essential requirements for pharmacovigilance, and we have also connected PVH artificial intelligence enable automation solution and our team to enhance their productivity, deliver touchless processing, generate efficient and and we found PVH based solution. With PVH, we are able to embed artificial intelligence to improve data quality, insight across operations. In the recent time, our team's productivity has increased significantly with the help of Decode is a triage search system which help to manage cases received from branches, MHRA, and NRP.
I am the hidden graduate pharmacist with 20 experience in starting my current position as a QP lead and head of drug safety, they will find in black the pharmacy H, which is ground-based February safety week. Studying systems, PDHT and access would be an extended out of our own.
everyone. This is Dr. Deepa Arora. I am the founder director of Clinicel Life Sciences. Clinicel is a full-service CRO managed by professionals with extensive experience in pharma companies in leadership positions. Due to this unique experience, we have the expertise to understand end-to-end PV operations and accordingly support our pharma biotech clients. We are ISO certified for quality management services and services. We are providing end-to-end pharmacovigilance operation to US and EU clients, including case processing, literature monitoring, preparation of aggregate reports, papers, signal management, risk management plans, audit and inspection support, inspection readiness, and EU QPPV and local safety officer services. Through our technology partners, we also provide safety database, signal detection modules, and automation solutions for PV. We are working with 20 plus clients across the globe in the US, Europe, and Asia. This map shows the locations of our current clients, and our team includes qualified staff, professionals, physicians, and pharmacists. It's our experienced team members with experience in pharma industry, and average experience of our technical leaders is 15 plus years. We have a strong understanding of regulations and expectations of competent authorities from pharmacovigilance function. And our team also has a strong experience of project function. And our team also has a strong experience of project management. We provide EU QPPV and local safety officer services through our partners. Ms. Rosho Garcia is the QPPV. She is the research based in Spain. She has extensive experience in pharma and medical device industry.
My experience overall clinic research. Thus, I can provide efficient PPP services for products, clinical trials, as well as markets. I haven't taken the route.
Hope you are enjoying the sessions. I would like to congratulate the organizers for the wonderful agenda and eminent speakers. Thank you so much.
एक्सटेंड होगा कोर्स वैलिडिटी खत्म होने के बाद?
क्या कह रहे हो आप? आवाज नहीं।
वैलिडिटी खत्म होने के बाद एक्सटेंड होगा?
उसके लिए अलग से फीस पे करनी पड़ेगी।
So welcome back, everyone. A very good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to everyone. So now we are going to start our post-lunch session. So for this, we have our chairperson, Dr. Manu Swaminathan sir, and moderator Swati Chaudhary, and we have 4 speakers, Dr. Jose Batista from Mexico. Then we have Alejandra Cruz from Colombia. Okay. Then we have third speaker, our Rajeshwari Patil, and fourth one is Dr. Shivamukti Nanjadapa from India. So with this, I would like to just a minute. I will start this session. Just a minute, 2 minutes. Well, so with our moderator. So she is a MD doctor. She has an industry physician who believes that medical is not just a conscience keeper, but also a solution provided for the industry and partner in making patients' life better. She is a gold medalist MD pharmacologist who also has done a fellowship in internal medicine. She is an invited national speaker panelist, has authored various book chapters and publications, and won various awards in the industry. With this keynote, I would like to invite her to take over this session as a moderator. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chinmaya. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the post-lunch session of Global Pharmacovigilance Conference. With us, we have Dr. Manoj Swaminathan, who's the chairperson for this session. Please allow me to introduce Dr. Manoj Swaminathan. Dr. Manoj is a medical doctor with his post-graduation in public health. He has over 17 years of experience in patient care, public health, and pharmacovigilance. His primary areas of interest and expertise include pharmacovigilance auditing, gap assessment and compliance, training, integration following M&A, PSMF management, and digital initiative for patient safety. He's presently working as the Director of Safety and Pharmacovigilance at Boisrai LLCI. For our first session, we have Dr. Jose. He's from Mexico. He'll be speaking on the topic current challenges in risk management and legislation across the LATAM region. Do we have him with us, Dr.
Yes.
Chinmaya?
Yes, he has joined.
With us?
Yes.
He's with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi. Before I introduce Dr. Jose, may I hand over the dice to Dr. Manoj to say a few words to.
Thanks, Dr. Swati, and thanks, Dr. Chinmay, for inviting me to this event. It has been a visual treat so far, a Saturday well utilized with all my favorite topics, such as artificial intelligence, auditing, inspections, clinical trial safety, pediatric safety, and even KAPs. So it has been wonderful so far, and I'm sure it will be wonderful in the next 4 sessions as well. And also very interesting topics like the pharmacovigilance intelligence. Yes, we are going to learn about new things about Mexico and Colombia, and we are also going to learn about patient empowerment, that is by Dr. Shiva. So it is going to be wonderful sessions coming up, and I look forward to all the sessions. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Manoj. Introducing to you the first speaker of this post-lunch session, Dr. Jose. He's a pharmacist. His experience is mainly related to pharmacovigilance field, ISARs, PSURs, PRBERs, signal management, risk minimization, audits, inspections, legislations, vendor and CRO management. He also is deeply involved with interaction and independent PV organizations, is involved deeply with regulatory agencies as well as pharmaceutical chambers. As a part of his PV career, he has worked with GSK, Merck, DOM, and Pfizer. He is the lead for the PV operations for American region, Canada, USA, and LATAM. He has built so far high performance and resilience in teams from diverse cultures and geographic context. The teams which have members from Canada, China, India, Latin America, United States of America. He's also prepared and participated in a lot of pharmacovigilance inspections, mainly in Canada, EMA, FDA, INVI-MA, etc. He has built strong relationships and collaboration with LATAM regulatory agencies. He's executed projects with global impact in operations and regulatory compliance, be it ISAR's quality control, be it ISAR submission or automation. He's been amongst all of these activities and is a pro in all of them. He's the founder of the Global Pharmacovigilance Society as well as chairman for the Americas region. In addition to this, he's also member of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance. He's the founder of JBA Pharmacovigilancia, an entity that aims to build innovative scenarios to learn, share and apply and build knowledge in pharmacovigilance across the LATAM region. He has been the former president of Mexican Drug Safety Society as well. Thank you so much, Dr. Jose, for taking our time for this session. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, and please receive my apologies to put you in a difficult scenario, trying to read my Spanish words in as part of my bio. Sorry about that. And what I can say is that, well, first of all, I'm really happy to be here. I'm really happy to take part of this amazing event. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And well, the reason why I'm here is because, well, I would like to try to share with you some insights about what are the challenges that we are facing in the Latin region, specifically in the process or in the activities related with the risk management of medicines, or this could say drugs also. So let me start sharing my screen. And here we go. If you can let me know that you are able to see my screen now. Yeah, I think that yes.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So basically, well, the purpose of this session is to share with you some of the experiences that through my way in the pharmacovigilance field, I can notice in terms of the risk management activities across the Latin region. And first of all, I would like to express and to declare that this presentation, for sure, it's purely for educational purposes. That's why the point of view, the opinion, or the ideas expressed during this conference are really and only personal and do not represent the opinions or the positions of the company, the associations, and the institutions with which I collaborate. And considering and saying this, well, maybe you are familiar with this image and with this brand, and this is mainly because of COVID. So what happened? What happened once or 1 year ago, approximately? Well, in February 2021, the Janssen COVID vaccines was authorized by the FDA. By the FDA, induce a specific regulatory pathway. This means for emergency use of authorization. And this authorization was provided for individuals from 18 years old and older. Then as maybe most of you remember, approximately after 1 month of the emergency use authorization, well, the FDA and the CDCs announced that a pause in the administration of the vaccines is required. Why? Because they receive and investigate 6 cases related with the TTS syndrome, and this pause was declared in order to help them, to help the FDA and the CDCs to ensure that the healthcare providers were made aware of the potential TTS syndrome and to take the appropriate actions in terms to make possible that the benefits of the vaccine outweighs the risk. Then, in the same month, by the end of the April, well, following or after a comprehensive safety evaluation, including different meetings with the CDCs and the CDC's advisory team for immunization practices and the FDA, well, they consider that the pause that was applied in the administration of this vaccine, now this pause could be lifted. And basically, the reasons why they consider this is because after the evaluation of the information that was available at that time, well, they consider that the benefits at that time of the vaccines outweigh the risk. And one of the actions that they taken at that time, specifically from the regulatory point of view, well, was mainly related with the update of the labels and of the information that the patients and healthcare professionals could receive in terms of the communication of this new adverse event, or at that time adverse drug reaction detected. But after almost 1 year of this emergency use of authorization, well, last May, the FDA has limited the authorized use of the Janssen vaccines for those individuals from 18 years old and older. And the reason why is mainly related with with the evaluation and the current evaluation and assessment of the safety information that the FDA within the CDCs will take in place. Why? Because after the information received through March 2022, the FDA and the CDCs have identified 60 confirmed cases, including 9 fatal cases of this TTS syndrome. And at that time, the FDA has determined that the reporting rates of the TTS was 3.23 per million doses of vaccines administered, and the reporting rate of TTC deaths was around 0.48 per million doses of vaccines. Having this, the determination to limit the authorized use of the vaccines, of these Janssen vaccines, well, the agency considered that the reporting rates of the TTS and the TTS deaths following the administration of this vaccine are not substantially lower than the previously reported. Furthermore, the factors that put an individual at risk for TTS following administration of these vaccines remain unknown. That's why the FDA considers that these limits to the use of the vaccines should take in place. So having this in context, well, how do we determine that the risks have not only changes in the nature, but also in magnitude? How can we establish actions to maintain the benefit of a drug over its risk? And the answer for most of us in this Congress it's very logical. It's because we are able to do risk management, and as a starting point, maybe it will be useful to remind to all of us that this process, well, it's mainly related with the cycle of the risk management, with the process of risk management that includes 5 important steps, starting from the identification and analysis, then to the evaluation of the data, the selection and planning, the implementation, and then the data collection, mainly related with the possibility and the need to assess if the actions taken are really impacting in the way that we expected at the beginning. And using this risk management cycle, it's important to highlight that all of these activities are mainly related with the risk management system. That the risk management system, as we already know, is considered like the set of pharmacovigilance activities and interventions that we are designing in order to identify, characterize, prevent, or minimize risks related to a medicinal product. And in this case, and having this in consideration, especially from the European medicine agencies as reference, this risk management system also includes the assessment of the effectiveness of those interventions. And one of the main deliverables of the risk management system is the risk management plan. And as we already know, this risk management plan, it's a document, it's a live document in which we need to document, we need to declare 3 important elements related to the safety of the product. First of all, safety information as is, basically related with the safety concerns. Then we need to declare what are the activities that we are planning to put in place in order to monitor this safety information that we consider relevant or important. And then we need to also state how we consider appropriate to minimize or communicate information about these risks that are declared in the RMP. But what I am telling you, all of these things that maybe you already know, because in the Latin region, what we are using as a model for risk management activities is this model, is the European model. And according to this European model, as you already know, we have these three pillars, but it's important to mention that these three pillars, well, had been changed through the time, because the European model started especially with the revision one of the risk management system model, the model seal for risk management in the good pharmacovigilance practice, well, was enforced from 2013, but there was an important update in this framework of the risk management that was effective from March 2018. And as part of this important update, what we have now is it's more clarity about what is a confirmed or identified risk, what is a potential risk, and for sure what we should consider as part of this process, or as part of the definition of the safety information, what we should consider as missing information, not only any gap of information about safety or about the safety of the medicines. And most important, we also have I could say a robust context in terms how we need to define if a risk is important or not. This is a part of the main I could say updates that as part of this revision 2 effective from March 2018. And now we need to put in the context of the risk management concepts, and for sure in terms of the consolidation of the safety information. But besides this, I could say a heart of the risk management process, as we already know, we need to also declare what are the activities that we are trying to implement, or that we plan to implement as part of the routine process of the vigilance of the medicines. But in case the routine activities are not enough or sufficient, we need to also declare what other additional activities we are trying to implement. And in this case, especially from this context of the European model, well, additional activities are mainly related with the conduction of pharmacovigilance studies, mainly observational studies. And having this in context, this is for sure for us, it's clear that this kind of studies are really activities that are very focused in specific components or in specific aspects of the safety specifications that we need to confirm, that we need to detail, or maybe that we need to implement in order to say if the risk that we expected is expressed or not in the population that we were not able to include during the development of the medicines. And finally, in terms of the minimization or the risk minimization activities, following the same model for monitoring, we have two kinds of activities: routine activities that are mainly related with the label and with the information that we can add as part of the label of the product, and additional activities that are the activities that we need to implement in case the routine activities are not enough. But using this model, these activities should be able to reach healthcare professionals and patients or caregivers. And the last piece of this framework that we are using as a model in Latin American region is the action or the actions related to the measure or the evaluation of the effectiveness of our risk minimization activities. This is the ideal model. This is the IMA model that we are trying to implement in the Latin region. But what are the challenges for the Latin American region? What are the challenges that we are facing in our region, considering that we are saying that we are aligned with IMA model, that we are aligned with ICH guideline, with the E2E guideline? What are the challenges that we are facing? And for sharing this, I need to start sharing with you our journey. Basically, the risk management journey started with Brazil in 2009. And well, I could say that the rest of the countries will add some guidance in the pharmacovigilance legislations related with risk management process. Then we have Argentina, Mexico, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Costa Rica, Peru, and the last one was Colombia. And for sure, from 2020 to up to date, we have important updates considering Brazil, Mexico, Peru, and Colombia. Specifically for Colombia, well, they recently issued a guideline specifically related with the risk management activities and the risk management documents. So I would like to share with you some of the insights in terms of the assessment of the seven legislation issues by these 7 regulatory agencies in the Latin region. Argentina, ANMAT from Argentina, ANVISA for Brazil, COFEPRIS for Mexico, DGMIT for Peru, the Instituto Nacional de Salud Pública for Chile, the Ministerio de Salud from Costa Rica for Costa Rica, and INVIMA for Colombia. So the heart of the legislations is really consistent in terms of the information or the components that a risk management plan should have, because all of these frameworks ask to the marketing authorization holders to present, to create a document that includes safety information, activities for monitoring of this safety information, and activities for risk minimization of the risk that we are declared as part of the safety information. So for this portion, I could say that we are in a good position, in a good alignment. But walking through into the details and trying to use the same reference that I already shared with you in terms of the details of the activities that we are trying to implement. First of all, for the safety information component, for the safety information definitions, even Argentina issued their PV risk management framework in 2012. Even Brazil make an important update in 2020. Even Chile also issued their framework in 2013, or having Colombia issue a new guidance, the first guidance for risk management activities in February 2022. What happened here? I mentioned you that for the IMA framework that we are saying that we are following, we have 2 important revisions in the risk management framework. The revision 1 issue or enforced from 2013, and the revision 2 enforced from 2018. What we are using as a model for these definitions and for this context of what we need to collect and to declare as part of the safety information for our risk management purposes is the version or the revision 1. That revision that was enforced from 2013 and is not longer valid in this IMA framework. And what I am saying this because in terms of the risk concept, considering confirmed or potential risk, there are not relevant differences between both revisions. But what we have now, what we are facing now, due to this, misalignment with the current approaches from the IMA model is, for example, considering missing information. We are very focused in considering missing information, mainly related aspects of safety when we are using the medicine in a special population. And now, most of us are aware that missing information doesn't really mean special populations, and this is one of the important challenges that we need to address in terms of what we need to consider as a missing information when we are creating a risk management plan, considering this local framework. And also the definition of what is an important risk is also, bringing us an important gap, because because we are using the revision 1 as a model. And in the revision 1, what we can identify or what we can see in terms of the definition of important risk, it's mainly related with a risk that impact the risk-benefit balance or a risk that is having implications in the public health. But in the revision 2, we have a context in which we are not only saying what we consider as a risk that is impacted the risk-benefit balance. There are another context, there are another scenarios in which we need to add to our analysis to consider if this risk is important or not, especially related with activities for monitoring and risk minimization. And what happened with the monitoring component of the risk management plan? Well, when we set routine activities, well, it's really like a mix of the understanding of what those means, the routine vigilance of a medicines. Why? Because even we are really clear about that spontaneous report, safety signals, and aggregate information or aggregate reports are part of the risk, are part of the routine activities in terms of the monitoring of the medicines. Really, in the LATAM region, we are not really following the same approach. Why? Because sometimes we are adding some kind of additional activities that we consider as a routine, but not really routine, but not really additional. For example, in Mexico, we have a scenario in between routine and additional that we call a pharmacovigilance program. But at the end, these activities are giving us just spontaneous information, but we consider, for example, additional activities. But having this in consideration, when we are talking about additional activities in this LATAM framework, we are also facing important misunderstandings about what we need to do or what we can do for additional monitoring. Why? Because, for example, in terms of collection of safety data, we are considered that having a call center interacting with the patient, asking for safety information could be additional activities, or having, for example, patient support programs that are not really related with the collection of safety information, because even we can collect safety information from a patient support program. The mainly purpose of these activities are not related with the collection of safety information. In some countries, the health authority is considered that having a PSP could be an activity for additional monitoring as part of our risk management. So we can see important difference in terms of what we can do for monitoring, at least at the LATAM region. And in terms of the risk minimization activities, for sure, we are very aligned in terms that routine activities are mainly related with the information in the label, and we are also we also have a good alignment in terms what we should consider as additional activities that, for example, could be considered educational materials and any other activities such as the pregnancy or such as the program pregnancy prevention activities, blah, blah, blah. But the important challenge for us here is that even we know very well that these kind of activities are created in terms to reach healthcare professionals and patients. In the LATAM region, most of the legislations, not only safety, also mainly related with medicines, are not allowed to the manufacturers, to the marketing authorization to provide any of these kind of activities, routine or additional activities. Why? Because, for example, there is no database or local database in which the patients can access to the labels of the medicines. And in terms of additional deliverables such as educational programs, you know, there are important limitations to the marketing authorizations to stay in contact to stay connected with the patient. So we are putting the risk minimization activities in a very limited way in terms of what we can do, especially having communication with patients. And finally, for sure, most of the local framework also include some lines in terms that we need to do the assessment of the effectiveness of the activities that we are conducting as part of the risk minimization, as part of the risk minimization component. But none of these legislations, none of these frameworks includes any kind of guidance about what we can do in terms of effectiveness assessment or what we can do in terms of this component. We are not communicating to the marketing authorization holders what are the actions, what are the alternatives, what are the indicators that we can use, for example, the outcome of the process indicators. This component is really missing in all of these frameworks, at least according to the information that is published from the regulatory agencies. That's why at the end, well, the challenges that we are facing in this risk management process, I could say, are relevant, are important, and should be addressed as soon as possible. But the hopeful and motivating thing is that for sure that we are certainly not in the same place as we were a few years ago. Fortunately, well, now what I can say is that we are we have a better understanding about the process, about the principles. Now we are better prepared to face these challenges. We have a better framework to understand what are the principles, but we still have a way to go, a way to create that will help us find the most effective ways to do risk management at the level that pharmacovigilance professionals in Latin America can deliver, but also at the level that the patients deserve and expect from us. So thank you so much for your attention. And it has been a great pleasure to be here. And well, with this, thanks for this opportunity to be part of this amazing and important Congress.
Thanks, Dr. Jose. Thank you so much for the lovely presentation. I really love the slides. May I now hand over the dais to Dr. Manoj for concluding remarks.
Thanks, Dr. Jose. It was really wonderful. And the best part was that you started off with the Janssen vaccine. That made us very easily realize that what the topic is going to be. And one more thing is that the rolling review had made it very, or the agencies were very busy because of the rolling review, where a typical vaccine takes 15 years to be developed, at least 8 years. And we had vaccines being developed in 8 months. And if there is a side effect which can happen only after 14 months, then it is obvious that it won't be known at the time of approval. So that way the agencies have been kept very busy, and risk management plan has made it very easy. So I have a couple of questions that in LATAM, do we need to prepare an RMP in the local Spanish language, or else it is in English? And second question is that, I'll probably tell both the questions. Yeah. The second question is that are the RMPs easily accessible on the regulatory agency websites? Because in Europe, it's confidential. You don't get access to the RMPs.
Yeah. Well, thanks for these amazing questions. Well, the first one is that we have a mixed scenario. We have agencies receiving the RMP document in English, but we also have countries asking to us to present, asking to the marketing authorization holders to submit this information in the local language, that is Spanish. But what I can tell you is that the trend is to have most of these submissions in the local language. Even we are having, now, even we have now 2 agencies as part of the ICH well, what the legislation said besides pharmacovigilance activities is that all the documents that we are presenting in the country or in the countries should be submitted in local language. So that's why there is not just one rule in terms of the presentation of this information. And the second question, the answer it's mainly the same in terms of what I already shared with you in terms of the access to the labels of the medicines. We are not allowed to get access to the risk management plans that are submitted or that are approved in the region for none of the LATAM countries. There is no one country in which we can see what are the activities or what are the risk management plan that the health authority is I could say evaluating, and what are the RMPs that the health authority approve. We don't have this, I could say, this possibility to review the information.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Joshua.
My pleasure.
Thanks, Dr. Jose. Thanks, Dr. Manoj, for the first talk of this session. May I now invite Alejandra Cruz. She is bacteriologist with emphasis in industrial microbiology and pharmacovigilance. She's a leader with high commitment in development of good pharmacovigilance practices and safe handling of medicines for patient safety in Latin America. She has expertise in good practices for production and pharmacovigilance in biological medicines and biotechnology, human safety information reporting. She has worked for areas like Colombia, Venezuela, Central America, and Caribbean. She is executive and commercial director of Colombian Pharmacovigilance Association. I invite Alejandra for her talk on pharmacovigilance in Colombia, vision and challenges of a new era. Over to you, Alejandra.
Thank you so much. So, are you seeing my slides? Okay. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to thank the organizing committee of this Global Congress on Pharmacovigilance and Dr. Chinmaya for his invitation. Also, I want to thank all the attenders who are listening to us today. My name is Alejandra Cruz, and I'm Executive Director of the Colombian Pharmacovigilance Association. I also work for the pharmaceutical industry as Drug Safety Associate, and it's my pleasure to be here and talk about some experiences in relation to pharmacovigilance in Colombia. So today, I will talk about pharmacovigilance in Colombia, vision and challenges of a new era. First, I would like to show you the agenda that we are going to see today. And first one, we will see some of the objectives in pharmacovigilance in my country, some of the stakeholders involved in the process, and how the national pharmacovigilance system works. And later, we will see some of the history, the achievements over the time, and finally, we will reflect on the challenges that we will have for this near future. So turning to the subject, let me show you the objectives in pharmacovigilance in Colombia, where the main point is patient safety and most important stakeholder of the system is the patient. As second objective, we have the drug monitoring, where two different pharmacovigilance tools, the medicine safety and its risk-benefit balance, are assessed. As a final goal, we have the safer use of medicines, where the main stakeholders are patients, consumers, caregivers, who should be educated in the proper and correct use of medicines. So regarding the relevant stakeholders, we have the patients. As I said, they are the main stakeholders of this system and for whom, of course, this system is created. Another of the stakeholders, and of course it's very important, is the National Institute for the Surveillance of Medicines and Foods, in BIMA, as Colombian National Regulatory Authority, which is a public establishment in Colombia for a scientific and technological nature. And the main objective of INVIMA is to be a national reference institution in health matters and to execute policies formulated by the Ministry of Health to carry out a health surveillance and control of medicines, biological products, food, beverage, cosmetics, medical devices, dental or surgical elements, sorry, natural or homeopathic products, diagnosis reagents, and others throughout the country. The tier stakeholders are the regional hubs that are groups of pharmacovigilance leaders who have concerns and common interests around the impact on health, and of course, provide information regarding pharmacovigilance in the regions. And last but not least, the pharmaceutical industry, that is the sector dedicated to the manufacture, preparation, and sale of medicinal chemical products for the treatment and prevention of diseases. So regarding the National Pharmacovigilance Network, we also find different entities and stakeholders that converge at one point, that is INVIMA. This joint work has specific objectives like patient safety, the strengthening of pharmacovigilance, establish the drug safety and use profile, propose strategies to prevent drug-related problems, promote a culture of appropriate and safe use of medicines, promote pharmacoepidemiological research, and develop a risk management scheme. This network involves the WHO, that is the World Health Organization, the pharmaceutical industry, Uppsala Monitoring Center, educational institutions, healthcare institutions, healthcare professionals, territorial and regional nodes, and last but not least, the patients and patients associations. So about the history of pharmacovigilance in Colombia, we began in 1995 with Decree 677 of the same year, and this decree partially regulates the health surveillance regime, specifically in Article 146, where recommendations are made for reporting information to INVIMA. Later in 1996, the National Pharmacovigilance Committee was created, and they are in charge of detecting, storing, and analyzing adverse drug reactions. Then in 1997, the National Pharmacovigilance Program was created, where medicine and drugs are monitored after their commercialization to determine their safety. In this year, also the forum and the report format was created, and which was based on Council for International Organizations of Medical Science, CIOMS. Then in 2004, Resolution 9455 of the same year was published, which establishes the regulation regarding the content and periodicity of the reports of drug manufacturers. Likewise, INVIMA was recognized by Uppsala Monitoring Center as part and member of the WHO International Pharmacovigilance Program, and the reporting format was modified and based on AHMED. Later, in 2010, the Pan American Health Organization and the WHO recognized Colombia, specifically INVIMA, as reference regional health authority, level 4, and are the competent and efficient national regulatory authorities in the performance of the functions of health regulation recommended by the same entities in order to guarantee the efficacy, safety, and quality of medicines. In 2013, territorial and regional pharmacovigilance nodes were created, and are all of these institutions or entities grouped by cities and departments within the country that establish a contact in order to set scientific information, communications of interest, and reports of adverse events. Likewise, the National Pharmacovigilance Network was formalized, and some regions and territories that are well established and have very high levels of development in pharmacovigilance and programs were recognized. And then in 2015 was developed locally in Colombia by INVIMA, a platform to report adverse events and other situations related to the use of medicines, which was called Cívicos. After that, in 2016 was created the Colombia Pharmacovigilance Association, which I belong, and that is a non-profit entity made up of sorry, someone have the microphone open. Thank you so much. A group of citizen leaders or professionals, academics, or researchers passionate about pharmacovigilance, patient safety, and the appropriate use of medicines. And also this year was created the document Declaration of Bogota, where we are articulated for the safe use of medicines and the development of pharmacovigilance in Latin America. And likewise, the INVIMA was recertified as for liver reference health authority. And in 2018, Colombia was the venue for the annual meeting of representatives of national pharmacovigilance centers, and the BGFlow platform was acquired through an agreement signed with Uppsala Monitoring Center, designated with who was responsible for pharmacovigilance. And finally, between 2021 and 2022, a migration of the BGFlow system was made by all the stakeholders involved in the process, where health system providers and pharmaceutical laboratories are being trained to create new users and start the reporting through BGFlow and e-reporting. So as we previously saw, throughout the history, there were many achievements that strengthened our pharmacovigilance system, and within which some important stand out. For example, since 2004, INVIMA has been organizing a series of academic events of great interest for health, science, and research in the country, and to which committed professional interest in pharmacovigilance, pharmacoepidemiology, and related areas. Also, several studies have been carried out at the hospital level with patients in order to detect adverse drug reactions and adverse events, as well as other situations related to the use of medications, which helped to establish actions in order to prevent medication errors and incurring adverse events or reactions that, of course, help to reduce cost and the impact that they have at intra-hospital level. Likewise, during pandemic, the Ministry of Health, together with INVIMA, created a pharmacovigilance bulletin showing the importance of vaccination and their impact in our country. And from the Colombian Pharmacovigilance Association, we also created some documents of interest related to good pharmacovigilance practices, safe use of medicines, and patient safety, which are or have free access and can be found in our website. Of course, you could find the website address at the end of this presentation. So on this slide, I would like to show you that's a result of all of these actions, organization, and implementation of standards. An increase in reports of adverse events were obtained from 2015 to 2018. As we can see, the gray area was one of the bases of the reports in 2015 with 10,238 reports. And we can see through the years in 2016, there was a 323% increase respect the last year with the year 2015. In 2017, there was a 528% increase. In 2018, there was a 630% increase. And in 2019, there was a 915% increase. Of course, we hope that in the coming years, we will continue strengthening the system and also provide patients with safe and effective medicines with well-established security profiles. So also, I want to tell you that as Colombian Pharmacovigilance Association, we have a YouTube channel where we upload all the information related to the free webinars that we usually develop every month, and that contains information related to the safe use of medications and patient safety. And there you also can find some interventions that we carry out in the national and international media that they have to do with the use of medicines and some problems that can arise in our country. And these are some of the documents that I told you that we developed within the Colombian Pharmacovigilance Association, and whose objectives were to provide technical elements for the development of pharmacovigilance strategies and activities in care institutions for patients with SARS-CoV-2 infection. And another of the objectives of one of the guides was to encourage the strengthening of the processes and activities of pharmacovigilance, but more focus on pharmaceutical industry within the context of the pandemic derived from the disease caused by COVID-19. So about the challenges, the main point that we have to develop and strength is active pharmacovigilance, where different systems focused on different points or stakeholders must be created. And the first is patient focus, where area is carrying out an intensive monitoring of hospitalized patients, or even, depending of the objectives, a patient support programs. Another could be a system focused on diseases where the patients or group of patients with the same disease and similar uncontrolled uses of pharmacological therapies are sacked. The third would be the system focused on medicines that could be carried out on those medicines with less than 5 years of introduction in the market, or those that for some specific reason need a special kind of surveillance. And here I would like to emphasize that each territory could have its own list of medicines subject to this kind of special surveillance. And finally, there are the epidemiological studies that would be a post-marketing pharmacovigilance studies, and where the purpose is to test a hypothesis that is to establish a causality between the presence of adverse drug reactions and the use of a drug. And this can be cohort, control cases, or case series. And another could be monitor events linked to the prescription too. So another of the biggest challenges is education in the correct and adequate use of medications for patients, caregivers, and healthcare professionals. And of course, they are the main stakeholders of this important system that like is the pharmacovigilance, and to whom we should project different strategies to reduce and prevent adverse event reactions to medicines. And finally, and to close this presentation, I would like to show you another challenge that we have for the integration of the different stakeholders in pharmacovigilance, as patients, pharmaceutical laboratories, educational institutions, associations, and ministries. There is also the strengthening of the existing pharmacovigilance program, especially in the regions and the regional nodes that are farthest from the capital of our country, since this is where are less access to this information. So, however, the idea is to be able to provide greater access to information and pharmacovigilance systems. It is also important to have more access to resources in order to carry out research projects for the detection and prevention of adverse events, in order to strengthen drug safety and reporting systems. Another challenge is the strengthening of reporting and analysis systems, generation and evaluation of adverse events with international standards, so these signals can be identified in time. And last one, the work in conjunction with other regulatory agencies in Latin America for the harmonization of pharmacovigilance. On this slide, you can find the reference. And finally, I would like to invite all of you to be part of the Colombian Pharmacovigilance Association and to follow us on our social media networks on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. And of course, remind you that on our website, you can find the free material related to pharmacovigilance manuals and guides that we developed during pandemic. So that was all for today. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Alejandra, for such a beautiful presentation and taking us through the journey of the Colombian Association. I hand over the dais to Dr. Manoj for concluding remarks.
Thanks, Dr. Swati. Thanks, Dr. Alejandra. We know it is 5:30 in the morning and you are making this presentation. So we really appreciate your efforts. We would like to ask you one thing. You told about the challenges with regards to the harmonization in LATAM. We had the PAHO guideline way back in 2010, but then there has been no update in the last 12 years. So do you think that is coming up, or a new version of PAHO guideline coming up?
Yeah, actually, we are working with different associations in different countries, for example, with Josue in Mexico, in Argentina, in Chile. And the idea is that we could harmonize the pharmacovigilance in Latin America and could strengthen the work that in the last and for sure the future we can make. So yeah, of course that this is the main idea, to strengthen and harmonize the pharmacovigilance in Latin America.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Alejandra. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Alejandra. Thanks, Dr. Manoj. We have with us the next speaker for the evening, Dr. Rajesh Vinay.
Just a minute, ma'am. Just Batista, he wants to say something. He's raised his hand.
Yeah. So,
sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the question that Manoj shared, it's really, you know, amazing for me, because we are speaking about how we can harmonize our framework in terms of this pharmacovigilance activities, as Alejandra mentioned, as part of the, I could say, not societies activities such as the Colombian, the Argentinian, the Peruvian, and the Mexican societies of PV. For sure, we are, you know, trying to create some room to put in context what could be the benefits to have I could say similar framework, but because it will be impossible to have the same framework for each of the countries. And the activities that the Colombian Association are doing are really great. But we know very well that this harmonization, it's not really linked with activities that we are doing as a societies. The work it's under the health authorities, and hopefully with this new, you know, I could say approaches from the PAHO and from the WHO, having in context that not only harmonization it's needed, also we need to work in reliance. So having this in context, well, what we can expect it's that in the, I could say, short future for us, we could see our agencies working together, maybe not aligning all the pieces of the legislation, but maybe accepting the different models that they ask at local levels in terms of what they consider appropriate for PV purposes. But, you know, how we are as humans, and most of the time we consider that our approach is the best approach, and that's why we are having these challenges with these different scenarios in terms of what we can do for PV in terms of comply or meet regulatory requirements. But at the end, as Alejandra mentioned, what we need to consider is to put in the center of these conversations our patients, because if we are not able to do this, all of the activities that we are or that we can consider, well, at the end, had not been had not reached our patients, and well, the work that we can do around this maybe could not be very positive and impactful as we expect. So sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to add this thought to the conversation.
So about the question, currently didn't exist, or there is no regulation for these products in Colombia. So no, we don't have, just in Colombia. I don't know if in other regions of Latam could exist the rules or regulations for herbal medical drugs.
What I can add for that question is that, well, it's only if the regulatory agency provide a register code or register ID, that herbal medicinal drug should follow the legislations that are in place in the country. But as Alejandra mentioned, well, there is no specific guide or framework about what we need to do for the herbal drugs, even they have or not this, I could say, traditional approval as a medicine.
Thank you so much.
Oh, wow. Sorry, because I was trying to share something at the very beginning of the question, and I didn't realize that I was on mute, at least from this device. Well, just to summarize, well, there is no specific guidance or regulatory framework in the Latin region for the medicinal herbal drugs. There is just like some connections between, you know, if the health authority consider that this herbal drug should be submitted as a traditional drug, in that only, or in that specific scenario, we need to follow the local framework, but there is not this specific framework as we have, for example, in Europe or some countries of the Americas region.
Thanks, Dr. Jose. Alejandra, would you want to speak anything here? Okay, over to you, Dr. Yeah, Alejandra.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Right. Dr. Manoj, over to you for the concluding remarks.
So thanks both of you, both Dr. Jose and Dr. Alejandro, for the wonderful presentations. We now know more about the LATAM pharmacovigilance regulations, especially in Mexico and Colombia. So thank you very much for the same.
Thanks, Dr. Manoj. We have with us the next speaker, Dr. Rajeshwari Patil. She's from Canada. She was going to speak on the topic signal management and pharmacovigilance. Speaking of her, she's a medical doctor with dual master's degree in MD and diploma in clinical research and regulatory affairs, with over 9 years of experience in drug safety and risk management, medical writing, and clinical research tinted with clinical practice. Currently, she's serving ICON Inc. Canada as a senior drug safety physician with vast experience working with major regulatory agencies, including Health Canada, FDA, EMA, TGA. She comes with an experience in planning and implementation of signal detection and risk management strategies. She has received many awards for best research papers and posters. She strongly believes that learning is the key to betterment, and pharmacovigilance is a service to mankind and a responsibility of every individual. We have with us Dr. Rajeshwari Patil. Over to you, Dr. Rajeshwari Patil.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening. I don't know if it's good afternoon in some parts of the world. I mean, I know it's been a very long session for all of you, but I believe I'm the, what do you say, last but one opening batsman or the closing batsman, I would say. I do see a vast panel here. Thank you all for participating. I would like to congratulate Dr. Chinmaya and his team for this collaboration wherein he's bringing expertise from different corners of the world and to share their knowledge and experience. It's truly a good deed you're doing, Dr. Chinmaya and team. I congratulate each and everyone for participating and being a part of this panel as well. So without taking much of the time, I think there'll be the next speaker would be awaiting. I would get started. Share my screen.
Contra ka ek se.
Contra le.
Contra na.
Okay, I have a co-speaker. Let me quickly share the screen.
Yes, ma'am, you can share this screen.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Your PowerPoint is on the other side, below. You can see the toolbar below.
Yeah,
Yes, that one.
Okay. Okay, now we are good. Okay. As Dr. Swati rightly told, it's signal management and pharmacovigilance, the topic. So the agenda for today is very simple. I'm just going to be answering 5 simple questions: what, where, how, which, and who. I don't want to tax your brains too much. Just 5 simple questions. What is a signal? Where am I going to look for the signal? Where is the data? So what are the sources? What is the signal detection? How am I going to do the signal? What is the process and the methods involved? For which products am I supposed to be doing signal detection? Well, this answer is very simple, applicable to all medicinal products for human use. And who should be doing the signal detection? Needless to say, the trained professionals. A little bit background into a little bit on I'll touch base on the basics for those of you who are not really familiar with the tasks of signal detection. And to put it in short, every drug comes with a drug event pair, as in every drug has a label or a prescribing information or reference safety information, what I would call, which notes adverse event effect of the drug. So there are certain known drug adverse event pairs we are aware of and noted or listed in their label. Example, let's take a drug, cetirizine. And if I look into their label, and there are a lot of cases of blurred vision, and if I really look into the reference safety information, which could be a product monograph or a USPI or a summary of safety, SMPC for EU, or for any drug, depending on its approval. And let's take the adverse event blurred vision. And if it's noted in the RSI, yes, so the event is listed. And this association between the drug and the event is a known association. I emphasize it's a known association. Let's say a lot of reports of AE, say we get a cataract and are reported with the use of cetirizine, and it is not listed in the label. I would consider it as a new safety issue, an unknown association. Let's take the next term, hepatitis fulminant. In this case, when I look into, when I browse through the RSI, it has hepatitis listed, but fulminant hepatitis is unlisted. I would consider this as a safety issue here. Well, because there is more specific data in terms of severity, hence a new aspect of a known association. But this does not mean when assessing each of these events, it doesn't mean that this qualifies to be a signal. When we are assessing whether a set of safety data or safety issue meets the definition of a signal, it is important to take a holistic approach and consider data from all the sources rather than just considering each data source in isolation. Hence, the causality assessment should be done with a holistic approach. As I said, now let's look at the drug event pair and when do we consider it a safety signal? If there is a new potential causal association or the new aspect of a known association. As I just illustrated, it implies association either must be unknown or a new aspect of a known association. Therefore, adverse events whose nature, severity, specificity, or frequency, outcome are already described in the RSI are not regarded as signals. Now, only adverse events that qualify to be signals, are they only adverse events or are we looking at anything else? Well, yes, a beneficial effect can also be a signal. Let me give you an example of sildenafil. The popular name Viagra was initially proven to be effective for pulmonary hypertension. And later on, when there were large case reports or data supportive of its beneficial effects in sexual performance, it was approved for erectile dysfunction. Such finds give birth to new indication or benefits. And also very important, like off-label use, used for disease or medical conditions that is not approved to treat, such as a chemotherapy, which is approved to treat one type of cancer, but healthcare providers use it for a different type of cancer. And bingo, we find it useful in that particular event as well. It works out and it is beneficial to the patient for that particular cancer. As I said, it has to be taken into a holistic approach whenever we do signal assessment and not look at it and the cases in isolation. Hence, causality assessment covering a larger population, more data sets is very important aspect of signal detection. Now, with this background in mind, let's look at the definition of signal. It is very, very, very thoughtfully laid down by the Council of International Organization, the CIOMS working group. Information that arising from one or multiple sources, which suggest new aspect of a known association or between an intervention and an event set or related events, or either it is an adverse or a beneficial that is judged to be of sufficient likelihood to justify verification, further verificatory action. The reason is once we find this drug event pair, it doesn't really qualify to be a signal at this stage. It is just a safety issue at this point and requires further verificatory action. So what really are we looking at down this line? Holistic approach needs to be taken, running through the following steps for each identified safety issue by detecting it, validating it, prioritizing it further, and then signal assessments and recommending for further actions which needs to be taken with the drug event pair. So where do I collect all the data from? The data can be from an unsolicited data, spontaneous reports, spontaneous reporting system databases, or medical or published literature, or solicited data, organized data collection systems, or data from active surveillance programs, clinical, including that, or clinical trials, pharmacoepidemiological studies, non-clinical data, acute or chronic animal toxicity studies. Well, there are different methods to undertake signal detection. One prominent approach is the traditional method or the qualitative method, which involves expert qualitative review or manual review of each of these spontaneous reports from regulatory sources or literature sources. A more recent developed approach is computer-aided analysis of aggregate data to detect signs of disproportionality reporting, the so-called data mining. It is rarely possible to conclude with confidence on the basis of any individual event, whether based on an individual case that the event is caused by the drug. However, a safety signal may arise also from a single well-documented case report of a serious unexpected adverse event, especially if this event is rare in the absence of a drug exposure. And if the report describes a positive challenge, yes, we could point fingers and say, yes, there is even one case could qualify to be a safety issue. But for effective estimation of data, we would require a numerator data, which is nothing but a number of events, and a denominator data, which means number of people exposed. Now, spontaneous reports or spontaneous reporting systems, unfortunately, provide only the numerator data, the above part of it, where it provides us number of events. It doesn't give us an estimate on the number of people exposed to that particular drug, and also throwing around these events. That's why signal disproportional reporting is applied to such cases to pull out potential safety issue cases. Here, qualitative method would be difficult to apply for large data sets in case of isolated cases. So hence we need, there comes the need of this qualitative method or statistical analysis, and hence we would apply to the databases certain criteria to pull out and lead to data, what we call it as data mining. So then it brings us to the question, what is the main principle of data mining or the working of statistical tool? So as I said, there's a lot of wealth of information. The sources of signal is coming from spontaneous, clinical trials, literature sources, databases. All of this is pulled into the large regulatory databases or company databases. And screening of this database is humanly not possible, looking into each case in every databases when there are thousands of cases lying around and piled up in the database. So there comes the importance of screening of the database, which is done by a statistical tool or the data mining algorithm. The signal which will, based on the set criteria you assign, it will pull out signals of disproportionate reporting or the SDRs. So what is really a data mining? You're technically, in layman terms, I would say you're digging down relevant or significant alerts out of the vast ocean of information and bringing out events, drug event pairs, which really need further analysis, or which would probably qualify to be a safety issue and further signal. So proportional reporting rate is put across, or chi-square, odds ratio, relative reporting ratio, or just information component, IC, or the Bayesian method, what we call. I'm not going to dwell deeper into statistics. It will take the rest of another 2 hours probably, and I will just touch base on this with a little example, just for a little better understanding. So say, for example, I'm looking at signal detection and I'm looking at the database, and I'm planning to set a SDR criteria. Say my criteria is proportional reporting rate of more than or equal to 2 and chi-square more than or equal to 4, and number of events which are reaching a frequency of more than or equal to 3. Or if the event, it need not meet the criteria, if it qualifies for a DME. I will further talk more on this. So a little bit on why I have to put 3 criteria there, PRR and chi-square, and the number of events more than or equal to PT more than 3. Why am I doing this? Typically what happens is, just as one example of what criteria you can set. You can set many criteria. There are different methods, as I said, Bayesian methods and other methods, but this is one of the PRR, which is a more sensitive, and the Bayesian being more specific. Anyways, we will not go into deeper. I'll just give you an example of the PRR. Say, for example, I'm looking at all cases. Don't get carried away with this complex slide. Here it is a proportional reporting ratio. And what I'm technically looking at here is proportion of reports involving, say, headache among all reports of diazepam, divided by the proportion of reports involving headache among all the reports, but not diazepam. So basically, I'm getting an estimate of the number of cases occurring of headache occurring with, say, a drug diazepam versus headache occurring with all other drugs. And if that ratio is more than equal to 2, and it's important for me. However, but this particular method comes with a lot of false positives. So what we would do is add in another chi-square test, which will mitigate this false positive to a certain extent, because it takes into consideration the categorical variables as well. And this, we're laying down contingency table, and we're looking at observed events and the expected values, and coming to a p-value, and looking into and coming to a significant. Let's not get into the details, as I said, and we will apply even chi-square more than equal to 4. And then, of course, if the increase, we are also putting another value of increased PT more than 3, so that we are completing and we're not, we're kind of filtering out all the waste and coming to significant or important drug event pairs, which we need to look into. However, this rule really does not apply to designated medical events. Why are they important? Because designated medical events are considered rare, serious, and associated with high drug attributable risk as such, which constitutes an alarm with a few as even 1 or 2 or 3 reports we still want to look at it, and we don't want to miss such important events which are in the DME list, and they're inherently medically important. Therefore, looking at the DME list serves as a safety net to ensure that the signals are not really missed, and we really want to look at events of such kind, like the aplastic anemia and so on and so forth. Now, the purpose or the next step is signal validation. Now, the purpose of signal validation is to evaluate the data supporting the detected signal or the safety issue in order to verify that the available documentation contains sufficient evidence, demonstrate the existing of a new potential causal relationship or a new aspect of a known association, and therefore justifies further analysis of the signal. Now, validation is not intended to be a detailed analysis of all the available evidences, but rather just preliminary evidence of you're trying to gather information, readily available information to determine if more thorough evaluation is required from this point on. So what are we really looking by this validation process? It is performed by reviewers. So what you're really seeing is, what do I really know already about this event? Or is it enough covered in my label? Are the healthcare professionals or HCPs made aware enough of this particular event? Well, if I administer this, there is a possibility of the drug causing, say, hepatitis, fulminant hepatitis. Do I know this information? And is it adequately addressed in the label? Just not that. One isolated case wouldn't really fly with the regulators. So what would we do? Look at the strength of evidence. What do I mean by the strength of evidence? The total number of cases. How many cases are, say, I'm getting thousands of cases with diazepam and headache. I mean, it's already known, so I'm just giving you an example. Say, for example, the signal which I identified was, say, atypical antipsychotic and metabolic syndrome. I was getting a lot of cases with atypical antipsychotic and metabolic syndrome, and there was positive de-challenge and re-challenge and no other confounders. Medical history was not there pointing towards a metabolic syndrome, or there was no lack of potential other alternative explanation to the causation, so which pointed fingers towards atypical antipsychotic. So the strength of evidence was very strong. Also, we'll dig, and is there a possible mechanism which could lead to the metabolic syndrome, is what we're looking deeper into. We're looking at whether this drug can really cause this particular adverse events. Is there a possible mechanism? You are trying to evaluate or characterize this particular risk and say that, is this possible or not? Next, coming to the clinical relevance and content, which is very important. Now, clinical relevance and content gives you, like, you're really analyzing whether it is a serious, event, or is it simply just, brittle nails, or not very, very trivial, but really important. It's a serious, so severity, outcome, and reversibility. Thalidomide led to a lot of congenital anomalies, which were not reversible, which is a very important safety issue of concern for us. Whether the reactions occurring in the context of a drug-drug interaction, or whether the reactions occurring in a vulnerable population like pregnant women, children, or is it only specified, confined to that age group, or just the elderly? Is there any other underlying condition of the elderly which is making this adverse event more common in these set of people? Or we're also looking at, is there a pattern or a trend I'm looking at? Does this event occur only when given an overdose? Or is there an off-label use leading to a beneficial effect, as I've mentioned in my previous slide? So on and so forth. So this validation step is important because if the step is like a first checkpoint, I would say, in a way, because if you're filtering it right here and taking only the relevant and significant ones for further analysis. Next, coming to prioritization. Well, there are a lot of drug event pairs which we would think to be important for analysis. Now, in an OPD filled with many patients, you would look at the critical ones first. The same rule applies here. The ones with very high importance are looked at first and given the status of high priority, next the medium, and then the low. The high priority, an emerging safety issue that has potential to impact the risk-benefit profile of the product, would qualify to be high. And if it really makes a significant public impact, then it would be qualifying as high. Now, when do I call it as high? When there is a high probability, there's a biological plausibility, or there's a close temporal relationship with the drug occurring and the event, or it is free of confounders and at least one positive re-challenge, then I would definitely designate it as a high safety issue. Now, coming to the medium, slightly downgraded, at least two of the following criteria of biological plausibility, temporal relationship, the product is there, and there is it's largely free of confounders and at least one positive re-challenge. So now, in at least one of the following, it is listed in, or if it is, it's listed in the DME and the evidence suggests the reaction may be severe enough to cause a serious clinical outcome, then yes, I would consider it as medium. And if it doesn't qualify for either being high or medium, I would place it under low. Now, further down the signal assessment, the assessment of the safety data begins during the signal detection itself. And the purpose really is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to classify a safety issue as a signal. We're digging in deeper to pull out more evidences in this case. We have already come to, in the validation process, we are already coming to a point where we're saying, yes, there could be an association here. You're supporting it and building on this particular association and pulling in more evidences, trying to eliminate other causes and evaluate and come to the conclusion that the drug is the culprit to cause the event by far and with no other alternative explanations. So where are we going to get the additional resources from? So you're going to get sources such as look into the sources from larger databases like WHO Vigibase or FRARES database, clinical trial data, and scientific literature, more digging deeper and looking into different websites, Embase and PubMed, and information on epidemiology if you're going to gather, or you're going to look into depth of reading into the underlying disease and say that, would it be possible that it would be a repercussion of the underlying disease and not the drug? Information from other regulatory authorities worldwide and reference databases. We can look into to gather more information on this particular drug event pair. For the what do I do with this drug event pair? After doing a lot of thorough investigations, after the signal assessment, for all you know, it may not all go in vain because there is no substantial evidence, there's no strong association. I might simply just refute it. Or you might think, well, it is an untoward occurrence, but some basis of suspicion is there, and there is some association, but it's not really confirmed. What would I do with this? I would not be throwing it away, but putting it in a close monitoring tracker. periodic review of the signal in aggregate reports, gather more information on an ongoing basis, and further take it from there. An identified signal, on the other hand, it has more adequate evidences to state that their association is strong. So I need to do something about this adverse event which occurred with the drug, either update it in the product label and communicate to the healthcare professionals via a dear healthcare professional and tell them that, this drug can cause also this particular reaction, and let them know. This particular point is very important because they are the end users. I mean, they are the ones who are the endpoint to prescribing the drug to the patients. So it's important to know, for them to be made aware of this particular new adverse drug reaction, either in the form of updating the label or communicating to them, depending. Then important potential risk and important identified risk. Now, what's the difference between the potential risk, identified risk, and the important potential risk and the important identified risk? So important identified risk and potential risk, an identified or a potential risk would have an impact on the risk benefit or the implication of public health. Then the potential risk would become important and the identified risk would become important. Now, what do I do with the important potential risk? It has to be communicated to the regulatory authorities, update the label, or conduct more post-authorization safety studies, and strengthen your benefit ratio and see to that the balance between the benefit ratio is still adequate and good enough. Or targeted follow-up questionnaires are designed to gather more information. Well, if you have to look at the thalidomide tragedy which occurred, now thalidomide is still in the market, but you cannot throw away the drug because it caused one particular event, adverse event, which was not acceptable. Agree, it was really not acceptable, but then we could still use it with a little bit of stringent rules around it. Make sure that the people who are taking this drug do not get pregnant, ensure and they follow them up if they do get pregnant, and ensure that this congenital anomaly is minimized well, I would wish that it would be zero, but then there have been cases even after the tragedy and been announced, but still we're trying to bring it down to as zero as possible, I mean as minimum as possible. So because thalidomide is still being used for multiple myeloma, and it is a very important drug and useful drug for that sector of patients. Now, important identified risk, again here we would communicate risk to the regulatory authorities, healthcare professionals. Sometimes it might also go to the extent of being withdrawn from the market. An example is ranitidine, wherein it's a H2 blocker, an antacid, and an anti-acidity in layman term, and it was withdrawn because it had come up, this product present with a lot of an NMDA impurity. With this particular impurity led to a lot of it had carcinogenic potential. So the regulators came back to the market authorizing holders and said that look in your database and see if you're seeing more events of cancer propping up with the use of ranitidine. And well, when they gathered all the information, they came to a conclusion that it has to be withdrawn, and it's no good. And why would they decide to withdraw it? Because there are other alternative medications available, anti-acidity products available, and we can do without ranitidine, and hence it was withdrawn. So I've pretty much answered the 5 questions, and I've laid down which I had laid down in the very beginning of the session, but missed one very, very important question. Why are we doing all of this? We are collecting ICSRs, we are reporting it, we are doing a bit. Why do we have to take it all the way, analyze it, dig deeper again back into the database, dive into it, do all of this particular errand of work and involve more resources? Well, so the missing question really here is why? Apart from being a regulatory requirement, adverse event reactions among the top 10 leading causes of death in most of the countries. Signal detection, identifying an AE unknown to the drug, and further monitoring them, and working towards risk mitigation exercise in which the ADRs caused by the therapeutic drugs can be explored, prevented, or minimized. or it is very important that the very thalidomide tragedy further prevented the congenital anomaly occurring in million other children. So it is very important process. This brings to the end of my presentation, but I would like to emphasize on the fact that signal detection is not the responsibility of just the reviewer who picked it, but it actually starts from the patient himself who reports that these adverse events. If he is not reporting, underreporting, yields no substance, what are you going to review? Nothing really. Followed by the data entry professional, whose appropriate capture and follow up on gathering more information. If he doesn't give it to the adequate information to the medical reviewer, he's helpless too. I would disqualify it, and probably it would not reach to be of substantial strength and evidence at the signal assessment level, and I would refute it. Further, the QCer, if he doesn't QC it properly and send it in a timely manner, we may miss an important identified risk. And well, there are already 101 people consuming it, and coming up with this adverse event. We don't want that. And lastly, the regulatory team and submitting it to the regulatory authorities. If they are not notified in time, again, we are running through a lag. So all in all, important to note is pharmacovigilance, signal detection is an individual responsibility. This is a teamwork, and it has to be done by each and every one. And it is somewhere we are doing a big service to mankind. Maybe indirectly, but yes, very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajeshwari, for such a wonderful talk, for simplifying the method of signal management and truly sticking to your value that, pharmacovigilance is a service in the mankind and responsibility of every individual. Now I hand over the dice to Dr. Manoj, who's the chairman of the session, for concluding remarks. Over to you, Dr. Manoj.
Thanks, Dr. Swati. Very much simplified, Dr. Rajeshwari. Very few people in the industry can simplify this topic to this extent, and we really appreciate that. And it's always a pleasure listening to you and at least and learning about this very complex topic. I'm sure the audience also feels the same. So once again, we would like to thank you for all your time as well as for simplifying this very important topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Rajeshwari. Thanks, Dr. Manoj. Moving on to the last topic of this session, the use of media, audiovisual aids in bringing awareness about pharmacovigilance. We have with us Dr. Shiv Murthy. Dr. Shiv Murthy, he brings with him 21 years of experience in the Department of Clinical Pharmacology and Drug Development, with hands-on experience in different areas such as clinical operations, BAB studies, clinical trials, including the phase 1 to phase 4 phases, pharmacovigilance, regulatory and quality management. He has worked in reputed companies such as Novo Nordisk, Lotus Lab, Jubilant Life Sciences, Cartesian Clinical Research, Fortis Clinical Research, Notrox Research, Semler Research Center, etc. The trials conducted and data generated were submitted to and audited by various national and international agencies such as DCGI, US FDA, EMA, MHRA, etc. Dr. Murthy has also taught in various reputed medical institutions such as St. John's Medical College, Bangalore, MGMCRI Pondicherry, DM WIMS Vinand, etc. He is currently working at Department of Pharmacology, Dr. Chandrama Dayanand Sagar Institute of Medical Education and Research, Bangalore. Over to you, Dr. Murthy.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I share my slide? Can you confirm whether you can see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. So,
go for the slide share mode, sir.
Yeah, I'm doing.
Full screen.
Okay, is it okay now?
Yeah, you can go for the full screen mode, sir.
Yeah, I just entered into full screen mode. Can you see full screen mode? Can you confirm? Is it in full screen mode now?
Not really. Not.
Yeah. Now?
No, sir. Not as yet.
Okay.
So click on the sixth icon from, yeah, sir. Yes. Sir.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, you can click on the sixth icon here, sir. Yeah. Below
Yeah,
this
I did that actually. But,
the first one below, yeah, this one, sir. Just click on that one.
Yeah, is it fine? Can you see it?
Not really. Try clicking it again, sir.
Actually, it is in screen share mode.
It's probably going into screen share mode.
Is it okay?
Yeah, we can go ahead with this, sir. We can.
Okay, so thank you very much to the organizers. Can you close the room? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry in between. Yeah, so thank you very much to the organizers, Dr. Chinmaya and Dr. Rojaramani madam, for giving me this opportunity, and it is a wonderful occasion to address all of you. And this is the second World Global Conference on Pharmacovigilance organized by Global Pharmacovigilance Society. Last year also we had very nice program, and this time again it has compounded into next level, and we had so many presentations. And now we have come to the last presentation. I may take 25 to 30 minutes, but I'm sure I would like to assure you that it will be a definitely a little bit entertaining presentation, and also you will enjoy looking at various medias that are available and that can be used for popularizing the pharmacovigilance. So let us try. Let us start our presentation. Let me start with a song which is written by me. Basically, this is a song in folk tune which I have written, and I have sung this also. Let me just try for a few seconds, and then I'll come back to you. It is in Kannada. It is our mother language in Karnataka, but I will just explain you that also. Tandano tano tanandano tano tandanno tano tanandano tano ವೈದ್ಯರ ಸಲಹೆ ಇಲ್ದೇನೆ ಗರ್ಭಿಣಿ ಮಾತ್ರೆ ತಿನ್ನಲೇ ವೈದ್ಯರ ಸಲಹೆ ಇಲ್ದೇನೆ ಗರ್ಭಿಣಿ ಮಾತ್ರೆ ತಿನ್ನಲೇ ಗರ್ಭಿಣಿ ಮಾತ್ರೆ ತಿನ್ನಲೇ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಕಾಲಿಲ್ಲೇ ತಂದನ್ನೋ ತಾನೋ ತಾನಂದನ್ನೋ ತಾನೋ ತಂದನ್ನೋ ತಾನೋ ತಾನಂದನ್ನೋ ತಾನೋ. So hope all of you enjoyed listening to this tone. It is a folk tone tune. Basically, the message that is conveyed is that if any pregnant lady undergoes any self-medication, then there are chances that baby will be born without legs and without arms. It is conveyed in a very in soft way and in a acceptable way to the villagers and to anyone in the society. And I believe that this is a safety issue, drug safety issue, which we are trying to give it to the local people and to anyone and everyone in this world, especially those who are talking this language. And the same thing can be adopted or similarly can be written in other languages. And I believe that that will be more acceptable and attracting to the people. Now, let me show you one more video, which is related to cardiovascular adverse drug reactions Now you can see that there is a video playing which is talking about normal sinus rhythm. And if a drug is given, if there is a sick sinus syndrome, then you can see that sinus, there is a, sinus node is not properly functioning. And because of that reason, now there is a atrial fibrillation. You can see here, because of atrial fibrillation, there is no coordination between the atrium and ventricle. Like this, I think if we use some of the media,
sir.
yeah.
Pardon, sir. Sir, slides are not moving.
Yeah. Now, can you see?
No, sir.
Not move? Okay.
No. Yes. Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Did
Yes,
you
sir.
did you hear the music and other things?
Yes,
No?
yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
you heard and you saw the video?
Yeah, you can click on that play
Video,
link.
okay.
Yeah, play button.
And yeah, let me just try it again.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you hear? Yeah, this is the sinus, normal sinus rhythm, where artery and ventricular rhythm is okay. Now we have sick sinus syndrome induced by a drug. You can see that atrium and ventricle, they are not functioning together. They are going in
Wow! Bonjour, mon cher. Tu as pas mis my Comment cela est-il?
differently. So I believe that you appreciated that, like these are the very easier and interesting ways to attract the audience and popularize that adverse events can be caused by the drugs. So all of you are able to hear me, right? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so now I'll try to introduce the list of means that can be probably we can try to adopt, and I have tried adopting some of them, and I think 2/3 of the medias have tried adopting them, and still I am yet to achieve all of them. But I would like to give a list of medias that can be easily adopted so that we can try to convey the pharmacovigilance messages to various people. I just demonstrated songs, videos, advantages of them, and then street plays can be played. I will show you in my next few slides. And short movies, I think there was a competition last year and we have already heard. I will show you that also. Newspaper articles you can write, we can conduct quiz. Social media can be used for popularizing the pharmacovigilance concepts, and story writing and case stories, moral stories can be displayed to the population. And then reflective writings. This is another interesting thing where the patients who experience their adverse events, they can write, physicians can write, or any others can also write about what is their experience, what are the corrective measures that can be adopted. Then panel discussions we had yesterday, and similarly we can also include general public to display our pharmacovigilance concepts. Of FM and all India radio stations can be used for displaying the safety information. And then wall paintings can be done. Now we are like environmental days and all, they are doing wall painting. Similarly, pharmacovigilance concepts can also be painted and shown to the general public, and their importance can be given to the population. Then posters in hospitals can be another attractive way of attracting the eyeballs. Then public webinars can be conducted, including the public and also professionals. Then experience sharing by the patients, like after blocking their identity, we can very well record their views, and I'm sure that will be helpful. Skill lab modules and similar models and simulations can be used. Postcard stamps, like we can request the government to release postcard stamps on during the National Pharmacovigilance Week. Tabletop models as the reminder So free gifts can be given to the physicians, where they will act as the reminders to the physicians to report the adverse drug reactions. Pharmacovigilance Week celebration, it was a huge success last year in India. I'm sure it will be a recurring event and it will add value to pharmacovigilance. Calendars and wall tables can be calendars on wall and tabletop calendars can be created. Conferences, workshops we are already attending. Laser shows, or like thalidomide disaster, what happened, we can try to popularize this event or similar events any other, where we can attract more people. Like now we have laser show for Mysore Palace and the history. Similarly, we can have some shows someday, and we can see that like Palm Jumeirah, like in Dubai, there is a big tower. I forgot its name. There usually once in a while they display something. There also we can request sometime to show some pharmacovigilance day initiatives or something like that. Then puppet shows and role models can be puppet shows are the another way we can also display the information. Role models like leaders, actors like Amitabh Bachchan, or some famous personalities, even our PM, even if we speak for 1 minute about pharmacovigilance, I'm sure it will attract the eyeballs and ears throughout the world. Then involvement of actors and famous personalities can be another method. Next is podcasts. So I recently started, this is using the technology, we can broadcast our thoughts and information regarding pharmacovigilance in all the languages, sometimes in local language, in English, and in the international language. Then public address systems, when we are conducting any rallies, walkathon, marathon, or selfie abhiyan, at that time we can use these public address systems and create the awareness. And then ADR cards. So these are the ADR cards. Like recently, Dr. Chinmaya and et al., they initiated this one unique one patient, one adverse event, one card. So it's another like Adar card, we can have ADR card. So these are some of the medias. Let me try demonstrating you like how I have utilized these medias. You can see here, I created, last year I participated in the national level competition and I got the first prize. But the information that was included in this brand abuse, where one brand name is there are 4 different molecules are having the same brand, and it is confusing, and there are a lot of therapeutic failures are there, and also there was drug event related to it, and there was no information available in the general public how to report these things. And we tried, I tried through this movie, and advantage of this is that you can see here like once this program is conducted and prize is announced, this got reflected in the major newspapers like the Hindu and Indian Express and Udayakala. All these, like they are penetrating. The information is penetrating to every nook and corner in India and throughout the world. That there is something called as pharmacovigilance. There is something called as brand abuse, and the story was taken up for the further discussion. And this event again initiated a radio call with me, and I went to All India Radio, and then I gave a talk on this and conveyed a lot of messages. So what are the issues related to it and how we can prevent this. And again, regarding the prescription error practices, so I created one more 1-minute video, and it became a very popular one among the healthcare professionals. And the message is that the doctor written the prescription in a illegible way, and that led to the confusion, and it led to the adverse drug reaction, and the solution is print the prescription. this kind of messages can be given in a very short videos, and we can popularize it, and I hope that it will lead to change in the practice. Next one is that I presented a paper on adverse drug reactions in children in an international conference, and they fortunately awarded. And I believe that the prize was given to this subject, that is adverse drug reactions in children. And then I took it to the level that like I wrote an article detailing the adverse drug reactions in children, the effect of drugs in children, what are the reasons why we get the adverse drug reactions, and then it got reflected in the various almost 8 news channels, news companies. They published my article, and it became a like something. What I'm saying, that the message is conveyed to the public in a broader manner. So because the people identified this topic, and I took the initiative and then went on to publish, and then it took a different shape altogether. And so next is that like since we conducted the National Pharmacovigilance Week, we got an idea that okay, this is something innovative thing, like let us do this pharmacovigilance reflective writing ebook. Then we announced it as a competition. We got very good stories where like we identified 15 different issues that can be like countered during your general practice, and all these 15 issues are highlighted in this reflective writing. And I wrote an editorial, and I published in this, and then we got a wide acceptance to this ebook. And Arshia Bandari, yesterday she was there, she was moderating the panel discussion. Thanks to her, and she took the responsibility of writing a article and publishing the Uppsala reports. And now this ebook is displayed in Uppsala reports website. So anyone can download this and take the information for further implementing. Now 15 ideas where we can try to reduce the adverse drug reactions can be implemented. Like this, we have, then we create during the National Pharmacovigilance Week, one day we had street play as an event, and we involved well-known pediatrician who is with us, Dr. Asha Venkapal. She took it very active participation, and she was part of our discussion. And the advantage of this kind of street plays, what happened here, the patients directly interacted with us, and doctor-patient interaction happened, and we enacted. I wrote a song and a script and music adapted to it, and we displayed it. After that, we had direct interaction between the physician and the doctors in a public space, where like they interacted and they encouraged to report the adverse drug reactions. In that way, we tried conveying the message right from the top to bottom, like from the patient to doctor, in between, from AMC center, all got involved in this. So that is one way, like we are able to reach to the every department through this. And one more thing, what happened is that during this street play, as I just mentioned, I wrote a song, a story, and music was included into it, and that was used for displaying this. And during this National Pharmacovigilance Week, we have used electronic e-paper presentation, where we have hundreds of youngsters. They participated in this event, and we received almost 100 e-papers for displaying in our conference during that week. And we can see that like we are able to reach out to the throughout India. You can see that dots are there right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and Gujarat to Assam. Everywhere we could see that enthusiastic participation. And similarly, reflective writing, short movies were also organized, and again so many people participated. So the advantage of this is that we are able to network with the people, get the gathering, and convey the messages, and we can develop over a period of time. I believe that these kind of events will help in future collaboration and conveying the messages. Suppose if you want to give messages to the larger population, I believe webinars can be the very interesting methods of delivering the messages. And especially if the students want to, again and again want to learn, in that case, I believe that again, these webinars, recorded webinars, if they are made available in YouTube, and they can very well go back to these presentations regularly, and if someone misses the class also, they will be able to. And if you see, I believe me, we are using all these techniques for presenting the topics to the students, and our students are very happy. I can tell you, they are really, they also sometimes they say that we are fortunate to get these kind of lessons. Then flashcards. Flashcards are the another interesting ways of displaying the pharmacovigilance activity. And when we show these cards, suppose like if you want to conduct viva, or if you want to do any public displays or in an exhibition, so we can flash these cards in front of the participant and tell them that what is this. If they say they may not identify, then we can start generate the interest among them, and we can keep on telling them that these are like some of the messages how we can convey, and this can be a very interesting tools for us to convey the information. As I said that like podcasting, I recently invented that this can be done easily. Anchor app is there, Spotify is there. See, if we use these tools, then our talks once recorded and left there, they can be accessed any part of the world, and many audience can be easily created, and we can attract a lot of people towards these kind of new methods of delivering of the information. And I can tell you, recently I did one monkeypox related podcast, and I displayed all the information related to it, and I'm sure that many people found it very interesting, and I got very good responses. All of you can do it. And one more thing, I wrote one article that is 2 songs, one in Kannada and another in English, report all adverse events. In this song, what happened, like I have written what are all the whole song talks about what are the, what do you mean by adverse drug reaction, which is considered as adverse drug reaction, and where to report, what to do with an adverse event. And once reporting is done, what happens after that, like the drugs are removed from the market. Like this, the messages are conveyed. I think it was well received again, and it can be like, it's not the only, this kind of songs can be created in every language, and if I can do it, all of you can do it. Please, try these things. It will be very interesting. As I said that, I conducted one more All India radio program where I talked about the adverse drug reactions. I talked about the adverse drug reactions and due to the self-medication. Okay, self-medication, how it is injurious if you take the self-medication. And especially I did this program during the COVID situation, because you can see that no doctor consultation was there, no health facilities, and people were not allowed to come out only. Then how can? So like this, in that situation, they called me. I explained them what are the adverse drug reactions that can happen due to the self-medication. So like this, you can very well do. Then one more thing I did is selfie abhiyan. Selfie abhiyan, what I did, I created the poster regarding what is our adverse drug reaction, where to report, and whom to contact, and all those things. I made one poster. I took to every department in the almost 20 departments are there. I went to every department and I handed over. They only fixed on the notice board, and they are showing. You can see that they are showing that there is a method to report adverse reactions, where to report, how to report, and all those things. So all these things, really very interesting to see that like every department participated in this, and I took all the selfies, and this is something you can do so that you can popularize. One is your existence is understood first, and then you can make connections. And if you go and ask the people that please give the reports, they will also get irritated. They may sometimes feel that, okay, why like every time these people are asking adverse drug reactions. But if you say that I want to do these kind of things, who would not like to take selfies. Everyone nowadays, it is a crazy thing, and everyone would like to do that. And just use these opportunities. You can very well do. And again, Global Pharmacovigilance Society, they conducted a sketch activity, and I did participate. But at the same, most interestingly, what I saw was that like participation from the youngsters. A lot of M Pharma, V Pharma, biotechnology students, they all participated in this event, and I could see that like the prize winners, they did so well, excellently, and displaying this information in the social media. And I'm sure that like it will have a lot of eyeballs looking into it, and it will popularize the pharmacovigilance concepts. So you can very well do these things. Then one more thing, you can see that like in our hospital, we have requested everyone to write ADR on the right top corner. Even today, I had a meeting on the prescription audit, and in that I again insisted. And you can see that there is a mark has been made here, adverse drug reaction, and there is a drug given, that is ASV has been given, and it has used wheezing, and they have given the treatment by giving the hydrochlorothiazide, hydrocortisone, and antihistaminic has been given. So like this, I'm sure that like it will help us to identify the adverse drug reactions at the root level, and it can be popularized to any nursing station or technician, or to the doctors who are on duty. Then comes is the one patient, one PV card. This is an initiative of the Global Pharmacovigilance, and I congratulate again Chinmaya for doing that, and he is the first one to. In this way, what we can do, we can collect the data through online mode, and it is directly computerized, and you are issuing a card. It's like any Aadhaar card or any credit card. And if a patient goes to the doctor, and if he shows that, and the doctor knows that this drug is, the patient is allergic to this drug, and similarly, like he can take precautions. And nowadays, see, we all know that so many known adverse drug reactions are there, but still we are not preventing them. But I believe that this kind of initiative, having an identity card, and whenever they go to patient, whenever they go to hospital, if they show this kind of cards, I believe that it will be very helpful for the physician and even for the patient. Flannelograph is the something is that like it's a cotton cloth with some background picture, and you can take some toys and you can tell a story, like a patient came, he took a medicine, it happened like this, they developed adverse drug reaction, anaphylactic reaction, and they were about to die, but a doctor came in and he treated. So like this, we can develop the story, and easily in an assimilatable way, we will be able to display the information. Models and simulation models, these are something very interesting nowadays because of this NMC. It has been made it mandatory that skill lab should be there. Similarly, in this manner, we should have some models. Sometimes we can leave it on the doctor's table, or like basically if you go to any respiratory physician's office, you will see that a lot of models related to respiration, related to bronchial asthma, all these things will be there. So why not we have some, like spina bifida models, or anaphylactic model, or body rash model, so that we can show. This can be the one is to initiate the discussion during your teaching, and also if you are doing an exhibition, so we should include these models for the discussion with the patients and others. Then comes is the another way we can popularize pharmacovigilance is that, like telling the stories of the famous personalities, what happened when they took the medicines. You can see that very young artists like Prince, who died after taking huge amount of medication, fentanyl overdose, and at 57 years he died. So everyone recently we had a famous film star died in Karnataka, and we all felt for them, but we don't know what is the cause. But like whenever we lose a famous personality, we all feel for them. But if there is a reason like this, like if someone has taken medication and they died because of that, some adverse drug reactions, and if we popularize that, like it will attract more number of eyeballs, and it will popularize. Similarly, a wrestler superstar, she also died because of so many medication, self-medication. And Now I am coming towards the end of my presentation. You can see that I have used majority of this. Still, I am yet to use quiz model, which can be achieved very soon. I'd like to do that. And then experience sharing by the patients. I believe that that can be done. I need to, take an initiative towards that. Postcard stamp, again, it is at the government level. I believe that Global Pharmacovigilance Society can write to the government and even IPC. We should, lobby with the government agencies to release some postcard or, coin related to pharmacovigilance. And it takes time, but still, if we can make an effort, I believe that, and even during the national pharmacovigilance, if we can ask a minister or our prime minister to speak for 1 minute or even 30 seconds, it will be nice. And then calendar wall table for wall tables, all our tables can be created through our society. If you are giving some gift or somewhere to someone, and I believe that you can consider these for displaying pharmacovigilance related information. Then laser shows and puppet shows, I believe that this requires a little bit of skilled people, and over a period of time we should be able to achieve that. And then rally walkathon I have not yet done. I think it is achievable. In the future I should be able to do that. So there is a long way to popularize, and I believe that to collect the pharmacovigilance related information, we need to go to the root level. Okay, so we need to talk to the patients, we need to talk to the relatives, we need to talk to the emergency physician, we need to talk to nurses, we need to talk to healthcare workers, and everyone down the line. I encourage them, enthusize them, and to get these safety issues. Then only we will, all our signal detection, everything will be possible, unless we get the right kind of information. And I am sure, pharmacovigilance cannot excel. So most importantly, we should try to popularize the pharmacovigilance and attract the more eyeballs and convey the messages in a more assimilatable way. Hope that there is no second chance for us to make the first impression. So use the best method which we can use for making our pharmacovigilance popular, and which can attract more number of adverse drug reaction reports, and also channelize the resources. Government in every AMC, we require manpower. So only if we have only a coordinator, they cannot do anything. We should have sponsored from the government to have one pharmacovigilance associate and co-coordinators who can help us to gather more information. So see, I can tell you my experience. We have good number of reports, but we don't have time to upload them. So we require the manpower who can help us to upload these reports to the regulatory like Vigiflow or any others. Thank you very much. Hope all of you enjoyed my presentation. I believe that I made best efforts to bring different ideas to popularize pharmacovigilance. Hope we can have more methods to popularize our pharmacovigilance concepts right from the root level to the top. Thank you. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shivamurthy. I really appreciate and respect for all the interesting work which you've done so far and enlightening us about how media and related tools can best be used to create and amplify awareness about pharmacovigilance. Thank you so much. I hand over the dice to Dr. Manoj and Chinmaya for closing the session.
Thanks, Dr. Swati. Thanks so much, Dr. Shivamurthy. It was wonderful. In fact, I always tell that if we empower patients and consumers, then we can create a landmark in pharmacovigilance. And the number of reports can be increased to a great extent. We could have utilized this during the COVID vaccine scenario itself, but then even now it is not late. Empowering patients, making them aware can really help in pharmacovigilance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rojaramani ma'am to So something. And thank you so much, Dr. Swati Chaudhary ma'am, for nice moderation, and Dr. Manoj Swaminathan sir for chairing this session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, Dr. Chinmaya, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Roja ma'am.
Yes, am I audible?
Ma'am, mic.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. So finally we have come to the end of these 2 days sessions, very brainstorming, thought-provoking. Finally, I think we can conclude this 2 days session now. So on behalf of the ADR Monitoring Center, MKCG Medical College, Berhampur, and Global Pharmacovigilance Society, I sincerely thank the invited dignitaries for being with us for this Congress and enlightening us with their thoughtful inputs, practical tips, and enthusiastic remarks regarding their own country's pharmacovigilance activities, as well as the challenges they face, the pharmacovigilance audits, artificial intelligence, signal detection, and awareness through various media. So I think all the topics have been well received by our attendees. So my heartfelt gratitude goes to all the attendees also, and everyone of the JPADR family for their wholehearted support rendered in the success of this event. You all did a splendid job indeed. I would fail in my duties if I don't appreciate the efforts by Chinmay, without whom this event would not have been possible. Thank you very much, all of you. With these few notes, I declare the event closed. I would request Chinmay to add something as
Yes,
a vote of thanks.
Yes,
Have a wonderful and fun-filled evening, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am. Finally, we completed this Global Pharmacovigilance Congress 2022 this year. So next year, hopefully, we will try to organize in a much better way with some number of speakers and from different countries. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Jayaprakash sir, who was the chief speaker for this event, and he enlightened us with the current progress of pharmacovigilance program of India. Next, Dr. Somnath Basu sir, who told us what is actually going on in a regulatory point of view, means how they are reviewing the PSUR data and how they are doing the impact in the improving the quality of the drugs. So, and then Dr. Pratima ma'am, who told us regarding the precision medicines. So the population should be get segregated into their categories, and then we can use the drug. Then the doctor, and then Miss Riddhi Doshi, she told us about the automation in pharmacovigilance, and we all got surprised that what will happen to our job if everything is going to be done by the machines only. So then Dr. J. Vijay Venkatraman sir, he clearly point out what is the things going on in pharmacovigilance across the world, and what India can contribute to them, and how the India can be a hub for pharmacovigilance across the world. And then the risk-based audit plan that was clearly explained by Kishan Nanda with a example of how to calculate the risk that numbers, and then it was a good session from him. And then Carla Valeria Masironi, she highlighted the points on medication error. Then we had a panel discussion with chairing the session, Ms. Cynthia Galicia Quintner, and we are having participants, panel experts like Gurpreet Singh, Dr. Mukesh Gori and Dr. Charunjot Singh. It was, and this session was moderated by Arshia Vandari. Thank you so much. And in the next, means today, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12 talks today, 12 speakers for today. And we have speakers from Australia, in Lebanon, Armenia, Israel, Ireland, UAE, Colombia, Mexico, Canada. So we covered most of the countries of the world. And I would like to thank Dr. Marina Hamadian from Australia, and Dr. Maya Sharma, Dr. Samal Taba, then Dr. Elena Saumana, then Dr. Gidi Stein, then Dr. Nicole Barker, then Dr. Ahmed Hagaji, Dr. Jose Bautista, then Alexandra Cruz, and Dr. Rajeshri Patil, and finally Dr. Shivamurthy Nanjurappa, and the chairpersons, Dr. Ravinarayan Acharya sir, Dr. Ahmed Hagaji, Dr. Pipa Sabasas ma'am, and Dr. Manoj Swaminathan sir. And yeah, this session was well executed with our moderators, and their supports means a lot to us. Dr. Subrajyoti Bhaumik, Dr. Rajan Goyal, and Dr. Swati Chaudhary, and Dr. Jyoti Upadhyay and Dr. Dhitik Brahma. All of them, they executed well. And and finally, I would like to thank Dr. Rajendra K. Jalali and Dr. Medha Joshi ma'am for their advice and support from the day one. So that's why I was able to organize this event, and I have that much. So with this, I would like to invite our audience to say something if they wish. I have seen so many audience participants were there from the day one, and still they are there. And so anyone can join the thing, or else I will call up Dr. Sri.
All of you please make your videos on so that we can click.
Yeah, Dr. Sri Das ma'am is there from Johnson & Johnson, I think. So if she wants to say something, ma'am. Anyone can join. Marina, Marine, then Madeline, Olinda. Anyone can join the session, and if they want to say something, they can say. And finally, I would like to invite Dr. Jose Bautista to say something at the last. Yeah. Sir, you are on mute, I think.
Global Pharmacovigilance Congress.
Yeah, Dr. Dennis Richard is there with us. Ma'am, would you like to say something?
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, sorry about the issues with my audio. Well, I just want to add that, well, for me, as the previous edition, it has been a fantastic way to stay connected and to add some room to have a very good conversation about pharmacovigilance. So I really want to recognize all the work that the organizer committee is doing in favor or in pro of the pharmacovigilance. And thank you so much for this opportunity. And I hope that next year we will have more audience and more PV professionals will taking part of this amazing event. Thank you so much to everyone, and enjoy the rest of your weekend, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes, thank you, sir. So we will conclude this session now. Thank you so much, everyone, and for joining with us. The certificates will be reached to you at 6 o'clock. So all the participants will get. Thank you so much. We'll close this session now.
Yes, we can go.
Thank you so much.